Hello, everyone, and welcome to the grand finals of the Sootopolis City League. With me, I have Evan in the mic again, and we are here super excited. This is, like I said, the finals. Tokyo Thunders versus Howley Heat. If you guys missed the pre-show, we talk about how these two teams faced the first time in the first week of the season, and then we're ending them. So it's kind of sort of like a little story. So will history repeat itself? Will Tokyo Thunders win again versus the Heat, or will the Heat take their revenge and prove us that they deserve to have been ranked number one in our power rankings?
Yeah, so
Evan.
moving on to the next slide, we will take a quick look at the runs again. We went through, both teams, their runs and how they felt, how their team dynamic was throughout the league. It was very insightful from both sides yesterday during the interview. We also deep dived into all the individual players that are fielded for the finals that we are all going to see today. And bear in mind that these matches are played, we are going to show them as how they were played. So you get to see the scores go up one by one. And it'll be very exciting, and I really wanted to go to Game 7 because that will be very cool, as both teams to me seem to be very evenly matched. Tokyo Thunders coming in as the first seed, and Howley Heat coming in as the third seed.
Absolutely, and as a reminder, Howley Heat, after their first week 1 loss, has not lost again since then. Meanwhile, the Tokyo Thunders have lost twice to the Sunsteel Strikers, who fell to the Heat, and the Lunala Dream Leaders, who fell to the Torkoals in the playoffs. So really cool to see how, losing is actually really important too, because it can reveal how, this is how we should have played better and stuff. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my God,
Are you okay, Evan? Okay, yeah, I saw
I'm
the
trying.
flashing in the back.
Yeah.
But I agree. These two teams are looking pretty strong, and they're gonna show us why they are in the finals. And I'm looking forward to seeing if we get a Game 7 with them. It will be really, really excited too.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the matchups real quick. And this is really spicy, and we mentioned this yesterday already. Like, the best players from both teams are being they scheduled their games first. So Gahaku, the league MVP, is going up against Francis, and there's Jupito versus Big, and then CML, the one of the co-managers from Thunders, and a very good leader in that, and always being very strong in the Series 13 matches, versus Polar Bear. So the matches will go on, as you can see here. We talked about all these players yesterday, and it was really, really insightful.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk in and learn more gaming. Let's go to our casters, who are gonna have Gahaku versus Francis as our first match of the day.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Happy finals day for the Sootopolis City League. My name is Mabel Rourke. I am once again joined on the mic with Hayden. And Hayden, I am so excited to be able to start breaking down how this finals between the two teams is going to go. And we have a killer match for the first one.
Yeah, really nice to see both teams coming out of the gate swinging with some really amazing players. It seems like Tokyo Thunders, based on Evan's window, are also coming out swinging in some other ways with that lightning. But I'm really interested to see what both of these players have to bring, knowing that they're facing each other, knowing that they're facing really strong players, and going into this specific Series 13 match.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Evan said as well, Gahaku, the first player that we were going to be showing against Francis, was the league MVP and really specialized in Series 13, which is going to be the format that we're showing today. So if you want to take a look at both of these players, Gahaku, league MVP, match record of 7-1 for all of his games. He only had 1 loss, and overall a game record of 15-5, which is absolutely insane. Whereas Francis on the other side did not play every single week like Gahaku did, but still has a really impressive record of 5-2 with a game record of 11-6. And Francis actually played both Spike Myth and Series 13. So Gahaku, I think, definitely has the experience in Series 13. You can see how his teams have changed throughout, but I think Francis probably has a good idea as to what to bring.
Absolutely. I think looking at the match record, it's pretty clear that Gahaku maybe is the favorite to be able to win this, just having that incredible record, league MVP. But at the same time, it does mean that there's a lot written out of like what Gahaku likes to use, what Francis can exploit. And I think this interesting tactic that the Heat has, that they don't always play the same players for Series 13, so they have more flexibility with who they pick based on the matchups they're expecting. Definitely gives them some angles into this, and so I'm curious to see what Francis has up his sleeve for handling Gaku.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at Gahaku's team, right, I think we'll get some extra fun looking at the Zamazenta. That's not a Pokemon you get to see too often except for Series 13. So if you're prepping for that exact same 6 that Gahaku used 2 weeks in a row, or even 3 weeks in a row, he just ended up switching up the gas shit on there. But, you may have a pretty good idea as to maybe what Gahaku's going to be comfortable bringing. So, if we want to take a look over at the accomplishments of both of these players as well, and just kind of see exactly how talented both of them are. Gahaku, APAC League top 4 with the Laverage boosters this year, PGL Series 3 runner-up with the Kotobuki Kittens, and also 3-time Japan Nationals competitor, and there's definitely some great talent there. But Francis on the other side, Hayden, if you want to lead off and talk about some of those crazy accomplishments.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see a ton of 2022 accomplishments here. The Victory Road World Cup top 16 with Italy, 3-0 record. In Series 12, the EUIC, top 16 in Series 12. That's just so amazing as an accomplishment. Milan Special Event top 32 in Series 12. So a ton of experience specifically with Series 12. I think it's a lot that you can leverage going into Series 13. It's the most similar format to it.
Yeah, and you think right now, right, if Francis had an expectation of what Gahaku would bring, he is probably incorrect, because this team is very different, right? You have the Whimsicott, Yveltal, Dialga, Kyogre, Ice Rider, Calyrex, forgive me, I'm looking right at Kyurem and missing it. And then the Zacian there, whereas Francis is bringing Zacian, Kyurem White, Kyogre, Groudon, Indeedee, and Whimsicott. So Whimsicott on both teams, a couple of similar restricteds on both teams as well, but definitely not what Gahaku had been bringing for the past 3 weeks, and I wonder if that's going to trip up Francis.
Yeah, it's really interesting to be able to set up that situation where you've been using the same team for the past 3 weeks in a row. At the same time, I think it's a question whether Gaku is really comfortable with this team or whether it was an adjustment specifically to catch Francis countering that specific team. And so if Francis has gone with some more general plans that work, not counting on Gaku to bring that Gastrodon team we saw before, then suddenly that might put Gaku on the back foot. Like, he can't leverage the same experience and familiarity and strength of that team that he was using before. So I think we'll find out as they play who's really favored here, but interesting to see that gambit from Gahaku.
Yeah, absolutely. I think some of these support Pokemon as well, both the Whimsicott and the Indeedee, I think are going to play some interesting roles here, right? Because these teams are very similar in terms of speed tiers for the most part. But you can also see Gahaku maybe has the opportunity to run something like Trick Room if he chooses to do so, especially. But Francis having the Indeedee, I think, is going to put a big stop on the Yveltal possibly moving forward, especially preventing things like those sucker punches from going out. I think it's just going to be kind of a matter of if you can get that thing in freely or safely and allow maybe for your own other Pokemon on your side to maybe set up, get some big Dynamax moves off. So, I think if we want to take a jump right into Game 1, see what these trainers have decided to bring, and see what their game plans are, I'm definitely excited to kind of get a glimpse into what both players were kind of thinking, especially if they have thrown off each other with these Pokemon selections and these team selections. So, Game 1 of our finals for the Sootopolis City League. The first Pokemon on the field are going to be Whimsicott and Zacian on Francis's side, and then on Gahaku's side, he will instead be bringing out a couple of different, I think it's going to be interesting, right? Going to be bringing out the Zacian and Kyogre. So both Zacians, but instead that Kyogre and the Whimsicott on the opposite sides.
It's interesting to see Gaku not starting with the Whimsicott. I think I was almost expecting to see just a mirror of the Zacian plus Whimsicott on both sides of the field. But instead, we're in this situation where I think there's a lot of question around, did Gahaku still bring the Whimsicott and it's just in the back for a later game tailwind, and will that work out versus the early game tailwind from Whimsicott? Or did Gaku just choose to bring 4 restricted Pokemon? A lot of them seemed really strong in this match, and you have that Trick Room option too. I think there's a lot of interesting things you can play to going into this situation here.
Yeah, and we didn't see any sort of Dynamax coming out this turn 1 as well, so you're not even trying to maybe fire off into something like a pretty readable Protect on the opposite side of the field. And especially if you're trying to see if this Whimsicott is going to go for something like a Charm, maybe if it's carrying that move, if it's carrying something that isn't Tailwind that it wants to go for first, maybe predicting something like that Trick Room depending on where Francis wants to place his speed. But Francis Zacian is going to switch out this turn, instead going to be bringing in the Groudon, changing the weather from the rain to the sun, possibly trying to prevent a Max Geyser here, or even something something like a water spout from doing some major damage and having it thanks to the weather change here. Looks like the Whimsicott, though, going to be going first using Tailwind, boosting the speed on the opposite side of the field, helping that Groudon especially kind of stay here in the game. But Zacian going for a Behemoth Blade this turn is still going to be able to do a good chunk of damage, a ton into this Whimsicott with that great amount of damage. It's showing that Whimsicott is not holding the Focus Sash. Possibly that's hiding on that Indeedee, so Whimsicott only able to get that Tailwind up at the start of this game. Kyogre here actually going for an Icy Wind is showing that that is the move that it's carrying into this Groudon. Does do a really nice chunk of damage, and it will slow it down even after that Tailwind boost.
That Icy Wind is such an interesting choice on the Kyogre. It gives a lot of options for Gaku for speed control that aren't just relying on the Trick Room mode or on the Whimsicott for Tailwind. I think that's a really cool option that you have to worry about Gaku potentially just bringing 4 restricteds and not going with that Whimsicott sometimes. It also interesting to see that there's not a Focus Sash on the Whimsicott. I think, as you mentioned, like definitely a question, does the Indeedee have it maybe? What does that Whimsicott have instead? Does it have Switch True Eject button? Does it have a Mental Herb? Like what are your options going forwards here? We do also see the story of the ice types coming up. I think that that Kyurem is really scary, especially in Tailwind. And it's going to be up to Gaku to try to find a way to manage that. We saw that he has that Whimsicott in the back, so he can get speed control at a later time with that Whimsicott down. But for the next 3 turns, it could be really tough to handle all of the offensive pressure coming up from Francis' side.
Yeah, Francis looking like they are going to Dynamax here. Could possibly be the Groudon, could also possibly be the Kyurem, both of which have great Dynamax options. You have the opportunity for things like a Max Quake with this Kyurem thanks to Earth Power. Something that's interesting to me too is Kyurem oftentimes carries Freeze Dry, which is great against a Kyogre. So it's interesting to see that they went for a Dynamax option here instead to try and get that big damage and those boosts to both itself and its partner Pokemon. Looks like though the Zacian going for a Protect this turn, trying to stay a little bit safer in the face of this Pokemon that can do super effective damage with something like a Max Quake, but instead it is the Max Whirlwind into the Kyogre, and that is going to be a great way to lower the attack of the Zacian right next door and also just do a bunch of damage onto this Kyogre so that its Water Spouts in the future would not be as effective, revealing the Life Orb on this Kyurem as well. Groudon looks like it goes for a Precipice Blades here, does not hit into that Zacian, but will connect onto the Kyogre. And this may be enough to finish it off here, and it is. So now you've gotten rid of a huge threat on the opposite side of the field of that Kyogre, and you've got some great weather control for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I really like that Max Whirlwind being able to get the KO on the Kyogre, even though, as we see, it has that Assault Vest. It's built to not be going down so easily, and then also lowering the attack set of that Zacian is super interesting. We get to see a little sneak peek of what exactly Gaku has brought, that this Zacian is adamant with a whole lot of attack here. So I think there's maybe a question of, is that going to be enough to do good damage to the Groudon, to do good damage to the Kyurem? Because there is this option here to bring in your own Whimsicott and match the Tailwinds, where Zacian is the fastest thing on the field, but that Max Whirlwind complicates things just a little bit. You probably can still get a KO onto that Kyurem, but you're no longer threatening nearly as much damage on the Groudon.
Yeah, and I think, right, if you match this Tailwind, this Zacian, looking at kind of how much it's invested its stats into other things, probably not the fastest of Zacians. You can see its HP is pretty high as well, so it may try to be a little bit bulkier, get a little bit more strength off, and rely on the speed boost from its partner Whimsicott to maybe just try and counteract the speed that it is not truly invested in, that it's not really trained in. But you're still kind of at the mercy of things like this Groudon on the opposite side. If you can't get that knockout with that attack drop, especially if there's going to be something like another Max Whirlwind, but you even can't go for one this turn because you have 2 fairy types on the opposite side of the field, which is a really nice way to maybe counteract another attack drop. But Whimsicott's Tailwind here is going to mean that the speeds are getting matched here. Zacian's Behemoth Blade will now be able to go off first into this Kyurem, is going to do a ton of damage. It is still enough to get the knockout here, thanks to, you know, that super effective steel typing on that ice, and having the opportunity to go with that boost thanks to the Dynamax on the opposite side of the field. So you've stopped that Kyurem before it can really do enough damage. Groudon's Precipice Blades will connect on both of these Pokemon though, and not enough to bring either of these Pokemon down to really what would be kind of 1 HP, but Zacian does not handle that very comfortably, just hanging on in the red.
Nice to get that Precipice Blades off from Francis, but what a huge cost for this particular turn. Being able for Gaku to get that call right and get that KO on the Kyurem is incredible. We're really seeing just the benefit of Gaku timing the Tailwind a little bit later, also still having that Dynamax option around for what we know is the Dialga in the back. Just gives him so many options, especially as this Tailwind is about to be petering out for Francis' side of the field. And soon there's just so much positional option that Gaku has going into the rest of this game. At the same time, you do have to wonder what the plan is for taking care of this Groudon. The Zacian does have reduced attack, so probably can't finish it off this turn. And those Precipice Blades really are doing a lot of damage and they're building up. So maybe there are still some options for Francis here, but I really love the way Gahaku has preserved resources so far. It really seems to be paying off right now with that Behemoth Blade and having the Dynamax and Tailwind for the next couple of turns.
Yeah, and I think something that's interesting to me, right, is we could see the Zacian set, and it looks like it's carrying Wild Charge, which is actually really fun. However, Zacian's just going to go for a Protect this turn, not going to be going for any big physical attacks. Looks like a Charm here from the Whimsicott onto the Zacian on the opposite side to drop that attack stat, keep the Zacian maybe a little bit more protected. Looks like Zacian here goes for an Imprison, though, so that means that it is not going to be able to use a Behemoth Blade on the opposite side of the field, and then this Heat Crash from the Groudon able to knock out this Whimsicott, who had already taken some damage to break what we knew was a Focus Sash, is going to allow for Gahaku to send in their last Pokemon for free.
Such a cool Imprison, especially if you're going to get hit by Charm, being able to just like call that Protect and stop that Zacian from being a threat at all. I think Gahaku still has a lot of options here with that Dialga being able to Dynamax. It really speaks to how well he prepared, not taking the early Dynamax on the Kyogre, having this available now, but that really complicates things so much that there's almost all of the burden for this whole game now rests on the Dialga. Because the Zacian, it can use Wild Charge probably still, but that's not spectacularly useful in this particular situation. There's not really a whole lot of options for that Zacian to do anything, and you also have to reveal the move that you have. Either that if it's Quick Attack or that Wild Charge. Francis will get to know that for the next game. It's one of this really interesting side effects of using Imprison.
You also do get to see that you now can no longer use Protect, right? So that does kind of put you on a weird defensive position. You only have so much HP left as well. Looks like Gahaku, though, now knows that it is time to go for the Dynamax on the one remaining Pokemon that is able to do so, and that is going to be this Dialga. Dialga is a great option here because you can still go for things like this Max Steel Spike, and you can raise your own defenses and put a stop to these two big physical attackers on the opposite side of the field. Does make me wonder what move was dropped for Imprison on this Zacian. The Zacian going to go for Protect this turn, wondering if it was something like that Play Rough, and then you wouldn't be able to have that opportunity to go for it. However, it looks like there was a Behemoth Blade, or sorry, the Wild Charge into the Zacian on the opposite side of the field with a Max Steel Spike into the Groudon. It's not enough to knock the Groudon out here, but there is going to be at least a way to raise your defenses. So now you've revealed that Wild Charge, but you actually haven't taken the recoil damage, which may be kind of nice at this point. Groudon, though, going for a Precipice, going, I believe for, was that a Bulldoze? Am I mistaken?
I think it was a Rock Tomb. But either way, that's really interesting because now this Dialga, is it still going to be faster than the Zacian? I'm not sure. And if it isn't, Sacred Sword would break through the defense boost from Steel Spike. So there's definitely a lot of really interesting options. We can see Gahaku checking, oh, am I actually faster than that Zacian? I think based on the speeds, I'm not sure. It's going to be really close. I think if that Zacian is Jolly, looking at the speed set that Gahaku just revealed to us, I think the Dialga might really be slower. That's such an interesting play from the Groudon not to go for the Precipice Blades there.
Yeah, the Rock Tomb is a really interesting move, right? It's one of the only rock moves that has really decent accuracy. This Wild Charge here, though, into the Zacian does do a nice chunk of damage, and you have not knocked yourself out yet due to the recoil, which is, I think, probably the biggest piece here. Zacian, though, on Francis' side of the field, able to go for a Behemoth Blade, and that is going to target into the Zacian on Gahaku's. So that means, at least at that point, by not knocking yourself out with the recoil, you have saved your Dialga, at least for one more turn, and we haven't seen the Sacred Sword revealed, which I think is also something to maybe take note of. Looks like a Max Wormwind here, though, into that Groudon is going to be enough to knock it out, and you also get the attack drop as well on the Zacian, which is really helpful, especially this this Dialga is going to kind of need to tank through, I think, to just kind of hang on and get that knockout it needs at the end of the game.
I think that's very telling, as you mentioned, that there might not be a Sacred Sword option. It's possible that I just don't know my damage calcs well enough, and there really wasn't much hope for Francis. But at the same time, being able to get that information of how fast the Dialga is indirectly through doing the Rock Tomb and then attacking in Tailwind, I think really speaks to the fact that Francis is playing this best of 3 set and not a single game, and definitely doesn't want to reveal if there's a Sacred Sword or not at this point. Just going for that Behemoth Blade into the defense boost.
Yeah, that Behemoth Blade did not do a whole lot of damage thanks to the defense boost and the attack drop. A Max Quake here into this Zacian is going to be enough for the knockout. That is going to take this first game for Gahaku in a way that is really interesting to me, and just seeing kind of these interesting techs. The Icy Wind on the Kyogre was something I was not expecting. Oftentimes the Kyogre, it is a good dynamic. Sorry about that one, guys. OBS crashed during our scene switch, so you got to see my frozen face and Hayden's frozen face for a little bit there, but thanks for sticking with us now that we are back. nice thing was is that we stopped right between the games, so there was no missed action. We are currently still between games 1 and 2. Kahaku just won in a really interesting fashion by having some interesting techs, but also trying to fight off the interesting techs on the opposite side of the field. But like you said, Francis really, I think, won the information game there.
Yeah, I think that was super interesting to see the Rock-Tomb play out. I don't know if there's a world where that does change the outcome of the game, but it's really fun to see players start to do that pivot into, okay, this is a best of 3 set. What can I do each turn, not to necessarily win, but to give myself the best chance of winning in the next 2 games? And I'm really excited to see if that pays off for Francis. I also just, so interesting to see the specific way that was done with the Rock-Tomb from the Groudon. We've seen Rock-Tomb on Groudon, Icy Wind on Kyogre. All of the weather setters are also doing speed control in this set. It's really interesting to see, and I think it complicates things a bit more rather than it just being a battle of the Whimsicott Tailwinds. And I think that's super interesting to think about.
Something that's interesting to me as well is I didn't hate any of the choices of Pokemon that were brought by either of the trainers, right? I didn't feel like Yveltal would have done a whole lot. I didn't feel like Indeedee would have done a whole lot on these. I mean, the main thing with the Indeedee not being there is probably knowing that it probably holds the Focus Sash because the Whimsicott is not, which is another piece of information that now that Whimsicott on the opposite side of the field for Francis has to maybe play around and pivot around a little bit more, because if you want your Whimsicott to do something else beyond just getting one Tailwind and then taking a hit and then getting knocked out, you may need to kind of pivot, play a little bit differently, put yourself in a position where that Whimsicott does not want to be that first target. So I think it's something that is gonna change possibly in game 2, just because you're probably going to want to say, I'd like to have my Whimsicott in, I'd like to be able to have it do a little bit more, especially if it has the opportunity to go for something like Switcheroo Eject Button, if that's kind of the moveset it's carrying, or if it's holding something, you know, a little bit different. Sometimes we see a couple of different items. I know it wasn't Rocky Helmet, I believe, unless it definitely wasn't, because it took a Behemoth Blade. So now that I'm confirming in my head, but I think it's one of those things where, you know, when you're already down a Pokemon right after turn 1, it does not allow you the same maneuverability as you do when you have all 4 of your Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think getting that early loss was so difficult. And although we said Francis managed the information well at the end, there is this disadvantage of now Kahaku knows that there's no Focus Sash on Whimsicott, can really leverage that going forwards. Already knows about Imprison, so you can handle that too. And we know that Kahaku has that charm from Whimsicott, which we didn't mention it last game, but that really played such a huge role in whether the Zacian had the chance to even go for a Sacred Sword win condition, because it had those levels of reduced attack. So there's so many layers of tech for these players to think about, and I'm really interested to see what they pick as these leads as we go into this next game.
Yeah, and I think the only thing that really, you know, the only information from the Imprisoned Zacian that we got is that it has Behemoth Blade, Protect, and Imprison. So that 4th move's important, right? Because we can assume that's, you know, it's got a couple options. Sacred Sword, Play Rough, or Substitute are typically the 3 that come to mind for me. I don't believe Quick Attack is on there, because we saw that I think it was an option on Kahaku's Zacian. So, like you said, I think going into game 2 is going to be a really interesting kind of mind game for us to kind of see maybe if we can find out that last thing, or if that ends up being something that's saved for something like a game 3, because I think it does have a lot of maneuverability, and it does kind of change the way you play if you're expecting something like a Sacred Sword, but it ends up being a Play Rough or the other way around.
Absolutely. So as we go into this next game, definitely a huge thing to watch for is exactly that, how much information is revealed for this game 2 if Francis is able to win. Because once game 3 hits and both players know enough about both sides, if they figured it all out well enough, that could be like, it could really be telling who has won this information game going into this last set.
I would love if it was Solar Blade. I love Solar Blade Zacian. It's probably not, but it is paired with a Groudon, so I can just kind of assume so. But either way, I think at that point, right, it's going to give us a little bit more information, a little bit more moving forward. I loved the hold of the Dialga for the late game Dynamax. I think that was really nice. I think it was nice to be able to kind of hold that for later, because the Kyurem wasn't really able to do exactly what it wanted to do in that game 1. So hopefully for game 2, you know, he can kind of get us to kind of move on and see if it can do either more that it wanted to do, because I think it was only able to get 1 max move off. But yeah, if we can transition into this game 2, see how these leads are possibly going to change for these players, and see if they maybe end up bringing something a little bit different. If this Whimsicott doesn't end up showing up game 1, and maybe you rely on something like that Rock Tomb from this Groudon, who is going to be in the lead with the Zacian to try and slow your opponents down on the opposite side of the field. Looks like as well for Kahaku, it is actually the Dialga and the Whimsicott, so a little bit switch up here as well.
keep expecting to see mirrored positions from both sides with like Zacian plus the same speed control option. I was thinking you might see that Kyogre again from Gahaku, but I really like the adjustment to try bringing that Whimsicott instead. Interesting to see that Dialga coming out at the start. I'm a little bit curious about this because knowing the Whimsicott on the other side doesn't have Focus Sash, I'm not sure what you assume for the items, and if it did have something like Mental Herb plus Taunt, that definitely puts you at a bit of a disadvantage, but interesting to see Gahaku's totally confident bringing that Whimsicott, and I think it does pay off here if you're able to accept that risk of maybe setting up Tailwind first and losing your Whimsicott. This Dialga can do so much early on, and it's interesting to see it coming out up front rather than trying to conserve it as a late game Dynamax.
Whimsicott's in such a commanding position because it's in front of two big physical attackers, right? You could get the Tailwind up at this point as well, and then you still boost the speed of your Dialga. Then you have another possible turn, unless you get double targeted this turn, to throw a big charm onto either of these two Pokemon and make them not want to stay in the game, especially something like this Groudon, who is going to switch out this turn. Groudon is going to be replaced with the Whimsicott on Francis's side, so this Whimsicott is going to hopefully be able to match speeds on the next turn, unless it was the victim of a really rough targeting. Looks like Gahaku, unlike last game where he had that Dynamax at the very end, is going to go for the Dynamax right out of the gate with this Dialga. We've already seen how much it can do, but if Gahaku targeted with a Max Wormwind, that is going to be a rough way to lose one of your Dynamax moves because you have the two Fairy Pokemon on the opposite side of the field, so that wouldn't be able to go off. You wouldn't get that all-important attack drop. Really kind of hoping as well that Gahaku maybe made the right call here. Whimsicott on his side, though, goes for a Charm, and it targets down into the Whimsicott on Francis's side, so not onto what that Groudon was. It does mean as well that there is no Tailwind, so Zacian's Behemoth Blade is going to be the first move beyond that is going to go, and that is going into the Whimsicott on Gahaku's side. Should bring it down to its Focus Sash here, thanks to just having that super effective damage. Whimsicott is going to at least reveal that now, so now Francis does have confirmation of the Focus Sash for the Whimsicott. Does look as well like there was a Max Wormwind that targeted into the Whimsicott and it did not go through.
What an amazing switch in for that Whimsicott. I don't think I've ever seen a Whimsicott used as like a strong defensive pivot in a metagame with a bunch of restricted Pokemon, but it totally was that here. I think being able to burn a whole turn of Dynamax and getting that Whimsicott low, really Francis is leveraging the pressure that Groudon had last game, and the fact that Gahaku felt like he maybe should consider prioritizing it. Suddenly, there's just so much. Gahaku preserved the Whimsicott and the Dialga last game, and suddenly both of those Pokemon are half used up. Like one of them has down to its Focus Sash and one of them has lost its Dynamax, and that taunt going first gives so many options here.
Oh, I absolutely love having the taunt. That means that you cannot go for your Tailwind this turn. Zacian's going to be able to move this turn with another Behemoth Blade, targeting down into the Whimsicott on Gahaku's side. That will remove that last one piece of HP from that Focus Sash, meaning that Gahaku now does not have the speed control from the Whimsicott, no longer has the opportunity for Charm. The Dialga here is going to be able to go for a Max Steel Spike into the Whimsicott on Francis's side. That should easily be enough to get that knockout, and it is going to at least boost the defense in the face of this from the Zacian. But we again still don't know what that fourth move is. But Zacian could easily still switch in and out here. You have the opportunity maybe to pivot a little bit more if you need to on that following turn. And this means as well that Gahaku is now also on the back foot if it's time to bring in that Kyogre and maybe go for some Icy Winds.
Really interesting to see how much Gahaku is leveraging the item choice on that other one. Yes, it had Taunt, and that was probably pretty safe if it had that Mental Herb item, but because it doesn't have that Focus Sash, suddenly like Francis had to play super cleverly to get this Whimsicott in, to get the Taunt off, and to go for two Behemoth Blades to take out that Whimsicott. Whereas Gahaku just needed to do the one Steel Spike, and sure, Gahaku's used up most of Dynamax, and so Francis still feels like he is ahead, but having that Whimsicott not actually able to establish a speed advantage with that Tailwind, and only being able to do the Taunt, definitely puts Francis in a bit of a tough spot here. That Whimsicott did so much switching in, but then without that Focus Sash, it wasn't able to do as much after that. And so I'm curious to see if Francis will maybe consider adjustments going forwards, although clearly this game 2 is really what's on everyone's mind.
Yeah, and now this Kyurem that's switched in is giving Francis the opportunity to also match that Dynamax if they so choose to do so at this point, and it does look like Francis is going to Dynamax that Kyurem. He does have the opportunity to go for something like a Draco Meteor if need be, but there is probably at this point a couple of different options. You could go for something like that Max Earthquake or Max Quake and get some special defense boost for that Kyogre that you can assume is possibly in the back here, especially if you're assuming that all four of the same Pokemon were brought, which is kind of looking what it looks like for both sides of the field. Zacian on Francis's side is going to go for the Imprison once again. A great way to stop this Zacian on the other side, who can now no longer go for that Behemoth Blade. The Kyurem on Francis's side able to go for a Max Quake this turn into the Zacian. That's a full one-hit knockout thanks to the power of that Life Orb and not taking any sort of drops on its stats at this point. So Zacian is going to be able, I think, to possibly get knocked out here, and just already you've put yourself at a really good advantage by getting rid of that one Pokemon, and that Imprison really kind of paying dividends here. The Dialga, though, able to go for a Max Quake of its own to match, is going to target into the Zacian on Francis's side. It is not enough to knock out, and that is really kind of showing the difference between these two big Dynamax Pokemon.
Francis really leveraging the natural speed on the way that both of his Pokemon are trained and their base stats. Being able to get that Max Quake off first mattered so much in that mirror, being able to stop your Zacian from fainting and taking out that other one. And I just love the way that Francis kind of identified, I don't need to also have Tailwind up and taunt them. I just need them not to have, I just need Gahaku not to have speed control. And then I have this option with Imprison plus Kyurem. There's just so much pressure from Francis' side of the field, and that natural answer to Kyurem isn't an option anymore, as we've just seen that Zacian couldn't go for the Behemoth Blade, and then was just completely KO'd by this Kyurem.
Yeah, and at this point, right, you have your Kyogre, and if your Kyogre is able to move pretty quickly, you may be able to get enough damage off, but Zacian is still going to be moving faster into this Kyogre, does a ton of damage, brings this Kyogre down, and it's also going to be possibly taking a shot from this Kyurem with this Max Quake. Instead goes into the Dialga, is enough for a knockout. It's going to boost the special defense as well of the Pokemon on the opposite side of the field, and even though you have this range, you are now facing these Pokemon that have +2 stages of special defense from this Max Quake, and that means that this Kyogre has truly an uphill battle with some giant needs for critical hits at this point. Going for, I believe that was a Water Spout this turn, yeah, with the amount of damage that did. Not going to be enough to hang on for the Zacian, which just had such little HP left, but this Kyurem looks pretty comfortable.
What an incredible turn of events. I don't think I realized Series 13 has so much of a swing in momentum at so many different times, and Francis being able to set up just the exact right position to those Kyurem, really just completely pivoting. As soon as those Whimsicots went down, this game was almost just immediately over with how much pressure this Kyurem has. And so really it's up to Gahaku to figure out, what can I do going forwards to be able to handle this? Because if the Zacian gets next to the Kyurem at the right time, clearly that's just incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, right, this Kyurem was a Pokemon that did not hang on for very long in that game one. And I think Francis found a really nice way to pivot this Kyurem and get it in at just the right time and put it so that the Pokemon on Gahaku's team can no longer really do enough damage. And Gahaku is going to forfeit at the end of this game, at least kind of revealing only one other very obvious move choice on this Kyogre and maybe trying to keep the rest of it hidden. We saw that it's got Thunder on there, so that's something that we know, but at that point too, you kind of have an idea that Kyurem can just go really for any max move, and your Kyogre is probably all set for the rest of the game. So maybe taking some time to think, kind of decide what they'd like to do. And I definitely think that the lead from game one would have served Gahaku better than his lead from game two, and maybe that's kind of what he needs to go back towards for game three.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think this lead could have paid out if maybe you don't get that prediction that was just amazing from Francis to turn that position around and be in such a strong spot. Like if you go for a Steel Spike instead of a Max Vermin into the Groudon, suddenly that Whimsicott is just completely gone and you're in a great spot. But definitely there's a lot of risk that the players in each set have taken around how you handle Dynamaxing first or getting Tailwind up first or leading with that Whimsicott. Suddenly there are so many options you need to think about, because in this set, the player who's won has always been the player who's sent their Whimsicott out second, who's gotten the Dynamax off second. And so there's a lot of interesting questions for both players around timing. Can you get an early advantage, or do you need to wait for the right moment? Because both players did an excellent job of preserving a max for earlier originally. And so going forwards, I'm curious if they'll be doing the same thing.
See, this feels like to me this game 3 is going to be the lead where it's Zacian Whimsicott mirrored, because it does feel like such a hard call to not bring your Whimsicott in that turn 1 if you're Francis, because if you have the Whimsicott on the opposite side and you understand the fact that there is going to be so much pressure for that Whimsicott to possibly get a Tailwind off, to possibly go for something like a Charm, then a Taunt turn 1 is a really, really safe call. And I think by just having the knowledge that you may be facing this mirror of a lead, I think could be important, right? I don't know. I feel like Francis probably is kind of trapped into leading Whimsicott on this game.
I think it's really interesting. I mentioned this in the middle of the set, which maybe wasn't the best of timings, but I think when we saw that Whimsicott go down in a single steal type attack instead of two from the other side, Francis's Whimsicott not having Focus Sash puts him at a really strong disadvantage in some ways. Having that taunt lets you leverage that, and clearly Francis knows how to use these Pokemon in this way. Won that set super convincingly, but I think if we see something like that mirrored lead, suddenly you have to worry about the fact that your Whimsicott, if you taunt the other Whimsicott, that's great, but if you just get hit by Behemoth Blade right away as well, suddenly you're in a bit of a tough spot. And so I think interesting to see that can be a really strong tool for momentum, making use of those Tailwind turns, but it also means your Whimsicott isn't going to last as long. And I think that's a pretty big question if Kahaku can get the timing right for taking KOs.
Yeah, absolutely. If we can move into game 3 though and see how both of these players have adjusted, see exactly what they're thinking for this game 3, all the information that they've gathered from these prior 2 games is really going to come into play here. We still don't know what that 4th move is on the Zacian, because once that Imprison went off, the other Zacian was knocked out instantly, and then the first Zacian only had to click Behemoth Blade and win, really. Instead though, it looks like it is a Zacian Groudon lead from Francis, whereas Kahaku actually bringing the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Whimsicott this turn, so maybe having the opportunity to go for some Trick Room turns here.
It's really interesting. I think you mentioned last time that the Whimsicott was led that there's a lot of really interesting options with the Charm into either of these slots. And so I think it's interesting to know that you can go for that Tailwind mode, but you also have this option to control the Zacian a little bit with those Charms and be able to pursue potentially Trick Room, potentially just a lot of damage from Glacial Lance. I'm really curious to see what Kahaku does with this. I think it's a lead that has a lot of potential, but you do have to be able to handle the fact that Zacian does have those super effective moves into either slot.
Yeah, and I think this Whimsicott is in a position that it loves to be in, but you still could go for something like a Precipice Blades and a Behemoth Blade, and you still have put this Whimsicott in a rough spot, right? Because even with a double target, Whimsicott's not exactly the strongest of Pokemon. The Groudon on the opposite side and the Zacian both have moves that are super effective into this Whimsicott. Whimsicott's Charm, though, will be going off into this Zacian on the first turn, going to be bringing that Zacian down to -1. Zacian this turn looks like it goes for a Behemoth Blade into the Calyrex Ice Rider, but it looks like it's holding that Babiri Berry to help with those super effective steel type attacks. Is going to still be able to take this hit though, and actually handles it really well thanks to that berry to help with that damage. So I think at that point that's a really nice piece of information to now have. Rock Tomb though onto the Calyrex Ice Rider is going to slow down its speed and do some damage, but that may be exactly what this Calyrex wants, as it is moving last, but instead it goes for that Glacial Lance. No Trick Room this turn, just going for that damage right out of the gate, and it does do a ton onto the Groudon and a good chunk onto the Zacian, but that means at this point you are not getting any boosts and you are still moving last.
I really love the choice to go for that Rock Tomb onto the Calyrex Ice. I think that there are so many options here to do damage to that Calyrex, and there's so much that Kahaku has done to try to stop the Zacian from being the source of that damage. The Babiri Berry plus the Charm was more than a quartering of the damage that the Calyrex was going to be able to take, but that Groudon didn't have reduced attack at all, and if there had been a Tailwind from the other side of the field, then this Rock Tomb makes sure that the Calyrex doesn't stay faster or anything like that, and suddenly it's still very much in range, I believe, from another Behemoth Blade now that the Babiri Berry is gone. And I like that Kahaku got damage off onto the Groudon. That seemed really important to him, but definitely tough to be losing just even that half amount of HP on that Calyrex puts him on the back foot, and we're seeing a switch here.
Yeah, the Dialga is going to be switching in for that Calyrex Ice Rider. Dialga, at least at this point, probably a better answer to maybe handle something like this Behemoth Blade than instead being that Calyrex Ice Rider. Is actually going into that Whimsicott this turn, though. Does bring it down to that 1 HP, even with that Charm. Is at least allowing for this Whimsicott to hang on with a Focus Sash, but it did not go for any status moves. It goes for the Moonblast into the Groudon. So Whimsicott taking a big KO on a big restricted Pokemon that definitely put a lot of threat onto that Dialga, so at least now this Dialga can kind of hang out here for free.
This is definitely, I think at least, that it is a much nicer position for Kahaku than in the last set, where sure, this Whimsicott and Zacian are out now, but you haven't burned all 2 of your Dynamax turns on that Dialga. You're still down to the Focus Sash with your Whimsicott, but we know that because the other Whimsicott doesn't have a Focus Sash, you can still make that a trade. I think the big question is just, Kahaku brought the Ice type that could handle some attacks from Kyurem, but now it's at half health. So what is the plan here? You can take the KO on the other Whimsicott, but if you do, then you know you'll be in that situation with Imprisoned Zacian plus the Kyurem, and I still don't know what Kahaku's option is to handle that. I think this is definitely one of those situations where there's so much pressure for future turns that almost matters more than whether you happen to take a KO or not, or preserve Dynamax turns or not going into it.
Yeah, like you said, this puts you in a really weird kind of position, because if you take the knockout onto the Whimsicott, you possibly just go and click something like Moonblast again, you don't fall for that taunt. Does look like this Whimsicott's going to switch out here though, and it's probably going to bring in that Calyrex Ice Rider, something that could possibly just take an attack, get knocked out, bring your own Whimsicott in after, and allow for your Dialga to possibly knock out the Whimsicott on the opposite side of the field. I think it gives you a couple of different options here, but Gahaku has decided to Dynamax. He is the first person to Dynamax in this match, and as we've seen, the player that Dynamaxes second has typically done a little bit better in swinging the momentum their way or securing a victory. But I think Gahaku is in a nice spot here. You could still go for something like a Steel Spike, boost up your defenses, get a bunch of damage onto that Whimsicott, maybe get the knockout and allow for possibly your own Ice Rider Calyrex to get knocked out and bring in your own Whimsicott once again. But Zacian here is going to protect on the opposite side. No Behemoth Blade coming off so far. Whimsicott looks like it is going for a Tailwind this turn, so no taunt either. Francis did not fall for the bait. Is going to allow for this Max Steel Spike though into the Whimsicott on Francis' side of the field. Easily going to be enough to pick up that knockout and will boost the defense of the Pokemon on the opposite side of the field. So the Zacian's been charmed, and there's also defense boost now to contend with.
It felt like such a nuanced turn with all the options that the players had on each side. I think that protect from the Zacian was really interesting. There's such a temptation, I'm sure, on Gahaku's side to try to just go for the Max Quake and take out that Zacian so it can't be using Imprison, but Gahaku sort of correctly identifying that and having a different adjustment, taking out the Whimsicott, trying to position so that you still have your own Whimsicott when that Kyurem comes out, so that you can set up speed for your Dialga. But then at the same time, because that Zacian protected and didn't KO the Calyrex Ice, you don't have that Whimsicott around immediately to activate that Tailwind pressure and everything. So it's definitely still, there's a lot of momentum that each player can have, that felt like neither player quite got what they wanted out of the turn, because they were both trying to account for so much from the other player, and there were so many little adjustments with what the Pokemon did.
Yeah, Kyurem switching in for Francis on his side. They are going to be faster now, thanks to the Tailwind that Whimsicott was able to set up kind of before hanging out here. But it looks like at this point, if you kind of avoid the Calyrex Ice Rider, it looks like, you know, Gahaku clicks Trick Room. So if that is a thing that you end up avoiding, you could be putting yourself in a really nice position. But it looks like Francis is once again going to be Dynamaxing that Kyurem. We've seen it in those past two games. It was really, really pivotal in Game 2. Game 1, it did not, I think, have the output that it wanted to. So I'm sure Francis is now in a position where he's moving faster than the Pokemon on the opposite side of the field, and he's going to be able to put out a bunch of damage because he hasn't taken any sort of special defense boost or anything like that, and it's probably going to be tougher to deal with. But Zacian instead going for a Behemoth Blade this turn, not going to try and go for any sort of double protect. Targets down into that Calyrex. It is actually not enough to get the knockout thanks to that big defense boost from earlier, which I think is absolutely huge. But Kyurem this turn ends up going for a Max Quake, and that is going to target down into the Calyrex as well. So there is at least the knockout there. This does leave this Dialga free to once again go for a big move. It could go for something like a Max Wormwind right into that Kyurem and get another attack drop on the Zacian. The Zacian really needs to switch out. It is kind of just a lame duck on the field, as it isn't able to really put out any offensive pressure, but that does mean you have a free opportunity to just not target it. This Max Wormwind into the Kyurem though does do a ton of damage, gets it down to under half of its HP, and will drop the attack on that Zacian as well. So the Zacian really is it's just free. You don't even have to look at it.
Yeah, it definitely can't do very much in the damage department. It does still have that Imprison. That's the one thing it can still do. But being in this situation where you've still got the Whimsicott as an option to bring in, I believe we have actually, I believe we've confirmed that there's no quick attack on the Zacian on the other side of the field. I think we saw all 4 of its moves with that play rough. And so it's definitely going to be, there's a lot of options for the hockey side of the field going forwards. You have that Whimsicott you can bring in. It looks like there's maybe still an option to bring in that Zacian, according to Kahaku's judgment, because you got that damage off onto the Kyurem. There's just so much more you can leverage when that Kyurem comes in while you still have Dynamax turns left on the versus in the previous set where we saw that it burned most of its time beforehand.
Yeah, I think at this point too, right, Francis may not even have to worry too much about the Whimsicott. Like, it can go for the Tailwind, but the Dialga is probably still going to be slower than the Pokemon on the opposite side of the field just because of, you know, Zacian's natural speed. Zacian could still possibly just get some damage off in turn. It won't be a lot of damage because it is, you know, at a point where it's not able to do a whole lot, but this may be the point where Zacian reveals whatever that 4th move is, because if it was something like that Sacred Sword, I think it would be still not too bad in this position, especially if you're targeting down into something like that Dialga who you just need to get some damage on, where I think it may actually do more damage than the Behemoth Blade itself. I'm not entirely sure because I know all the numbers are really weird at this point right now as well. But I think the Kyurem is probably still really comfortable, right? It can go for another Max Quake to try and boosted special defense in the face of this Dialga, but it looks like instead Dialga is actually going for, oh, actually it looks like the Whimsicott here is going, I believe that was a reflect, but I'm not entirely, light screen maybe, but instead this Zacian is going to be moving first with this Behemoth Blade, is going to target down into the Dialga, so no target into the Whimsicott. That does very, very little damage, and that is just really not something that you're too worried about here. But Kyurem going next, thanks to another Max Quake, is going to try and boost that special defense, targets down into the Dialga, does a good chunk of damage, but yeah, I think that would have been a light screen there as well, because there wasn't a big Max Quake, I believe, before. It does mean that this Whimsicott's able to attack this turn, and we know that it's got Moonblast as one of its moves, and this Kyurem's Life Orb damage is kind of ticking down. Dialga is going to attack first with another Max Wormwind into this Kyurem, does do enough to get that knockout as well, which is actually really huge because you've gotten rid of this Pokemon that is so boosted up, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. The Zacian as well on the opposite side, I think, is now in a little bit more trouble because I don't think it can switch in or out and maybe pivot through the rest of those stat drops that it's gotten. The Life Orb also kind of ticking down here on the Dialga. Looks like this Whimsicott, I think it's just now in a really interesting position because it's got Light Screen.
The light screen was so interesting. Sorry to talk over you there. Just so interesting. Good. We've had a chance to cast with so many different Whimsicott sets over the past few months. Every time it reveals an interesting move, it can have such an influential impact on the game. It's why it's such a reliable Pokemon. Even when you could have any Pokemon in the world, a restricted, a mythical, Whimsicott is still a thing that you want to have on your side. And I think it's so interesting to have the situation where, because the Tailwind was up on the other side of the field, you didn't have the option to just go for Tailwind on your own side and attack with the Dialga like I was saying, Silly Hate. Instead, this Whimsicott, Gaku knows much better than me, has this option to play defensively, which really made such a huge impact here. If that Quake had KO'd the Dialga, that would have totally flipped the game. But instead, we're seeing this Whimsicott going for the Tailwind now that the Kyurem's off the field, and no matter how many Behemoth Blades this Zacian goes for, unless it gets a super critical hit, it is not going to be able to do much damage. And you're able to sort of close things off with this Dialga here, setting up for this next turn with some Tailwinds. Just such a really interesting play here to have that light screen go off, to have the Calyrex Ice survive so that it had to be double targeted so you couldn't Max Quake the Dialga earlier. Just such careful play for Gaku to manage the pressure from Francis. Even though we know that pressure could have been overwhelming very easily when Francis was playing for that Kyurem winning in game 2.
Yeah, I think that's Zacian, right? The fact of the matter that Gohaku was able to really just nullify any big output from that Zacian without even having to bring his own Zacian in and even worry about the Imprison, I think was just so smart, because once Francis was down to 2 Pokemon, it really was like he was down to 1. As long as the Zacian on Gohaku's side was not on the field, you didn't have to really worry about that Zacian. You didn't have to touch it. You had all the defense boosts in the world. You had all the attack drops in the world, especially from things like that Charm, from the Max Wormwinds that got off. I think the Dialga really put in all of the work that it needed to during those Dynamax turns. It may not have gotten a knockout every single turn, but I think every single boost that it got and every single stat change it was able to achieve was really important and incredibly well timed. Like you said, I think there was that interesting piece of the Tailwind plus the Max, the Max Quake that then allowed for your own Pokemon to hang on from a different Max Quake from the Dialga on the opposite side. I think was a really interesting kind of thing that just happened thanks to those speed changes. But it's a really interesting game, and that does kind of show why Series 13 can just be so dynamic.
Absolutely. I think it really speaks to how veteran these players are for Gaku to be just totally taken down by Francis with a wonderful adjustment with that Kyurem that we talked about before, and then to play such a nuanced game around that speed control going forward. It's like Gaku didn't just solve the Kyurem problem by making sure that he had Tailwind up. Francis did not let him do that, but instead all of this really interesting play with like the Charms, the Max Wormwinds to keep that Zacian from being threatening so that it was only there for the Imprison, and then having that Calyrex Ice around to threaten that Trick Room. So you had to double target it, and then you couldn't do damage to that Dialga nearly quickly enough, and it just, even though the Max Quakes were preventing it from taking KOs, it just stuck around and went for a couple of attacks and was just timed so well. It was just such a precise and interesting game from Gaku. I knew Gaku was the MVP in my head, and now I've seen it, and I really believe it. Like, that was just so well played. It felt like Francis had so many options, but Gaku still pulled through, and I'm just so excited for the rest of what this day has to offer after this is the start.
Yeah, and I'm sure the Tokyo Thunders are thrilled to have a win already on the board from their MVP, from the player that has done really so much work for them throughout the entire season. And I think even to get to a game 3 was really, really good, because his record was 11-5 on games overall, or no, 15-5 on games overall, which is absolutely crazy. So still being able to get it to a game 3 and get and take that game and take that information does show a lot of commendation as well to Francis. So really exciting match just for the first one of the day between two really talented players. We still have plenty more matches to go, and we will be seeing how this finals is going to shape up. It is currently 1 on the board for the Tokyo Thunders versus the Howlite Heat. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back with a Spike Month match for our next round coming up really shortly.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Sootopolis City League. I am joined by Maeve for our second game of this series of finals matches, and it's a player that I've cast before in Jupito against an amazing player in Fabian, also known as Baked. And looking at the stats we have so far, it is a very, very good match, down to the wire, even with the teams they're using as well.
Yeah, I think both of these players are really accomplished. I think there's quite a lot of kind of history, but looking at, who has played the most games, Jupito currently, he's undefeated, but he's only 3-0. So there have been quite a lot of weeks, but definitely a player that every time he's come in and has been used and has been needed, he's been able to deliver with those results. Baked, on the other hand, has played 6 rounds instead of 3, so has doubled the amount of playtime that Jupito has. However, has gone 3-3. So those first 3 weeks were wins, whereas the last 3 weeks that he has played were losses. And you know right now that Hawaii Heat, who are currently already down a game, are definitely going to be looking for a win to just not lose that momentum early.
Yeah, don't want to lose that momentum one bit. Of course, Baked, Jupito, both are technically on that same sort of record where Baked has picked up those games in the later end of the season. Jupito only really had those wins towards that same area. So having the wins 3-3, essentially, it's going to be quite a good matchup. And of course, team records sit very well with that as well. But as you said, with Hawaii looking to kind of pick up the momentum, both these players being so close could be a good matchup to kind of say, oh, we're neck and neck, the teams are neck and neck, let's try and take this to the very end, and it could be a fun match from that.
Yeah, one thing I think it's interesting really quickly to mention as well is the teams that they've used. Baked has used his 3 team wins were very, very similar teams. He had a Nidoran instead of a Nidorina instead of a Heatran, and a Regieleki instead of an Ialigo on 1, whereas his 3 losses were teams that were all a little bit different. They were still very similar. His week 5 loss was with a team that he had already used and was comfortable with, whereas Jupito has used 3 teams, and they're all a little bit different. They all do different things, but he's won with every single one. So I think Baked may have a tougher time possibly kind of prepping for this match, because there isn't something that Jupito has used week in, week out that is very standard that they've had a lot of success with. So it looks like they're pretty versatile. So I think if we want to jump into what these players' achievements are and kind of take a look at what they're bringing today, you can see it's different on both sides. So both of these trainers have brought a couple of different things.
Yeah, they've both brought a few different things in terms of what they can bring to the field and what they're bringing today in the match. Of course, in terms of the teams, they have changed a little bit in the pretty much copy and paste. You got a steel type and a steel type. You have both your arachnids, both have trick room setters, and then one has the speedy mode in that Landorus and Tapu Koko, but beyond that, we can also look at what they have done over time. Of course, Baked has had those finishes across all of these big events, top 16 in the most recent London Open, top 8 in the Milan special event, it also happened last year, and then a World Cup player for Germany. And then Jupito coming up a little bit behind with a few finishes here and there, not as high as Baked, but still enough to say that they have a presence in this format and in Pokemon overall, especially with such a good run in the SCL so far.
Yeah, and looking at these teams, right, one thing that I think is interesting is both of these teams, like you said, they have a Trick Room mode, and they both have a little bit of a faster mode. That Lilligant Torkoal is a team that we've seen. I know Aaron Zhang did a video back when, like a team building video, maybe back in like 2017, that featured how to build a team, and it had Lilligant Torkoal. Like, it's a format that's been around for a very long time. The Hatterene and Didi also is a newer kind of, a newer pairing, but definitely still kind of bases on the same format, kind of known as Psy-Spam, but both of them have a great Trick Room answer, I think, and I think both of them are probably going to try and set up that Trick Room and maybe go from there. But I definitely think that both of these teams do a couple of different things, and I'm very excited to see kind of what ends up coming, because I think a lot of these Pokemon are good into the matchups.
Both of them are very good into the matchups, of course. One of the Jupito, I love getting that Trick Room set up, but we'll see if Baked falls into that trap as we go on to our battle and see what the leads change up and what different things change up for our players given what they see.
Yeah, leading into this game 1, I'm really excited to see kind of what the lead is. If they go for something that is such a hard Trick Room lead, if that Porygon comes in, and then especially, right, that Araquanid is a great Pokemon to have for Trick Room, so I expect to see it in this game, and we'll already be seeing it on Bake's side, leading off with the Incineroar. Really interesting way, I think, to kind of deal with something like a Wide Guard, which could be great for this Torkoal and Lilligant on Jupito's side. So I think that Araquanid already puts the pressure on.
Yeah, Araquanid puts pressure on very quickly. It's not too much pressure onto the Lilligant. Of course, it has those bug type moves, but it's often known for hitting those super hard water type attacks with the effect of its water bubble ability, which stops it from both being burnt, which is great in front of this Torkoal, who can go through heat waves and possibly get a burn, and also gives it that buff to its physical, not even physical, just all its water type moves. And then it could have something like a Mystic Water in the back to boost it even further. Lilligant can take those, obviously, especially with that Sun up, but Torkoal maybe not quite as much, that Sun being mitigated with the effect of Wolf's Bubble. But we can see Sleep going off, Lilligant being the fastest thing on the field. Gonna be a bit scary. Fake out could happen from Incineroar. We could see a switch into the Indeedee on the Torkoal side, but Lilligant going for Protect, keeping it safe, and Torkoal also protecting, stopping any fake outs. Your bread and butter turn 1 when you see an Incineroar.
Yeah, Incineroar actually goes for a parting shot this turn, no fake out into that Torkoal, definitely trying to drop that attack and special attack. Araquanid actually showing that it's carrying Substitute, which is a really nice move to be able to use right out of the gate. You allow that Incineroar to put the pressure on with that fake out, and then you have the free opportunity to go for a Substitute and revealing the leftovers as well.
You know, being leftovers is something that is very, very common with that Substitute, especially on these bulkier Pokemon, because it allows you to set the pace, allows you to keep your HP, and if the opponents haven't got damage output to knock out your Substitute before you can start getting your ball rolling, you'll be at max HP over and over again, and you can just start setting up more and more Substitutes, installing the field for as long as possible until you hit that dreaded 25% mark, where it's going to mean you can't set up anymore and you're forced to protect or attack. But another benefit is we're not going to see any Sleep Powders going down onto that slot. Only a few Sleep moves can go through Substitutes such as Sleep Powder and Grass to both, but Sing, sorry, and that's going to be something not going to see very often in this matchup. So Chipito going to have to kind of figure out what to go for, going for that Sleep Powder, not revealing any safety goggles on the Incineroar. Lumberry not quite often seen on Incineroar, so it's probably going to sleep for a little bit of while, taking a bit of a cat nap, and giving the Pokemon in the field to start getting their ball rolling. As we see Liquidation coming out from the Arachnid does a large chunk to Torkoal, showing how much its bust do, even without that Misty Water, and the drop on defense is going to be scary. For Torkoal, Eruption is going to do very little damage given it has just been dropped and hit into two Pokemon that really like taking these fire type attacks.
Yeah, the Araquanid here actually still able to hang on through that Substitute, and that's something that I think is really interesting to kind of move forward, right? This Araquanid, it can take at least one more Eruption. You cannot go, like you said, for that Sleep Powder. You have put the Incineroar to sleep. So the Incineroar is kind of in this weird spot where it does have to sit on the field for a little bit if it wants to be able to wake up. Now you can kind of click this after you Eruption and just kind of begin to go really quickly and try and stack that damage. Maybe just try and get that Substitute to break on the Araquanid, because unless Geppetto has something in the back that can maybe offer a little bit more damage output, there isn't really a free way for that to come in. You don't want to switch something in to a Liquidation from this Araquanid if they can't handle it very well, and especially with the sun up and it's not going to stay up forever, it kind of forces Geppetto into a weird position. But I think Baked as well is also kind of stuck, right? Because this Araquanid, it can put on some big pressure with the Liquidations, but if it can't put out the damage, then it is going to be put into a weird spot, and then after you Eruption comes right out.
Yeah, after Eruption coming out, it's still not doing as much damage as a Torkoal would like to do, but it is enough to remove that Substitute and just get the chip damage going down on the Incineroar, and it's becoming that threat that it would have been on that turn 1. Leech Life coming out from the Araquanid. Baked realizes that Logan is a threat. It misses the KO by a sliver, showing maybe a bit of investment into this Lilligant, or maybe it's just a slightly less offensive Araquanid, having more for that bulk just to take those hits with the Substitute. And now Geppetto can kind of sit happily and put the Araquanid to sleep because the sun is up, because it's naturally faster, and Torkoal can start going for these heat waves, these earth powers, these eruptions over and over again. It's going to be nice damage into both these Pokemon as far as it can go for the stat boost, but let's see if Geppetto finds out which is the most threatening Pokemon. Of course, Arachnid, being awake, being a water type, is going to be a target for both these Pokemon to kind of give the team a bit of more pace and a bit less threatening auras going further down the line.
Yeah, I think at this point, right, Araquanid showing that it's got Leech Life is interesting because it hasn't exactly shown that it's carrying something either like Wide Guard or Protect. Tapu Koko is going to switch in for that Incineroar. We're going to set up this Electric Terrain, which is a great way to stop something like that Sleep Powder this turn, especially then you don't even have to reveal the Wide Guard or possibly another moveset. You can go for another Leech Life. You're still able to get a bunch of damage off with those big moves as well. That Sleep Powder not able to go off thanks to that Electric type Terrain. The Liquidation into the Torkoal is enough to get the knockout here as well, so definitely that defense drop paying dividends in the end of this game. Allows as well for this for the Araquanid to be able to set up something like a Substitute if need be. Once again, it can continue to just kind of get more HP from the leftovers and from that Leech Life, and then it can almost kind of set up these Substitutes indefinitely until it can take enough damage to maybe put that Substitute in a way that it cannot stick around for more than 1 or 2 turns. So now you kind of have this big thing of this Lilligant's moving pretty quick. It's only got 8 HP and it cannot do something like put something to sleep. So maybe kind of a weird turn to kind of maybe try and go for something like an After You, but may end up just being a weird kind of position where you force that targeting into the Lilligant, or maybe if you're baked, you know not to target it. You know that there is a chance that Trick Room goes up here. Araquanid is a great Pokemon to have in Trick Room. You may just allow for the Trick Room to go up, and then maybe just let this Lilligant sit in the sun for the next few turns because it would be moving last in Trick Room.
Yeah, Baked has the opportunity to either do a bit of a 50-50. You get rid of the Trick Room and let your Tapu Koko be fast, focus on the Lilligant whilst it's going to do nothing essentially, except for maybe attack, but the more and more attacks that Leaf Storm, it is going to do less and less damage. Or you can target on Lilligant, kind of get the trick, try and let the Trick Room go up, and then just let the ball get rolling. There are slow Pokemon on both sides of the field, so it is going to be safe for that to go on. Leaf Storm coming out though, going into the Tapu Koko, doing a nice bit of damage, getting of course that Drone special attack drop, being forced into it because the Electric Terrain. Dazzling Gleam comes out, is a knockout that Lilligant, possibly covering any protects or any other shenanigans that could come out from these Pokemon. And given we saw the switch into the Incineroar, there is going to be a nice Trick Room going up, and most attacker these days want to be running Body Press, which is going to be very, very good because it's not going to be bothered by that Intimidate one bit, but being super effective into Incineroar, the high defense stat of Stack Attacker. That is going to be those Beast Boots rolling if it can catch it at a low enough damage to get a knockout. So DD comes out, gets that terrain. Unfortunately, Sleep cannot go off anymore, but it can start redirecting things, and it can start using its attacks to get a bit of chip damage down further and further, and maybe even get a couple of knockouts, given how surprisingly strong it can be in its own psychic terrain.
Yeah, and Didi's in a good position here, right? Because it can go for those expanding forces. It can go for a helping hand to help stack attack. This Incineroar can no longer go for something like Fake Out on this turn, thanks to the terrain that's been set up. So now Incineroar is in a good position to possibly have the opportunity to possibly at least just kind of stall out this Indeedee. If it's carrying a dark type attack, something like Darkest Lariat or Throat Chop, then it is going to be in a nice position to maybe do some big damage if need be. But you still have the opportunity now maybe for this Indeedee to help out this stack attack. You are down to your final two Pokemon, but you do have them in Trick Room. So you are in an environment where your board state's probably going to be really nice. Baked still has all four of his Pokemon. He can switch things in and out of Trick Room. He does have the Araquanid, which is going to be able to do super effective damage into the Indeedee. So you may be hoping, if you're Baked, that you take a full knockout and then you can allow for your Araquanid to come in freely. Porygon 2 switches in here though for Baked, and that means that you have the opportunity to maybe change your own Trick Room, or you can possibly take advantage with your Porygon 2, get your Incineroar out of there. Indeedee going for a helping hand this turn though into Stack Attacker.
Stack Attacker getting the helping hand is going to be very good into really mitigating that attack drop it got from the Incineroar, getting knockout on the Tapu Koko. So try to set it up for a Beast Boost. It's not going to get as much damage onto that Porygon 2, obviously, because of its typing. And now we are in a position where Incineroar can come in, it gets a nice Intimidate down, dropping the attack stat further. If a Araquanid comes in, we could see a Rogue Wide Guard coming on out, and it's forced to go for those body presses, which isn't going to bother it too much because it can body press into Porygon 2. Likely it's going to do a bit of chip damage, maybe even more than that, because of the weird, the interactions they're going to have because of the defensive stats of both Pokemon. But then Indeedee can start to clean up with something like Expanding Force or its own helping hand, but that does leave Araquanid free to go for a liquidation. So it's going to be a few mind games on this turn. Will we see a defensive play in going for something like a liquidation, or a wide guard, or an offensive play going straight out damage for something like liquidation plus Ice Beam, liquidation plus Thunderbolt, anything in that Stack Attacker? Because once that's gone, Indeedee's sat in front of two Pokemon that are slower than it and have moves that can likely hit it for strong damage, especially that Araquanid, should it be on the field this coming turn. So Geppetto really having to think around, who's the threat, who's not the threat, Elegant protects, wide guards, and so many different things that come down, making this matchup exciting. This helping hand is the option to go onto that Stack Attacker, and we could see a lot of damage as Body Press comes out. See if Porygon 2 is enough to take this. It does not take it. Porygon 2 is literally a sitting duck, is gone, and that's another boost on Stack Attacker's side, which is going to make it even more threatening and even harder to knock out.
Yeah, Stack Attack is Beast Boost, boosting that defense. Araquanid able to go for this liquidation. It does have the opportunity to drop the defense, but it's not even going to need it because that liquidation did a critical hit there and is enough to knock out that Stack Attacker. You have put Geppetto in a really tough spot now because you do have this Psychic Terrain up, but you're not going to be able to do enough with an Expanding Force, I think, onto the Pokemon on Bake's side. I also believe at this point Incineroar not even going to worry because it's not going to take that damage from that Psychic type attack. It is getting an Intimidate, not too important thanks to this big special attacker in the Indeedee, but it's most likely going to wake up at this point too. So now you have a really nice nice opportunity for, I think a couple of different things, because now you can go for something like a dark type move if you have it. Leech Life is going to do super effective damage onto this Indeedee. It's going to do a really nice chunk as well. You're also getting a bunch of that HP back. Indeedee's Expanding Force, not going to hit the Incineroar, but it will hit the Araquanid, and that's probably the Pokemon you need to focus on more at the moment. Does do a little bit of damage, not as much as that Araquanid was kind of able to heal up with from the Leech Life. Incineroar staying asleep at this turn as well.
Yeah, Incineroar staying asleep isn't the end of the world, because Araquanid looks like it's doing enough damage to clean up and shake up the entire matchup, which was going to look very favorable for Chipito because of the Trick Room antics it can get up to. But Baked just showing, yeah, I have like 2 or 3 Trick Room Pokemon, and they're going to do their thing, and really showing why this team was picked for this format, even though it was really originated back in 2018. So Chipito gonna have to do a bit of research between games, thinking, okay, what can I do to beat this matchup? Do I go save the Trick Room for later? Do I not go with my speedy mode straight away? Because with that fast mode, there are so many counters. There's the Electric Terrain, there's a possible Fake Out, possible Taunt. With that slower mode, you can't really taunt it straight away because indeed you can redirect. You have the Magic Bounce coming off of Hatterene. There's so many different things that could affect the income and outcome of that situation, so we have to see what comes from our players there.
Yeah, I think for both of these trainers, right, I like the play in the Trick Room. I like the setup of the board state. The critical hit on the Stack Attacker truly was game changing, because you could have had a couple of different big hits. Getting rid of the Porygon with a body press was really, really nice if you're Geppetto, and having that critical hit just kind of stops all the momentum, because your Indeedee cannot handle that end game by itself. It cannot do enough damage to the Araquanid on the other side to then try and stall out with a timer the Incineroar, because its only attacking move was that Expanding Force. It had Helping Hand, Follow Me, and Protect, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not exactly a big offensive threat. Having the terrain is truly helpful, but then that also means as well that you need to make sure you get rid of the Tapu Koko on the other side of the field. One, it solves 2 problems, right? One, it allows for you to get your sleep off with the sleep powders from the Lilligant. It also allows for you to have that terrain control with the Indeedee, which is really what Indeedee needs, because it needs the boost from that Psychic type terrain to also allow for the Expanding Force to target into 2 different Pokemon. But by only forcing your Indeedee to be the last Pokemon on the field, you're already in a losing position. You're not going to get any timer. That Indeedee is not holding any sort of item that's going to regain its HP, like the Leech Life for the Araquanid that was holding those leftovers. So I think at this point as well, if you're Geppetto, you had a great game plan. You positioned yourself incredibly well. It just was an unfortunate critical hit onto that Stack Attacker that kind of just changed the entire momentum of the game. There could have also just been a regular hit plus a defense drop, which would have put you at neutral, which would have kind of changed a couple of things, but not a ton. So it does kind of play in and of itself of how that game could have changed just if a couple of things were different. But I definitely didn't hate the Pokemon choice from these trainers. I liked the leaving the Hatterene back for Geppetto, at least for this game, but I definitely think it has an opportunity to come out, especially with some of the information that was revealed between games 1 and now what will be game 2.
Yeah, let's see what information is revealed going into these first turns of the battle. As you said, not really gonna hate against what they did lead with, because they were perfectly to what you could see. Lilligant Torkoal is such an impressive lead. It just forces you to either take out the Lilligant to make sure it's gone and done, leaving the Torkoal to just pop off with its eruptions, or if you take out the Torkoal so that Lilligant has really got no way to set up its sun later on in the game, and then it's just kind of sitting there slow, but it is going to be, of course, a little bit faster in Trick Room. As we see, Landorus is the choice over the Incineroar this turn, probably thinking, okay, Fake Out is kind of predictable, you can't really go for anything, and then also they're both special attackers, not really annoyed by that, but it does open up to the amazing play of going for After You plus Eruption, forcing maybe a double protect coming out from Baked if they both have that move. If not, that's going to be a lot of damage coming out from this Torkoal, even though both these Pokemon aren't known to be typings to take a lot from fire types. Just Torkoal is so strong with all the stat boosts it gets on its own, kind of saying, Araquanid, you get these stat boosts, but I pretty much get them too, and it's going to force a lot of damage down on this turn 1 should there be no protects or wide guards.
Yeah, the Landorus I think is an interesting call, right? Because you have the option to go for an Earth Power, but instead you're going to Protect. I think it's a pretty safe play if you're Baked by having that Protect this turn. See what the Lilligant and Torkoal go for, because now they don't have to play a defensive game turn 1 like they did in game 1. Torkoal's Eruption will go off thanks to the After You from the Lilligant, thanks to its Chlorophyll boost, making it move very quickly. Will only hit into the Araquanid on the opposite side. Does do a pretty nice chunk of damage. Araquanid actually going straight for a Liquidation here, so no attempt at something like a Substitute. Does do a really nice amount, does do just under 50%, and I believe we saw that 2 of those was enough for a knockout, so with a defense drop, which you did not get this turn.
Yeah, no defense drop means Torkoal can maybe live on a sliver next turn. Landorus, of course, does make that a little bit more annoying and harder to pull off because it can just target into it as a double up. And when we have the situation of Lilligant is kind of sitting there with Pokemon that are going to be setting up Trick Room, and Lilligant's done its job, or if it hasn't, it's not done it properly, and it's just going to drop down. Yes, you can get these strong moves off, but it's going over and over again. Those Leaf Storm's going to get weaker and weaker, and it's just going to be a scary situation. The Sleep Powder going off into Landorus there, just covering the Pokemon that could cause that knockout at the very end. So we could see another turn with Torkoal, especially if Arachnid goes to sleep this next turn. Leech Life coming out. We know Lilligant lived it the first time around. It lives it this second time around as well. A little bit more HP on it as this time. Goes back to hit full on the Arachnid. So a really tactically played Leech Life because it gives you that ability to go for a really quick substitute again with less threats. The Heat Wave does loads of damage to that Landorus, but Arachnid, it's sitting there, it's high and dry, and it's going to be going ahead and just probably setting up substitute or just getting the damage off again and again, putting pressure on this Torkoal to really think what it can do.
Yeah, I think the Arachnid getting that Leech Life off was really important, but it was an interesting call, right? This Landorus definitely protected Tier 1 to stop something like an early Sleep Powder. Maybe try and call that play a little bit differently. It didn't want to go for something like a Protect turn 2 and have that fail, so just trying to maybe get that damage off if possible, but now you've been put to sleep. So at least you have already kind of taken that one forced turn of sleep because the fact that the Lilligant is moving so quickly under the sun. So you have the opportunity to wake up, which could be really nice if you can get off a move like that Earth Power, but instead just switching out here, definitely a safer play, bringing in the Tapu Koko, just once again making it so that this Sleep Powder is not going to be able to kind of go off, keeps your Arachnid safe, especially if Geppetto went for the exact same play instead of going for something like that that after you Eruption. Lilligant actually going for a Leaf Storm this turn though, going into that Arachnid does do a nice chunk of damage, will of course drop that special attack by a couple of stages. Arachnid going for a substitute has just enough HP to actually get that substitute off. I thought it was going to be pretty close. Heat Wave though actually avoids the Arachnid as well, so that substitute is able to hang on for another turn and can get a little bit of leftovers this turn as well.
Arachnid living on that sliver from its substitute and missing from the Heat Wave there is going to be amazing going for Baked. Geppetto probably shaking their head, thinking that I could have got that, I could have even knocked out the substitute, which would have meant that going forward, just going to send a nice Leaf Storm from the Lilligant, or even just an After You plus attack, and got a knockout. It did roughly 50% with that Heat Wave to the Tapu Koko, so that even could have been a double KO at the field state it was, but that clutch coming in so handy. There is the After You, so the substitute is going to be going down this time. It is an Earth Power actually, so it's guaranteeing that Koko is gone, and it doesn't even drop down this time either, possibly revealing an Assault Vest, and Dazzling Beam coming out will definitely grab that Lilligant, put Torkoal down to a little bit less HP, and it could even now be in range of that Liquidation, even in the sun, without that defense drop. So a really, really good investment there from Baked, thinking, okay, maybe they think I maybe live a Heat Wave from this range at split damage, and they probably knew they lived an Earth Power, and probably thinking Eruption's doing nothing, so just happy to just go straight off that damage, no switches, no nothing. And Arachnid sitting there happily with its little substitute there, and it can start putting damage down, switching in, switching out if it wants to, and keeping that recycling going. It can protect, it can do anything, because we do see Geppetto's Arachnid coming out, and alongside the Stack Attacker. The Stack Attacker, of course, once it gets his Trick Room up, can take out both these Pokemon. Even if not, it could just go straight for that Rock Slide and maybe get a double knockout if Arachnid has not got a substitute anymore, and just say, okay, I've got 2 Beast Boosts, what are you going to do now?
Yeah, really interesting point that Arachnid was still kind of able to hang on for that next turn. I think at that point as well, it's really great that the Arachnid wasn't really targeted, right? It didn't take any damage onto that substitute. It's going to just protect for the Arachnid on Geppetto's side though, so that means that Arachnid is going to be safe for this turn. Definitely a time to maybe go for something like a Trick Room, but taking a Nature's Madness from this Tapu Koko already going to drop your HP in half, which is a great way for the Arachnid to target with Bake Side, go for a Liquidation. That's going to also help and do a ton of super effective damage here. It is still not enough to knock out thanks to the Stack Attack, and not only just being so defensively bulky, but also just being in the sun. So able to get this Trick Room off this turn, allow for those speeds to change, maybe allow for Geppetto's own Arachnid's Liquidations to kind of be in a great position to get a bunch of damage off because the sun is no longer there. The Arachnid on Bake Side though is still sitting under that substitute, and you need to find a way to get rid of that and maybe double target it on this turn and hope that the Tapu Koko doesn't go for another Nature's Madness.
Yeah, hoping Tabu Koko doesn't go for that Nature's Madness is something Twitter will have to look forward to. Stack Attacker, of course, isn't really going to need to be hit by that, so Arachnid is likely going to be the target for that if it is hit. If not, it is going to be weak to Tabu Koko's naturally strong electro attacks, especially with the terrain as well. So it could be taking a hit from one of those and could see a double up into it, because once Arachnid hits, yes, it's going to knock out Tabu Koko and get a Beast Boost, but is that Beast Boost going to be enough for that to avoid that Arachnid getting a knockout, especially at such low HP? So Chipito could think it's curtains from here. It comes down to maybe what they want, maybe if they get nice flinches, hits, or whether it goes through. Tabu Koko does switch out though, so preserving it for as long as possible. Landorus coming in, so no intimidates. So his Rock Slide, if it comes out, is going to do a lot of damage still. To see a Protect coming out from Arachnid, so no substitutes leaving the field. This turn is going to be even better with that healing from the leftovers. Rock Slide, of course, goes into Protect. We'll see if it hits into Landorus, which it does. So it could be the first Beast Boost of the game, and it will be. So a little bit bulkier, but again, that HP stat not looking too good right now, as Arachnid will be a target into thin air, likely that substitute, and it's not going to get anything going. So Bait playing that really well, keeping Tabu Koko alive, allowing for a very free pivot into a Trick Room Pokemon like that Porygon, or maybe even Incineroar to an extent. And we have to see if they can work around Chipito, especially with that fake up possibility, or just outright slow Trick Room damage, as we see Incineroar comes in and gets some nice intimidates off.
Yeah, and Sinner are going to at least have the opportunity to go for something like a fake out this turn, which is going to be really nice to maybe stop that Stack Attacker for the moment. The Arachnid, I think, is probably the lesser of two evils at this point. It can go for a liquidation onto the Incineroar, which is still a big threat, but it's most likely going to want to target onto the Arachnid on Baked side anyway, because that substitute's been able to sit there for probably 3 or 4 turns now, and the Arachnid has gotten a bunch of the HP back. It could go for a Leech Life at any point. Wouldn't get a ton of damage off onto either of these Pokemon, I don't really think, but it would still allow for some more HP. You probably, at this point, if you're the Arachnid on Bake side, can go for another substitute if you choose to. Incineroar's fake out though into the Stack Attack, it does I think 1 HP is going to at least allow for the flinch there. The Arachnid going for the Leech Life on Geppetto's side into the Bake's Arachnid substitute. So that is actually not enough, I believe, for it to even get knocked out here. So the Arachnid able to go for a liquidation into this Stack Attacker that's easily going to be enough damage to get that knockout and hide right again behind that substitute. Geppetto at this point has not been able to do enough damage to that substitute to break it at any stage of this game. It's able to just continue to sit behind the substitute, click Protect if it wants to, go for some leftovers recovery. Electricity has now also disappeared from the field, not really something to really worry about because there isn't really any means of sleep, but you can now go for something like a Flare Blitz if need be. You can also go for a Leech Life of your own, maybe just try and do some damage here. With the Protect as well, that definitely shows that there is no Wide Guard on Arachnid on Big side, but definitely was a piece of information that was played incredibly well and hidden from Geppetto.
Yeah, the information of keeping Incineroar back and just kind of showing everything that could be thrown at this team really did work in Bait's favor. As you said, we're just in an end game now where any damage going down will do a lot of damage. Incineroar just clinging on with a little bit of red HP there is going to eat its berry and get its health back. Without matter if knockout had happened, it's hard to tell what is in the back for Bait. As we see, the Leech Life is going to go off, get a bit of HP back onto Arachnid again, not that it really matters at this point in the game. And if there's a Flare Blitz coming out of a parting shot, anything could really go into this. We could be seeing the damage go down, this Darkest Lariat, so just trying to avoid losing any HP, see how much this damage does to the Arachnid. It does a fair chunk, and it's safe to say that Bait can go ahead and take this game with the right sequence of attacks. Arachnid hasn't really got the stability to take out everything, and Geppetto is probably going to be ending it there, as we see his bout is cancelled, and Bait takes a nice clean 2-0 in what is essentially a mirror match, which is always really fun to see as a player, because you've just kind of beaten your own demons, beaten your mirror, and gone ahead and won it.
Yeah, really exciting, I think, for Hawaii to get that win on the board. They have not instantly fallen to have a 2-0 deficit against the Tokyo Thunder, so a really great way, I think, for Big to put the momentum kind of back in an equal swing. Currently tied 1-1, so there's at least a chance at this point that it won't be an easy 4-0 from one team onto the other. We have that at least to make sure that we can kind of pay attention to and look forward to. I do like the way that those Arachnids were built as Pokemon. I liked the team building of them. There's definitely, when you're running a Trick Room team, that Wide Guard is something that Arachnid is really kind of not famous for, but it's something that it definitely kind of does very well. And it's something that, especially in these formats where you have Pokemon like Torkoal that can go for Eruption or Heat Wave or just those double targeting moves, it's really nice to be able to protect your partner Pokemon. But the Substitute and the Protect and just protecting itself as a Pokemon and just sitting on the field and becoming such a nuisance, I think was truly a testament to how interesting that build was to me. Having the opportunity to go for something like a Substitute and then just be able to sit on the field, you consistently do more damage every single time. You can also regain your HP back and set up another Substitute if your first one fails. But there was no way to really stop it because there was nothing on Geppetto's side that could do enough damage to break that Substitute in one hit, just really overall. So I thought that that was really interesting, and I thought that that was a nice way for that one Pokemon to just be so offensive in both Trick Room and not in a Trick Room format.
Yeah, they just showed so much pressure, and just the supporting cast they had around them as well just meant that any pressure going on to any Trick Room modes or fast modes could be stopped. If you had a super fast team come into, Porygon could come and set up Trick Room. If you had a super slow team come into, well, you just go for your Trick Room mode anyway, or just outpace them with your fast mode. And both players really played the teams as well as they could and expedited everything as well as possible. As you said, the Substitute was the difference in the Arachnids is really what won it full baked, because having that momentum to sit there, take healing back, not being as offensive as it normally is with the slap loads of damage down with your Mystic Wall or Water Bubble, and was amazing in the gameplay. But talk about amazing gameplay, we should have some more coming right up in these next few battles, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in the rest of the matches of the Sootopolis City League finals.
Hello, Tam here, again with my good old friend Kamikaze.
Hello, it's me,
And-
my good old friend Kamikaze.
At least say your good old friend. Anyhow. So today we're here and we will be casting a match between, I believe it's pronounced Gemelle or something like that. It's Italian, also known as CML, who will be playing against Polar Bear. So let's take a look at how these players have done earlier in the league.
Yeah, I
Right.
think CML has an impressive match record of 6-1 going into the finals. So
Very impressive.
he only lost to Klefki, so he was definitely worth the 20k he went for. We can see that he played some impressive players like Hobbit VGC, for example, in week 1, which was against Holy Heat actually. So he already got one win against Holy Heat. So let's see if he gets the second one.
Right, and on the other side we have Polar Bear, who has a positive match record, or 4-3. And again, I have to point out that Polar Bear is someone I recognize from other leagues, such as NPA, where I've seen him do some really cool plays. So this is definitely a player to be reckoned with as well. So looking over their teams, we can see that they've both played, they've played a little bit of Spikemuth Cup, but they've mostly done Series 13, and this will also be a Series 13 matchup. So what would you expect from these players here?
Yeah, I mean, as you pointed out, both players played a lot of Series 13, so I think they both are the go-tos basically regarding the Series 13 matches of the league. Both of the players played really well in the Series 13 matches, especially. So, as you can see, Polar Bear got 3 out of his 4 wins in the Series 13. I mean, CML only lost one game and one match anyway. So, yeah, both the players are probably pretty familiar with Series 13. And yeah, let's have a look at both of their accomplishments and teams, right?
Right. So CML
is someone that we know mostly from grassroots tours. I don't know if he's ever played a live tour, but as we can see, he's done very well in these. He has a lot of accomplishments, and just the fact that he's 6-1 in this league is already like quite the accomplishment as well.
Yeah, Polar Bear on the other hand, also really known in the NPA 11. He played in the NPA 11. He is a champion on the Zelda Challenge at I see HSC 19, which is kind of funny. He even played US 12 regionals in Milwaukee, got top 32, so nothing to be ashamed about. So yeah, both players, accomplished players. They definitely know what they are doing. Team-wise, I would say Polar Bear is running a team that he has run before and that we've seen before on stream as well. But with slight adjustments, I would say. Like he brought the Sergeant Gordon, Kyogre, Evelta, and Incineroar combination before, but he replaced the Reggie Alecki slot with the Grimmsar slot. Yeah, I think this gives him more flexibility, more flexible speed control. Reggie Alecki most of the time is the Pokemon that needs to Dynamax, and by replacing that with a Grimmsnarl, I think he has some more room to Dynamax other Pokemon.
I agree. On CML's side, this is the team he brought week 7 against Novak, I believe. It looks like the same team, except for possibly the Gastrodon color. But yeah, outside of that, we do see some like commonalities with these teams. They both have the Grimmsnarl, the Groudon, the Zacian, but then the key differences will be that CML has a Charizard to actually, make use of that Sun, whereas Polar Bear will be able to shut that down with Kyogre possibly. And then there's the Gastrodon that in turn shuts down that Kyogre, so it'll be interesting how the players play around these pieces.
Yes, we definitely will have a clear weather war here, I think, if CML decides to bring the Charizard. And I think without further ado, let's head into the match.
Absolutely agreed. So this will be in Italian. We'll have to do our best with the move names and the like. Hopefully it works out. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I can read that.
Zacian and Yveltal on Polar Bear's side, while CML leads off with Grimmsnarl and Charizard. So this is already a bit of an interesting lead combo here. Polar Bear may be expecting to see that Calyrex or something along those lines leading off with the Yveltal. And what do you think they'll go for here?
Yeah, I mean, we do see, I think it's the dual screens variant with
Correct.
the Thunder Wave. He could probably get up his Sun either way if he switches out his Grimmsnarl here, because the Grimmsnarl is probably the slowest one on the field. But on the other hand, if Polar Bear decides to just stall a turn and then bring in his Kyogre, then the Charizard would be immediately threatened or basically like borderline useless because it doesn't deal too much damage. So I think we want to go for a more defensive approach here, and we see him thinking about which screen he wants to set. So
right, that looked like a reflect. A reflect to me, but I guess we'll see shortly. There will be a Dynamax. That is on Polar Bear's side, I think, actually. So this must be the Yveltal Dynamaxing in that case. Yep, it looks like Yveltal is gonna Dynamax straight off the bat. Which does mean that if Polar Bear has a Kyogre in the back, maybe he'll want to bring that in and get some Airstream boosts onto it, etc. Curious to see. CML responding with a Dynamax of his own here, of course, with the Charizard, and I believe we saw him lock in that G-Max Wildfire earlier, so probably wants to get that dot damage off, and probably also using that Reflect to ensure that the Charizard lives here. Which should be coming up very soon. There we go. Reflect from the Grimmsnarl, Reflesso, and the Charizard. Okay, sorry, the Zacian moves first, of course. That is the fastest mon on the field. That Behemoth Blade actually going into the Charizard. It will still be doing a chunk even with that Reflect. It seems like Polar Bear is fine with letting the Grimmsnarl sit on the field for a bit, while the Airstream also goes into the Charizard, but it manages to tank the hit, possibly thanks to that Reflect actually, because even if that was a special move from the Yveltal, it needed that Reflect boost to survive the damage from Behemoth Blade. The damage from Wildfire doing a lot to Zacian, and it looks like the Chip is gonna take it out here.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to see that Polar Bear was just willing to let his Zacian go down here, maybe thinking about as a more defensive approach from CML, and CML going straight into the offense and yeah, straight up killing the Zacian. Yeah, really interesting. But that's the cool thing about these team leagues at some point. Sometimes, you know, if you analyze the matches, the different matches through the weeks, maybe you've seen similarities in their playstyle, and maybe you were able to make the call that you can just somewhat freely wildfire into the Zacian slot there and get the KO because Polar Bear maybe doesn't switch out so often or something like that.
Right, we see Polar Bear going to Incineroar here, which is, I think, kind of interesting. My guess would be maybe he wants to waste the chip damage from Wildfire here. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe something like this, because the Dynamax Pokemon doesn't get, obviously doesn't get that much damage from the Wildfire, and Incineroar doesn't either because of its fire typing. But the Yveltal has the speed control here, so maybe he just doesn't really have another good option to go into because he doesn't want his other Pokemon to get Thunder Waved. So yeah, I expect the Kyogre to be in the back here.
Right, that makes sense. We see the Incineroar go for a Fake Out onto the Grimmsnarl, stopping possibly another screen. The Max Airstream also goes into the Grimmsnarl from the Yveltal, and I think that damage confirms that this is surely a special Yveltal, given, you know, that light screen is not up yet, and that did quite a lot of damage. I should also note that is Life Orb on the Yveltal as well. And
yeah,
then we
really
have...
impressive that the Grimmsnarl lived that, honestly.
It is. We see CML considering a switch out here.
Yeah, I think the most important thing for CML now is to get rid of the Yveltal. Even after Dynamax with all the speed boosts, it will be kind of tough to deal with. Because it does a lot of damage with the Life Orb. It probably carries the Heat Wave as well against the Zacian. It's faster than the Zacian. You can't really Thunder Wave it because of the Dark typing, right? So yeah, the Yveltal definitely is a problem standing in the way of victory here for CML.
And it looks like he's switching out the Charizard into, let's see what comes in here. That will be a Zacian, which is probably a fairly strong mon against the Yveltal unless it happens to carry that Heat Wave, which we may or may not see. Regardless, this will be a light screen from the Grimmsnarl here, so he now has both screens up, which should help him combat the Yveltal. Another air screen comes out, that is into the Zacian, which should tank it very well. And finally we'll see the Incineroar move, possibly a Blitz or a Parting Shot. I'm curious to see what he went for. And that is gonna be... Okay, that is a Flare Blitz. Ooh, if this is into the Zacian... it wasn't though. Just taking out that Grimmsnarl finally. Now it cannot throw enough Thunder Wave onto whatever is in the back for Polar Bear, possibly the Kyogre as you suggested.
Yeah, but that was a really smart play by CML to switch out the Charizard here by not letting both of your Pokemon get knocked out here. Because in the end you now always win the Weather War, you know, because the Groudon is still alive and able to switch in and out. So the Kyogre will never get its Rain up, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point, that CML is playing around winning that potential Weather War. Also interesting to point out is that we saw that the Charizard is actually a weakness policy set, which, you know, that was very popular at Worlds this year. So Polar Bear probably anticipated that and possibly therefore was willing to offer up his Zacian in return for damage onto that Charizard, knowing that it would be a bulky one.
Yeah, I mean, it was really bulky. We did see that it survived a Behemoth Blade plus a Max Airstream. Yeah, of course, through a Reflect, but even then, most of the Charizards would not live that, would not appreciate a double target of the power.
The Charizard will be protecting here, ensuring it does not go down this turn. The Yveltal actually revealing a Tailwind, which is a very cool move choice. And here we see a Flare Blitz from the Incineroar actually going first thanks to the speed boost plus the Tailwind. But not quite enough to actually knock out the Zacian, and Playrough will be picking up the Yveltal. So now we'll finally get to see what's in the back for Polar Bear.
Yeah, but The tailwind reveal here is really interesting. So we see a tailwind on a life orb Ivalta, so it has some kind of utility move as well. Very interesting. So yeah, of course, now the weather war might be in CML's favor, but yeah, the speed control definitely is in Polar Bear's favor. He managed to not let his Kyogre get paralyzed. And yeah, both the opposing Pokemon are so low that they probably won't survive a water spout even in the sun. So yeah, it was a really nice play here.
I agree. This is interesting because now there's a free spout coming out, but CML will be winning this weather war. So curious to see how that ends up. That Flare Blitz doing a pitiful amount of damage in the rain. Ouch.
Yeah, probably because he was just covering it, switching into the Groudon here.
Yeah, I have to agree. I am curious to see if Water Spout and Sun is enough to take out that Zacian from this range, though.
Yeah, I'm curious to see as well, but we did see that the Incineroar is faster than the Zacian anyway, so I think Polar Bear has this locked up by really smart plays, honestly. Like, if we think back about the previous turns, he managed to call both of the protects of the Charizard, one Max Guard and one normal protect, not targeting it, just ignoring it basically, letting it sit on the field and doing something else by Max Airstream the Grimmsnarl before and now by setting up the Tailwinds. So yeah, really impressive that he was able to make those calls and yeah, maneuver himself in such a good position.
We see a quick attack come out from the Zacian, which is an interesting move choice to be sure. Just getting some chip damage onto that Incineroar, perhaps putting it on Precipice Blade's range if it is not a Shuka set. Incineroar picks up the KO rather easily onto the Zacian, and now we see this full power Water Spout still in Sun though, and the Groudon actually takes it quite well, even with it being single target, which is pretty neat actually. Assault was really putting in the work here. The Incineroar does go down, it does not appear to be a Shuka set, and the Kyogre takes a good chunk of damage as well, so it actually looks like this is still CML's game if he manages to hit those blades, right?
I mean, it all comes down to whether the next P-Blade is doing enough, right? Because or whether the Origin Pulse hit it. Yeah, I think it's something like the classic P-Blade Origin Pulse. I think 2 Origin Pulse single target might be enough to take out the Groudon here, so he just has to hit this. While 1 single target Precipice Blade might not be enough, but that's just my guessing. We have to see. We do see the first Origin Pulse connect, and next one will definitely be enough. And the Precipice Blade.
Blades. Oh my god, it just barely lives. Wow, that is a real case of invisible focus sash. Oh man.
Yeah, definitely. That's gotta be 1 HP.
Absolutely, that very much looks like 1 HP. The HP bar is like barely visible right now. Wow. But do you think the Kyogre has an Ice Beam with which to like pick up the Groudon more safely, or?
No, it's just.
Oh, it's faster.
It's just naturally faster after the Terry
It's
runs out.
faster.
Now CML won the game. What a turn! That was crazy, actually.
Oh my god, what a roller coaster! Actually, I honestly did not see this coming at the very end.
No,
Wow.
absolutely not. That was impressive. It was crazy. it was happening so fast because both of the players knew what buttons to press there. So the animations just rolled through. Crazy game. Like Kyogre living on 1 HP and then in the end still getting knocked out. I didn't think the Groudon would be faster, to be honest. Even
I didn't really consider that either. I mean, usually Kyogres outspeed almost every Groudon there is, right? Groudon doesn't tend to invest as much in speed. So there was a really cool back and forth and those like last few turns of the match there. Very cool to see.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, Polar Bear made some pretty great calls in this game, and he still lost the game, so this puts a lot of pressure on him now. And I think it's really tough to think about something that he could come up with to adjust his game plan, basically. And yeah, I think we have to see what he comes up with in the end.
I do think on CML's side, maybe he might consider bringing something else over Zard. I'm not entirely sure. It's not like Zard was bad there, but I feel like he didn't get like the full worth from that wildfire with it basically just chipping Yveltal, which ended up not mattering that much anyway, right?
Yeah, but
I guess for the Zacian.
yeah, he got the Zacian turn 1, right? So this was a pretty big as well. So yeah, we will have to see. Let's jump in game 2 and see what happens, right?
True. Alright, let's see if either player makes any sort of adjustment here. I would personally love to see a Gastrodon, as always. I am a Gastrodon myself, after all. It looks like Yveltal and Incineroar, so he is changing the lead up here. Polar Bear, that is. Gastrodon and Charizard on CML's side. Thank you. Thank you for bringing the slug.
Yeah, maybe he was thinking about something like that Polar Bear is going with a Kyogre lead. Or maybe he just wants to yawn stuff. Anyway, the Incineroar lead is really great here, I think, because he will get the parting shot off, and presumably the Charizard, which will help him mitigating the damage. And yeah, Series 13 is so aggressive that if you bring a Charizard, you gotta have to max it, right? You gotta have to Dynamax it to do something. So yeah, parting shot here is, I think, really great.
You could also see a fake out into the Gastrodon, maybe just trying to stop Yawn from coming out here. I think this could go multiple ways, and it looks like CML is not entirely sure which moves to click. Will he make it in time? Yes, with just barely with 3 to 2 seconds left on the clock.
Going for the Giga Vampire here, the Wildfire.
That's right, this will be a Wildfire. Looks like Polar Bear is going to be maxing surely that Yveltal again, and presumably Airstreaming once again, while the Charizard maxes on CML's side. We should be seeing that animation very shortly.
Yeah.
Let's see.
The Yveltal set is really nice against CML, right? Because he doesn't have a fake out, he doesn't have a way to lower the speed of the Yveltal with Thunder Wave. So he can just go for max airstreams, and if he lives through the Dynamax in the end, he can just set up a Tailwind to make all his other Pokemon that didn't get airstream boosted faster as well.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, but this is actually not Airstream. This is Max Darkness going out into the Gastrodon, which just barely survives. And is now probably gonna be getting a Yawn off later, possibly. We'll have to see. Maybe the Incineroar double targets it. Actually, this Gastrodon is carrying a berry. Is that citrus, perhaps? That looks like citrus, yes. So that will recover its health. We see the Wildfire from the Charizard go into that Yveltal. CML, correctly recognizing that the Yveltal is a huge threat. And the Incineroar goes for a parting shot into the Charizard, which means that this Gastrodon, if it went for Yawn, will be getting that Yawn off. Let's see what Polar Bear goes into here with Incineroar, though, first. It looks like he is thinking about it.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to see that the Charizard is slower than the Yveltal. I mean, it does make sense because the Yveltal is a really aggressive one with Life Orb, while the Charizard is a bulky one with Weakness Policy.
With Weakness Policy, yeah.
Neither of those players went for Max Airstream here, so the Yveltal will be faster next turn as well. And keep in mind that the Charizard is at -1 special defense now, so a Max Airstream or Max Darkness combination with a potential, of any other move or from any other Pokemon probably will be enough to pick up the knockout. For example, I'm thinking about something like a Water Spout or something like a Behemoth Blade.
Looks like he went into Zacian. He was really thinking about this one for a while. My guess would be it's surely a Kyogre in the back, considering that, he went for it after the Gastro turn 1, and that makes sense if you have a Kyogre in the back. The Yawn will go into the Zacian slot, that was what we saw, which means that the Zacian can't stay in here without, being put to sleep, which it probably does not want to be.
Yeah, you gotta make a call here, I think. It seems like CML is going on the offensive here, and it does make sense, because if you consider the mind games that happened before, Charizard, the max guard here is pretty obvious, so that the Zacian protect or can't attack really, doesn't really do anything, and then gets put to sleep. So it's becoming kind of a mind game, and Charizard protected twice, pointlessly basically. So he's now deciding to switch it up and not protect, and seems like it will be rewarded because the Zacian is going out into the Kyogre while the Groudon is switching into the Gastrodon slot, and that might be huge.
Yeah, this looks like a really good position for CML, especially if he also gets that that airstream off here, because then his Groudon will actually be outspeeding this oddly slow Kyogre on Polar Bear's side, right?
Mm.
It looks like a max airstream from Evoltal. Will the Charizard be matching that? My bet would be on yes, but it could also, just be going for a Wildfire or something to take advantage of the sun. So it could go either way here. Let's see. It looks like a Wildfire. So he's really keen to just get rid of the Evoltal, but that's not quite enough. That parting shot is really paying off dividends here, ensuring that the Evoltal stays alive for another turn.
Yeah, I mean the Wildfire chip is putting in the work here, but yeah, now Yveltal gets up another attack. Groudon obviously because of its item can't protect, so this is a really tough position against. Yveltal max airstream into the Groudon slot plus Water Sport looks really free here, so we do see the Groudon switch out here.
Going into Zacian, the Zacian on CML side, we did see it had Quick Attack. So while the Yveltal might survive the Life Orb chip into the Wildfire damage, the Zacian will be able to pick it off if that happens. So possibly covering for that eventuality here. But the Max Airstream goes off, ensure that this Kyogre is gonna go Noom. And it looks like a Spout from the Kyogre. Zacian tanks that pretty easily thanks to the sun being up. And that was the turn.
Yeah, Yveltal living barely, but it might be even a good thing for CML here, because otherwise the Incineroar would come in and threaten fake out pressure. Charizard protected here, but yeah, it still goes down to any attack the Kyogre throws at it, so yeah, it's a tough position here. I think you might now read something like the Yveltal maybe switching out into something like the Incineroar, so you might want to maybe attack the Kyogre on the other hand, because like quick attacking into an Incineroar would not really be great. So, but obviously Polar Bear on the other hand might just say, okay, I let my Yveltal go down here, it doesn't really do anything later in the match, so I could just go for a Terran. But he ends up switching out.
Yeah, he does switch into Incineroar, presumably predicting that quick attack. But that was not what CML went for. CML seems to have read into this. No, I believe he went for Play Rough, I think. The Kyogre also switching though. Polar Bear probably wanting to ensure that he does get that rain up later and is willing to sacrifice a speed boost from that max airstream. So let's see what happens here. Charizard switching out as well. It's our revolving door of Pokemon going into that Gastrodon, which, not a terrible matchup here. And yeah, that is a Play Rough going into the Zacian, which should have been pretty cool if Polar Bear had stayed in with the Kyogre, but he did not. He saw that coming.
Yeah, that was really a great play from Polar Bear here, because CML is not going into the Groudon most likely, so it's really great to switch out your Kyogre. With that, you cover a potential Gastrodon switch in. So yeah, great play, really conservative play by Polar Bear. He still has all his 4 Pokemon intact, obviously CML as well, but he now has the speed advantage, and the opposing Zacian is already low and it's intimidated. He has fake out pressure, so he's in a really commanding position right now, I would say.
That double switch was really cool from Polar Bear. Basically seemed to cover every scary option from CML. Looks like CML is switching into Charizard, probably just trying to sack it so that perhaps he can get the Zacian back in at full attack. That is +1 attack. The Incineroar attempts to KO the Gastrodon, but it protects, and the Zacian will be getting a Behemoth Blade off here into the Charizard, which is surely going down, giving CML that free switch he seems to be looking for.
Yeah, we already saw the Incineroar not being Sugar Berry, so a Precipice Blade will do a lot of damage. So yeah, he can bring in the Groudon here, but even then, the Kyogre is still healthy enough. The Kyogre can set up the rain. Zacian is still unintimidated. It's faster than the Groudon for sure. So still a tough position, but the Groudon might be able to put on a huge attack here.
So this Gastrodon, I'm thinking, is in a pretty difficult spot. It was not a leftover set, as we saw. It was carrying the Citrus Berry instead, so it has no way to recover more HP here. And if that Zacian has any Fairy type move, or even like a Sacred Sword, that's gonna be enough to knock out the Gastrodon. So while he did seem to attack with it now, because he protected last turn, so I guess he doesn't have much of a choice unless he wants to go for a double protect. It might be getting KO'd here. A protect from Zacian though, so the Zacian will not be going for any damaging moves, and the Precipice Blades from Groudon comes out onto that Incineroar, doing a lot of damage since there is no Shaca Berry as we saw before. Parting Shot going out, which means Gastrodon lives to see another turn.
Yeah, and Gastrodon will get the Earth Power off here. It will be interesting if Polar Bear switches in his 1 HP Yveltal, but he doesn't. So Gastrodon gets off Earth Power into the Kyogre, which is very nice chip, because it pressures Polar Bear to go for a Origin Pulse instead of a Water Spout.
Yeah, now he's in that sort of range where Water Spout is not really worth it anymore. And we also know that the Groudon actually outspeeds the Kyogre naturally, right? So this kind of forces Polar Bear to cycle back his Incineroar to get an Intimidate off onto Groudon to survive those blades possibly. Because I don't know if it does that otherwise from this range.
Yeah, that is definitely a good catch here. On the other hand, maybe the Kyogre lives it very Precipice Blade, so he could have gone for just a double attack into the Groudon, but yeah, he considers not being worth. And yeah, I think CML now is in a really interesting position as well if he connects this.
Let's see.
Yeah, Kyogre is so low now.
It actually takes that rather easily though. I thought it would do more damage.
Yeah, it was single target before and it did way more. I think that was it. Gastrodon's at +1 now as well. Groudon just going down.
Oh.
That was not a critical hit, it was just crazy damage output. I didn't think that would kill, honestly.
Yeah, I didn't either, because that was an
kinda
Assault Pass
surprised.
Groudon.
Yeah, but the light screen was putting in the work last game, right?
Ah, that is true, that is true. Still, the Icy Wind from Gastrodon picks up that Yveltal and gets a speed drop onto the Kyogre, which I'm not entirely sure that's gonna end up mattering at all here, but, it's there, so Zacian will be coming back in for CML, but Polar Bear is gonna be able to intimidate that if he wants to.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting endgame here. I don't know if a Behemoth Blade will be enough to KO the Gastrodon there. Gastrodons are really bulky in the physical way most of the time. So he might have to go for a Play Rough, and to connect the Play Rough is always a little bit tough. Or can be tough at times. So
this position seems kind of mind gamey, don't you think?
We always don't really know how fast both the Zacians are, right?
Exactly.
Both the players don't know it either. I think we never saw both of them attacking at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And as it's a complete mind game. You can like quick attack the Kyogre here, you can't be him with the Zacian. It's tough to say what to do.
You could also read an Incineroar switch in, you could read a Protect on the Zacian, etc, etc. A lot of stuff could happen here, so I am curious to see what actually happens. So it looks like a Protect though from Polar Bear's Zacian. If CML reads into this, no, he also protects. Okay, interesting. So this Kyogre goes for... What move was that? I'm not entirely sure.
Maybe it was Thunder.
Ah, Thunder. Okay, yeah, that makes some sense. Yeah, just another Icy Wind from the Gastrodon though, which is interesting. Maybe he was trying to catch the Zacian with that, or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think he was trying to catch the Zacian there, and we did see the opposing Zacian protect first. So unless there's a speed tire involved, then Polar Bear Zacian would be faster, and this would ensure him to hit to KO CML Zacian first, or just go for the attack first.
Yeah, CML recognizes that his Zacian is slower and he needs that Icy Wind speed drop in order to be faster. So he actually locked in a double protect pretty fast. So this might come down to that double protect. Oh, he gets it.
Oh god.
He gets it. Okay, but Sacred Storm to Gastrodon, that just picks it up.
Wow, that was actually really nice. He just read the double protect, where he just thought, if I KO the Gastrodon, which is most likely not protecting here, I'm gonna win with Incineroar plus just Kyogre anyway. So yeah, he's tying it up to 1-1 in a very impressive way.
Yeah, very, very well done, I agree.
Yeah, what did you like about this adaptation? Like with leading the Incineroar next to the Yveltal while the other player like CML didn't bring the Grimmsnarl. What did you like about both of those ideas?
So I think Polar Bear has the right idea with maxing his Yveltal every game. That mon just gives CML a lot of trouble. He kind of relies on Grimmsnarl for speed control and for mitigation, and if his Grimmsnarl is not able to run wild, which it isn't against the Yveltal because it's a dark type, then Polar Bear ends up having the upper hand. So I think it makes sense that he chose to support Yveltal with that Incineroar, and also recognize that Incineroar can use Parting Shot to lower the damage output of that Charizard, which is already a more, defensive set that is not that scary offensively, and at the same time CML, can't really set up the Sun willy-nilly because there's gonna be a Kyogre waiting in the back.
Yeah, it's really tough as well. I really think that the Parting Shot was great in securing a really good position in the early stages of the game, which ended up snowballing into the later stages. And I think he might roll with something like this again. And now CML has to adapt, right? It's not like most of the time people are saying if you win game 1, then you are in the driver's seat for both the other games. But this second game was really demanding, I think, from a game plan perspective. That now CML might be under a lot of pressure, while Polar Bear might just be like, okay, show me what you got, and I'm just gonna go with the same thing that happened to work so great before.
I did like the Gastrodon adjustment, but I think the Citrus Berry ended up sort of working against CML because that Gastrodon was on the field for quite a while, and if it had the more standard leftovers, I think that would have helped it.
Yeah, that could also be the case.
Nevertheless, let's go into Game 3. I'm excited to see how this one ends up, because we could be seeing yet another adjustment from at least one of the players here. Maybe CML going back to his Game 1 lead. That is something that I think is very possible. Okay, looks like Zacian and Yveltal from Polar Bear, which is his Game 1 lead. And it's gonna be a Grimmsnarl and a Zacian from CML. So no Charizard this time, at least not in the lead.
Yeah, we did see this lead of Polar Bear in game 1, which he lost in a very close fashion. So he's going back to it, thinking that if he just plays a tiny bit better, then he will end up winning this game. No fake out is really interesting to see this time, but he now has the knowledge of him being the faster Zacian, so maybe that was enough for him to say, okay, I can just lead the Zacian, and whatever he leads, like my Zacian is the fastest thing on the field. So maybe that's why he wasn't considering it before, but in game 3 he is.
Yeah, I agree. That seems like the sort of thought process that might have happened here. But that Zacian and CML side is obviously a huge threat to the Yveltal, and we know that CML really wants to get rid of the Yveltal quickly, right?
Yeah, definitely. He will most likely be able to get off the Behemoth Blade, but Polar Bear's switching into his Incineroar here, so that damage will be mitigated by a lot. And yeah, then it really becomes tough again, because you kind of want to throw Thunder Waves on your opposing Pokemon, and if both of them are Dark types, then it becomes tougher to do this.
Right, and I think Polar Bear is the sort of player who really takes care to not let his Zacian get paralyzed for nothing. So perhaps CML also knows this, and that's why he seems to just be setting a screen here. It looks like a Reflect coming out right now. And that Evaltal maxing once more. We do see the Behemoth Blade go off, so he is willing to take that damage with the Evaltal. This is gonna be intimidated though, so it should be able to take it just fine. Right, it still does over 50% though, so a little threatening.
Yeah, that's still a lot of damage. We do see the Grimstar living the just War Dynajet, or Max Airstream. I was just reading the attack him. Yeah, Max Airstream. As we did see in game 1, and now he can possibly set up a light screen. Another Behemoth Blade will definitely take the Evaltal out. So now it's interesting to see, does he have Heatwave? Life Orb Heatwave, Ization will not appreciate this move. He has the Fake Out Pressure as well. Is the Evaltal faster on +1 speed? So yeah, all of those things coming together. Yeah, the player have to do their decisions and mind games accordingly.
Yeah, Heatwave, if Polar Bear happens to have that, could be game deciding here, but it's also possible that CML made the judgment that, oh, since it's a Tailwind set, Heatwave is maybe less likely or something along those lines. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, it all comes down to whether he has Protect and Tailwind or only Protect, but we do see the Fake Out going into the Zation, so I don't really think he carries the Heatwave, or he's not faster. But he is faster than, and he carries the Heatwave, so...
That is Heatwave, yeah.
Yeah, but the Zacian is just bulky enough to lift the Heatwave, so really great judgment by Polar Bear here, thinking, okay, his Zacian is slower than mine, so it's probably bulky enough to lift a Heatwave.
The Grimstar did set light screen, but it looks like even without light screen it would have lived, right?
Yeah,
right.
That's my... Yeah, that's what I think as well.
Okay, but now this is a tricky position for CML, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is, because now the Evaltal is faster, the Zacian is low enough, the Grimstar can't really do anything here. So yeah, what are you gonna do? I think Quick Attack is probably not gonna help you out of this tricky situation. The Groudon, you don't really want to take damage on your Groudon, it's just a really tough position to be in here. A really great position to be in if you're a Polar Bear.
I guess I guess there is some argument to be made for Quick Attack, because that Evaltal does have Life Orb, and Quick Attack chip into Life Orb chip into maybe some more Life Orb chip later down the line might be enough to, get that KO eventually. But it's gonna take some planning. It looks like the Grimstar is just gonna be switching into a Gastrodon, which should be able to take one attack from that Evaltal, but probably not too well. Looks like this is an Airstream coming out. Ooh, into the Gastrodon. Not great, not ideal for CML. He was probably hoping for just another Heat Wave from the Evaltal instead. Life Orb chip doing so little when Dynamax is still up. But now you could say the tables are in a sense turned in, at least in the sense that CML will be able to utilize his max while Polar Bear has used up his.
Yeah, that is true. He still has both of his screen intact. But on the other side, it was a really great play by Polar Bear, just punishing the passive plays of CML again and again. He punished the third Protect this series, I believe. So yeah, the Zacian has a lot of speed now. It's definitely faster. No potential speed ties involved anymore. He still has his Dynamax though, but yeah, Zacian just straight up ignores Dynamax with its move. So I don't know. It's really tough to be in CMS seat here. He probably just needs to Dynamax his Gastrodon and try to go from there, just because it managed, or just because it resists the Steel type attack, and we do see the Dynamax here.
He is indeed Dynamaxing the Gastrodon, and we also saw him actually locking in that Max Icy Wind move here into the Evaltal, so CML still really concerned with just getting rid of the Evaltal. He's really convinced that so long as the Evaltal is KO'd, I should be able to maybe turn this around from there. That looks like was that a Heat Wave or something else from the Evaltal? I'm not entirely sure actually, but either way it gets it was okay. It does get the KO onto that Grimstar. It must have been Heat Wave since it was a spread move. The Zacian going for what I believe was a Play Rough, which does a chunk, but it does not KO the Gastrodon thanks to that Max actually. So Possible he will be able to use this to his advantage here. And this sets the hail as well. Not entirely sure how much that will matter, since I would not be shocked if Polar Bear went into Kyogre or if CML went into his Groudon, for example, here.
Yeah, I think you have to do some kind of read here. Is Polar Bear going into his Kyogre now, or is he not? Because your Groudon is faster, so the Kyogre will get its rain up afterwards. But we do see the Incineroar coming in here, so everything's fine-ish, I would say, for CML. The Polar Bear needs to break through this Gastrodon, and he also needs to break through the Groudon, which is faster than the Kyogre, that's presumably in the back. So yeah, I think that's really interesting position here. Although the Groudon is intimidated, but in the end you still have to hit, I think, 2 Precipice Blade on both the targets, and then yeah, you probably still knock them out.
Yeah, there's that fake out pressure as well, which is probably just gonna neuter the Groudon here. One thing that does concern me is I think Gastrodon goes down to another play rough from this range, so this looks tough for CML unless Polar Bear misses, I suppose. Looks like the Incineroar is indeed faking out the Groudon, just neutering that threat. We see a Behemoth Blade actually coming out from Zacian, and this will be into Gastrodon. Is this enough? Oh, just barely not enough. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think it's the last turn of Reflect here, so that's really helping him to lift the attacks from Zacian. And yeah, this now is actually huge for CML because he gets a special defense boost on the Groudon as well.
Yeah, that is so important for that possible Kyogre in the back, right?
Yeah. He still needs to kill the Incineroar here. He still will take a Behemoth Blade to the face of Groudon, I believe. So it's still not easy. It's still not over. Yeah, it's still a very open game, I would say. Both the players need to hit their moves and maybe do some sort of reading, because if Polar Bear lets his Zacian go down, then CML's Zacian will be the fastest on the field and will be able to get up and attack wherever it wants to, right?
Looks like the Zacian is just gonna protect. It does not want to be going down this turn. The Groudon's Precipice Blade's coming out, and does it hit? It does hit that Incineroar. So now it's in range of another Blaze potentially, unless this is a high roll or something along those lines. Actually just going for a parting shot into the Groudon, putting it down to -2 attack. Kind of ensuring that, okay, even if you've got like a bunch of special defense boosts going, it doesn't really matter if you can't do any damage, and I'm gonna ensure that you will not be able to do that damage you need to be doing. So Kyogre comes in relatively safely, sets that rain, and here comes a Max Quake from the Gastrodon into the Kyogre slot, actually. Does some not terrible chip, and boosts those special defense stats again.
Yeah. This was really like CML gets the reads right now. He didn't protect his Gastrodon, which was so low. I mean, it's at 1 HP now, which is really funny. It was at 2 in the Dynamax, but obviously the HP gets halved afterwards, so it's just as close as the Kyogre lived before. Really crazy match. Groudon is at +2 now, +2 special defense. Groudon is faster than the opposing Kyogre. It's at -2 attack though, so yeah, it's tough because you will still take a Behemoth Blade, and I don't think you will live an Origin Pulse. Oh, but he targets
You
the
will
Gastrodon.
live.
Yeah,
You
so
will
now
live
you
the
will live
pulse.
definitely. Yeah, now you will live definitely. I thought the Behemoth Blade will go into the Groudon here.
Okay.
He connects both his attacks, really important.
Yeah, and
I still
curious
don't know
to
how much
see-
damage will do.
You're curious to see how much damage this does. This is with
Yeah.
+2 special defense and an Assault Vest, and oh my god, is that a crit?
No.
No, it's not. I thought it was gonna be a crit. Wow. Okay.
Just a crazy Kyogre.
It really is. And now with the Incineroar on Polar Bear's side, I think that actually locks the game for him. It just might.
I mean, I think Polar Bear at least needs to hit his origin poses again.
True,
Sasha
true.
could just decide to not protect here and go for a play rough, but Polar Bear, like Groudon and Zacian are faster than both of Polar Bear's mons, right? So it still is a bit of where do I fake out? And if I fake out the Zacian protects, Groudon attacks. It can crit. If I fake out the Groudon, then Zacian attacks, that can crit, or maybe that play rough is even enough to KO the Kyogre here. So it's still a mind game. I would say it's in Polar Bear's favor, but it's still kind of a mind game. It's still a bit shaky, and
Yeah, it could go either way.
Yeah.
It could go either way, but it definitely looks to be in Polar Bear's favor here for me, especially with that Groudon being like super low. This is -3 attack at this point. Okay, so that fake out just going into Zacian and CML not protecting either Mon. Here come the Precipice Blades. They do connect, but no crits. Just doing good damage, but
Oh, we missed the Zacian!
oh my gosh. Okay. Ouch, that really hurts for him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean that kind of changes things up because I mean it probably doesn't, because you still have the Flare Blitz and the Origin Pulse combination on your Pokemon. So I think you still need to hit just one more Origin Pulse to get another chance, because if you are CML, you probably are targeting the Incineroar. I don't think he will live a Flare Blitz in rain from that range. There's no Reflect Up. I don't think he will live. What do you think? It's a bad
I'm actually not sure. I think he just might live. So I don't think targeting the Incineroar is like necessarily the like obvious play. He could also go for the Kyogre, expecting like it to not protect, etc. So this, yeah, he's not sure what to do either.
Yeah, it might be more open than I thought. He is targeting the Incineroar. So the Kyogre goes for Protector. So if he gets this play rough, and he connects the play rough, he gets the read correct. Oh my god, is he pulling this back?
Oh wow. That was quite in Polar Bear's favor for a moment, but now if he hits this play rough, he should be winning. Protect to stall out the rain just to be extra safe. Not sure it matters much at all. I don't think it does, but I guess if the Kyogre has Thunder, this ensures that it can safely pick up the Zacian with Thunder.
Yeah, it's a good catch. Wow, that's a really really exciting endgame. Yeah. So obviously the miss was huge here for Polar Bear. CML not protecting there as well. But yeah, I mean that's those 85% moves, right? We did see so many moves connecting in this game, and normally like 1/6 of the moves are missing. And I think we saw like, I don't know, 20 moves connecting, so there's gotta be a miss at some point, and yeah, it hit Polar Bear this time. Rain ends now. He still has to connect. He still has to
That play rough, right?
Play rough,
It all
yeah.
comes down. It all comes down to this accuracy. We did see the Kyogre actually go for a Thunder there, I think. So it seems like Polar Bear was aware that Thunder is probably enough from this range. Okay, here comes the play rough, and that is a KO.
Wow, what a game!
Wow.
That was a crazy best of 3.
Yeah,
I
the
think
whole set
both-
was so good.
Yeah, both players played so well. Yeah, congratulations to both of them actually. Yeah, it was just really great game. Yeah,
I completely
Tokyo
agree.
Thunder's
Like really high level play on both sides.
definitely.
I think these two players like totally deserved all of like both of us hyping them up before the match, because you can just see from their play that they're very skilled.
Yeah, definitely. But with that now, Tokyo Thunders are in the lead with 2-1, right? So CML just managed to win. I think it was really fun to watch this in the team. Really hyped to watch this in the team, because most of the time people are watching it in Discord and watching it live. I think the team went crazy after the opponent living on 1 HP, then your Gasodon living on 2 HP, and yeah, it was a really fun set to watch, and that shows that Series 13 is not only just random legendaries for attacks at each other, but also the, I would say, classic skill of VGC involved.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like whenever I'm told I'll be casting Series 13, I'm like, oh, that's the no fun one. But then you actually start casting, and I'm like, actually, these games are really good. I love watching them every time. so I'm still like, I still end up being happy by the end of it all.
Yeah. But anyway, that was game 3. I will be right back with Kira to cast game 4. Thank you, Nicole. It was a really pleasure to cast with you, and yeah, it was nice that we got such a great game. And yeah, I think it's just like the script is written perfectly now. It's 2-1. It's such a close game, back and forth. Yeah, I can't wait for game 4.
Yeah, thank you for letting me cast, and I will see you some other time. Bye bye.
Stay tuned. And welcome back everyone to the grand finals of the Sootopolis City League. I'm once again Kamikaze and joined with the Kira right now. Hello Kira, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm great. Great to be here. So excited to see these final matches between the Tokyo Thunders and Howley Heat. You had a great game just a few minutes ago to cast, and I'm so excited to see what we're going to be getting ourselves into with this next game coming up.
Yeah, me too. Let's have a look at both the players and their runs through the league. I mean, the league did go for quite a while, and both of the players kept a great match record across the time. We see Mesa with a 3-1 match record. He did win his match against Holy Heat as well as the CML was doing before in week 1. And yeah, he also beat Overway Crazer, which is a crazy good player in the Spectre format. So yeah, it's a great player. Obviously, he did really well in the league, and he's looking to do really well in the finals as well.
Yeah, and then going over to the other side, looking at Monroy from the Heat. I mean, Monroy was on the bench for a few weeks, but then once he was finally put in, he really showed that he is one of the most valuable players on the Heat. Going 4-0 is absolutely nothing to sneeze at. I mean, 2-1 every single game, playing against some great players like MyStar, Audi, our very own Angelo Hunter. I mean, truly just very formidable opponents, and Monroy was able to take them down with their usual core of a Fire, Water, Grass, usually Incineroar or Heatran, and they always like to spice things up with a Fairy type or two, which I love to see. But both very accomplished players, and I'm really excited to see how these two stack up into each other.
Yeah, it's really interesting that both the players are 3k, right? That's the minimum bet that managers have to do on the players, so not contested picks at all. And yeah, then with such a score, so they definitely paid off the pickup there.
Yeah, and you know, both of them are great at team building, and let's go ahead and look at what these two players have brought to the table this week.
Yeah, we do see Masa having having the I would say rather classic Willaboom Celesteela Landorus Regieleki core, but he spiced things up with another steel type being the Scissor and the Rain Pokemon Politoed. I mean, he has 3 fire weaknesses, right? So the Politoed makes sense in like negating the fire weakness there. Yeah, it also matches up really great type-wise into the team, resistance-wise. So yeah, it's a really interesting team, really unique team, I would say, with both of these unusual Pokemon. And yeah, from a player perspective, he's it's really interesting. He is top 32 at the World Cup Open in Series 10 and top 32 at the World Cup Open in Series 12. So basically back-to-back World Cup Open top cut. I mean, both days were a year apart, but still really interesting to see that he's in those times of the year, he's the strongest basically. And yeah, right now we have this time of the year, it's like 2 months apart from the last World Cup Open. And yeah, he also top 4 a Spring Series and Series 9, so yeah, he has accomplishments in multiple series, and he's looking to have another accomplishment in another format.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, over on Monroy's side, I mean, I'm loving the switch up to the Fire, Water, Grass Court. Rillaboom, a constant on Monroy's teams, but now we get to see that Tapu Fini, and also we get to see the mascot of the Howley Heat, the Alolan Marowak. Alolan Marowak matches up really well into Masa's side of the field. I mean, they are going to be a little bit threatened by that Landorus, by that Politoed, but having something like a Lightning Rod ability will really shut down the Regieleki over on Masa's team. And then we are rounded out by that Porygon 2, great for a slow mode or even just being annoying with something like an Eerie Impulse, a Corviknight, which is something that I haven't seen very much of in Spike Myth, and that Garchomp. I've seen Garchomp on a few Hail teams and a few Sand teams as well, but I haven't seen it stand alone in a no weather sort of situation. So I'm really interested to see how, you know, Monroy's team can kind of dismantle Masa's team or vice versa. But into Monroy's achievements, Monroy is also no stranger to a draft league, so something like SCL was just a natural progression for him. Got top 8 in the Billabo special event, playing Series 12, played earlier in the Sword and Shield format in Series 3 in the VR Spring Challenge, getting into the top cut. And of course, they were a VCL team member of the Capital Underdogs. So lots of great accomplishments from both players. And I think without any further ado, if we can go ahead and get into the fourth match of the Sootopolis City League Finals.
Yeah, let's hop right in. I'm really interested in seeing the Alone Marowak, the team mascot, as you mentioned, and I hope we get to see the Covenant because I want to see what it does. It has a great move pool, but it has so many options. And we do see both the Pokemon in the lead. That's perfect for me.
Yeah, wonderful. So we see the Caesar and the Landorus over on Moss's side of the field, and the Corviknight and the Alolan Marowak over on Monroy's side of the field. Alolan Marowak, of course, putting a lot of pressure onto the Caesar as it is 4 times super effective into that. But, you know, we do also see that Life Orb Landorus, so Landorus can power up an Earth Power, anything like that, and I'm just not sure that Marowak has the defensiveness about it to even take something like that. And there is no ground resist over on Monroy's side of the field, except for the Corviknight, which is unfortunately facing down that Landorus.
Yeah, I think it's a really tough position for the Marowak to be in here, but the Corviknight is in a really good position because it doesn't really take damage from the opposing Pokemon. We do see the switch out here, which is really interesting because the Polydot, as I mentioned, is really helping the 3 fire weaknesses of Maz's team to thrive in the rain, and there's not really much weather contention in the format.
Yeah, Monroy switching out that Alolan Marowak into the Rillaboom, so calling that Masa would not let that Caesar sit on the field in front of an Alolan Marowak. And switching into their own Rillaboom, setting up that grassy terrain that doesn't benefit either of the flying types currently on the field, as Landorus does put up a substitute. It won't be getting any recovery from this grassy terrain, as Corviknight goes for, I believe, a bulk up, so perhaps this could be something like a bulk up power chip variant, but really interesting turn 1 from both these players.
Yeah, I think the Rillaboom is in a good position here, but the Politoad switch out is kind of telegraphed, I would say, and we have the Scissor on the back. We do know that he has the Celesteela on the back as well, so the Rillaboom's game plan basically is only to pin the Politoad in the end game and maybe do some damage to the Landorus, because it doesn't really touch the other Pokemon, right? The Corviknight, it was able to bulk up here. As I already said, Landorus is not able to touch it, so it might be free to just set up another one or go for a Brave Bird in the Politoad slot.
Yeah, and Porygon 2 entering the field, a lot of really strategic switching from both players as the Porygon switched out for the Rillaboom and Politoad leaving the field, going to Celesteela. So all 4 Pokemon have been revealed to both the players as Landorus goes for a Sludge Bomb into Porygon 2. Porygon 2 without a Violite, very bulky Pokemon, barely even taking any damage as Corviknight goes for, I believe that was an Iron Head into the...
Yeah, it looked like it. I was just
sorry, everything in Japanese, I'm a little confused, but the Iron Head into the Landorus, breaking that substitute, which is pretty massive for Monroy.
Yeah, and I think the Corviknight is at +1, so a stab boosted Iron Head or what's it called, Brave Bird will be able to pick off the Landorus as well. We did see the set on the Celesteela, which is really interesting. It has the double step, air slash, and Flash Cannon variant, and it will be interesting to see if that will be enough to pick up the also annoying Porygon. But the Landorus just seems to be a bit bulky because it'll just lift a +1 Brave Bird.
Yeah, absolutely. That Landorus, I mean, I thought, you know, at +1, that Brave Bird from the Corviknight, not resisted at all, would be enough to take it out. But, you know, 2 very annoying Pokemon sticking out around on the field with the Landorus and the Porygon 2. Celesteela went for an Air Slash into the Porygon 2, hoping to potentially get something like a flinch. I'm not sure if I got to see the Porygon 2 move that turn, so perhaps the Air Slash did its job and prevented Porygon 2 from setting up something like that Trick Room.
Yeah, that was really massive. I think we did see the flinch there as well, because I didn't see the Porygon move as well. So massive flinch here. Landorus now pressuring the KO on the Porygon, or just a big move, because as you already mentioned, we know all the Pokemon in the back, so a Sludge Bomb or a off power, depending on what kind of switch in you expect, might be great. He does go for the Sludge Bomb here, and I think we saw a Leech Seed going out into the Corviknight, so the Corviknight is being put on a timer as well.
Yeah, no switch in from Monroy's side of the field for that Porygon 2. I don't really think anything wants to switch into something like that Sludge Bomb, especially, that Rillaboom in the back doesn't want to take that super effective damage. And a Leech Seed does come out into the Corviknight. It doesn't benefit from the grassy terrain at all since it is a flying type Pokemon, and it is taking that recoil damage every time it goes for something like a Brave Bird. So its time is running out as Scizor is presumably about to enter the field as the grassy terrain and the rain is up, so not a horrible position for the Scizor to be in. Can't really touch the Corviknight very well, depending on its move pool, but not the end of the world for the Scizor.
Yeah. Monroy though doing a great call here and going into the Marowak. It was kind of a read because you don't know if Scizor or Politoed is coming in, right? So you have to read it here. He did make the right choice going into the Marowak. I wonder if the Corviknight, if we see bulk up, I wonder if it's maybe a roost set, so the Leech Seed wouldn't matter as much, but what definitely does matter is keeping that Marowak alive and healthy, because the Marowak is your primary option, or your basic only option to really damage the Celesteela and the Scizor.
Yeah, absolutely. Preserving that Marowak and getting it out of the rain is truly essential for Monroy here, as the Marowak does go for Protect as the rain is still up, not wanting to take any damage from this Scizor Celesteela, or kind of bait out, what kind of moves these two Pokemon are carrying, as the Corviknight goes for another bulk up, and the rain does leave the field, as Corviknight is slowly but surely sapped away by Celesteela's Leech Seed.
Yeah, and I think now you kind of have to make a decision that if your is your opponent switching into the Politoed again, and you just go to your Rillaboom again, or is your opponent just maybe protecting or letting some Pokemon go down? So yeah, I think that's a really interesting position here as well, because Corviknight is at +2, so that the Breakthrough will do considerable amount to the damage to the Scizor as well. So yeah, the Scizor smartly just protects here.
Scizor going for that Protect, giving this Corviknight an opening for something like that Roost. As you said, since it is running the bulk up, Roost is a very likely move, as the Celesteela does go for an Air Slash into the Lowland Marowak, dealing about 40% damage as it just goes for that raw Flare Blitz. No more rain to threaten it, just taking a clean knockout into the Celesteela. Celesteela does go down, and yes, this is a Lightning Rod Marowak, as we did see the Marowak taking that Flare Blitz recoil damage. So if Masa did end up bringing something like that Regieleki in the future, having that Alolan Marowak in the back is going to be huge for Monroy.
Yeah, I think it now comes down to whether or not Masa is able to break through the Corviknight here. Of course, he probably carries Scald, he can burn with Scald, but even then, Corviknight has the ability to Roost. Scizor is not really able to touch it. He still has Rillaboom in the back, so yeah, it's looking really great for Corviknight here.
Ooh, big burn onto the Corviknight with that Scald, and also pretty decent damage as well, as Monroy's Corviknight does go for a raw Brave Bird, taking a pretty decent amount of recoil into that Scizor, as Scizor does pick off the Marowak with, you know what, I'm not actually sure, a multi-hit move, which is really cool. Glad to see that.
I think it was cool, Ring Beat there.
I see. And now the Politoed on the field is taking that Leech Seed chip in from the Corviknight. So the Politoed, usually a pretty bulky Pokemon, in the rain. The Rillaboom is coming out though, so not really much a little bit of a Leech Seed recovery can do in the face of a grassy gliding Rillaboom, unfortunately, for the Politoed.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of misjudging the bulkiness of Corviknight there, because it took a lot of the Scald. It sadly did get the burn, and yeah, the Leech Seed plus the burn chip is doing so much that it might get knocked out by another Scald here. Rillaboom obviously threatened by the Scizor, so Rillaboom can't really go for a Grassy Glide without risking the knockout from a Scizor, because of the Technician boost that boosts move of like 60 base power or lower. The dual Ring Beat is doing so much damage.
Yeah, Fake Out does come out into that Caesar, so the Rillaboom doesn't really have to worry about that this turn. But, you know, the threat of that Corviknight is now removed. So if, you know, Politoed does get knocked out by the Rillaboom the next turn, I mean, I don't really think there's anything that this Rillaboom on Monroy's side of the field can do to the Scizor. You know, a stab move is 4 times resisted by Caesar, and, you know, Caesar also carries a bug type move, the dual wing beat. I mean, it's going to be really hard for Monroy to bring this back, although, you know, they do have that full hit point Rillaboom.
Yeah, I think it was kind of a read. I think Monroy thought of something like, okay, maybe the Politoed is protecting this turn because of the obvious Grassy Glide pressure, but as we see here, the Politoed is just bulky enough to live a good Grassy Glide, so he was not worried about that, and because of that could freely go for something like a Scald into the Corviknight.
Yeah, and Dual Wing Beat just comes out, and, you know, it hits both times, and it does just enough to take out that Rillaboom. And, you know, a lot of information from Monroy, though, in this game 1. Although they were pinned in that end game with that Rillaboom, they did, you know, learn the set on the Politoed. They did learn that it was a bulkier variant with Scald and a Citrus Berry. They did get to see the kind of raw power that the Caesar admitted, and, you know, Alolan Marowak just wasn't enough to deal with that Caesar, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's really interesting because he has to come up with another plan. I think he did take a lot of damage onto the Porygon. Of course, he did get flinched, but even then he took like 70% once the Porygon hit the field. I think Porygon with an electric type move, maybe it carries the Thunderbolt, is another way of dealing with the Celesteela, of dealing damage to the Scizor. While the Rillaboom just really does nothing but hitting the Politoed. So yeah, I think it's a really interesting matchup, and the Steel types protected by the rain are just a really great idea that worked perfectly in game 1.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up the Porygon too, because if it didn't flinch in that turn too, you know, the game could have gone very differently. You know, having that Alolan Marowak in Trick Room able to underspeed but then outspeed the Steel types, you know, even with that Politoed on the field, you know, Alolan Marowak with that 120 base power Flare Blitz does a lot of damage, especially if it's holding something like that Thick Club. So, you know, we're gonna have to see if Monroy is able to position his Pokemon in the correct way to get Trick Room up this game. But, you know, even with Trick Room up, it's not a guaranteed. So I'm really interested to see both the adjustments going into this game too. All right, we are getting into game 2. I'm really interested to see, you know, if, you know, they will be switching up their leads at all. And it looks like Monroy already has, with a Rillaboom and a Alolan Marowak entering the field. And this time around, Masa bringing that Regieleki with the Politoed in the front. Not the greatest lead in the world for Masa right now, especially facing down that Rillaboom and a Lightning Rod Alolan Marowak. But, you know, we'll just have to see maybe some strategic switching, maybe some strategic protecting can get them out of this really tricky turn 1.
Yeah, I think if you look at Masa's team, he doesn't have a Ghost Resist, so going for something like a Poltergeist or a Shadow Bone, a signature move of Marowak, is a good idea here to just put on damage onto the field. We do see the Regieleki switching out here smartly enough because, as you mentioned, it is Lightning Rod because it isn't Rock Head. It took recoil damage before.
Yeah, great turn 1 from Masa, switching in that Caesar, knowing that, you know, this Alolan Marowak is most likely not going for a Flare Blitz in the rain, as it does go for, it looks like that Shadow Bone into the Caesar, doing massive amounts of damage. Yeah, no Ghost Resist on Masa's side of the field is really hurting them this turn. Politoed just going for a little Protect, making sure no Fake Out or Grassy Glides target into it, as Caesar is not safely switched in, unfortunately. You know, it is down to only about 40% of its hit points.
Yeah, it still pressures the Rillaboom here, while the Politoed still pressures the Marowak. We did see that the Politoed is faster than the Marowak, and we did see the Politoed survive a Grassy Glide before, so it's definitely not a safe position for Monroy to stay in here, as he smartly switches out the Rillaboom into a Corviknight.
Yeah, Corviknight hitting the field with its Alolan Marowak pal. Alolan Marowak also switching out, so a double switch over on Monroy's side of the field. Trying to reposition to get some tempo back as Tapu Fini comes on out. So they've brought dual terrain this game. Tapu Fini setting up the Misty terrain, so if Politoed did go for something like a Scald into that Corviknight slot that was once a Rillaboom, they'll Actually, no, because unfortunately the Corviknight is flying. It would still get burned, as we see that is a Misty Seed variant. So Scald does come out now into the Tapu Fini. So Tapu Fini is protected by the Misty terrain, so no burn onto there. As Caesar goes for, it looks like a dual wing beat into the Corviknight slot. So correct targeting from Masa, but great play by Monroy to switch out both of his Pokemon in that last turn.
Yeah, the double switch is really clever, and what I really like about the adaptation of bringing Tapu Fini now is that he can now take advantage of the rain that Master is setting for him with a Muddy Water, with a Scald, whatever water move he's carrying. He's definitely carrying one. And he also is able to just pressure the Regieleki, or like not pressure it, but just negate it basically with the Marowak in the back.
Yeah, Tapu Fini going for that rain boosted Muddy Water, as you said, doing a pretty decent amount of damage to that Politoed. Did seem to miss the Regieleki completely, as, you know, a Skull does come out into the Corviknight. No burn, unfortunately, as it just goes for a raw Brave Bird, no bulk up boost. Going into that Politoed, putting it into Grassy Glide range if the Rillaboom were to come back out, and you know this poor Politoed didn't have its Citrus Berry blocked. But Regieleki is now out on Moss's side of the field, but going for an electric move is really risky here, you know, because at any point the Alolan Marowak could just switch back in on Monroy's side of the field. So you can go for something like that Electro Web, but it might just be completely negated. It looks like the Alolan Marowak is not a special attacker, so the Lightning Rod boost won't do too much for it, but it's just really frustrating for Masa not being able to hit these Pokemon super effectively.
Oh, he's helping handing. He's probably throwing off an Electro Web. No switches on Monroy's end, but it protects on Monroy's end. So, yeah, the Electro Web might be able to be. It will definitely be enough to take out this Corviknight, even at +1 special defense, if I'm not mistaken, because it is a choice specs Regieleki, and yeah, that helps him take out the Corviknight here, surprisingly for Monroy probably. If you consider a helping hand boost and the choice specs boost on top, that's more than twice the power of a normal Electro Web. So yeah, just taking out the Corviknight here.
Yeah, good night Corviknight, as now the Rillaboom enters the field, but it was a really risky play for Masa to go for that, you know, knowing that it could just be negated at any moment, but you know, high risk, high reward, as that Corviknight is removed for the rest of the game. So, you know, Choice Specs Regieleki packing a massive punch, one of the speediest Pokemon in the game. Just knowing that you're going to be able to fire off something like that Electro Web and slow down the rest of the Pokemon for your Politoed to kind of pick off later is really great to see. But now this Rillaboom is on the field, putting a pressure on this chunked Politoed, as Tapu Fini does switch out into this Alolan Marowak. And it looks like the Politoed is just going for a Protect, you know, knowing that it can no longer live a Grassy Glide. The Grass type move from the Rillaboom going into that Protect, as Regieleki goes for mostly an Electro Web again, as it is Choice Spec, but all it does is power up the Alolan Marowak and do a little bit of chip damage to the Rillaboom.
Yeah, that's true, and now it's looking really great for Monroy, at least in this position, because he has the Grassy Glide pressure, he has the into the Politoed, so Politoed has to switch out or just tank the KO here. Marowak can go for something like a Flap Blitz into Regieleki. Regieleki slot is kind of pinned here, because if you see the other Pokemon, they will all go down to a Flap Blitz, so Masa has to sacrifice a Pokemon here basically.
Yeah, nothing wants to switch into that Regieleki slot. It is not safe at all, especially with those two steel types in the back. Regieleki has to stay on the field knowing that all it's doing is boosting up the Marowak. Marowak probably doesn't have special attacks, so, you know, the boost's not really doing anything, but with that Rillaboom on the field, you can't really touch it, as the Politoed does switch out into, it looks like that Caesar, and, you know, hopefully for Masa, Monroy didn't call it and double target into that slot, as Caesar really handily tanks that Grassy Glide.
Yeah, as we already pointed out, it's a 4 times resistance side, so yeah, Rillaboom is definitely countered by that Scissor. We do see the Regieleki going for a Electro Web again, dealing a little bit of damage to the Rillaboom, probably confirming to Masa. Oh, but he just calls it and goes for a Shadow Bone into the Politoed slot.
Yeah, that was a really great play, because no matter whether or not that Politoed stayed in or switched out, I don't think anything on Moss's side of the field could have tanked that, you know? Maybe something like the Celesteela could have been okay to switch into the Grassy Glide, but the Shadow Bone would have done monstrous amounts of damage.
Yeah, and I think Monroy, if he knows his damage rolls, he will not. He is probably able to call that Reggie Aleki is choice back, so he can just basically pin this slot down now with a Grassy Glide and maybe another move to make sure that he KOs a potential switch in Politoad. The Celesteela is not doing enough damage quickly enough, I don't think, against the Marowak or the Rillaboom. So it looks really great for Monroy, and he maneuvered himself in a really great position all the way. He even missed the Muddy Water and still managed to be in such a great position here.
Yeah, absolutely. The Muddy Water miss on Regieleki was pretty massive because he could have dropped that accuracy and prevented, the Electro Web from connecting to the Coordinate in the earlier turns of this game. But as you said, Monroy really maneuvered themselves in a great way, as Regieleki just takes so much damage from that Rillaboom's Grassy Glide, going down to 14 HP. Invisible Focus Sash, definitely. But now that this Politoad is out here facing down the Marowak, perhaps they can do something to try to swing this game back in Moss's favor. But a Shadow Bone does just come out into it, bringing it down to 11 hit points as it chomps on its Citrus Berry. But, it's only going to get back into the yellow, so a move from the Rillaboom or, the Alolan Marowak will definitely be devastating to this poor Politoad.
Yeah, at this point I think Massa has to stall out the Grassy Terrain. There's still one more turn left. There's one more Grassy Glide, but Rillaboom can also go for a U-turn into a Gealeki slot and maybe come back in later. Of course, Marowak is threatened by the Politoad, but in the end Marowak is not as important anymore, because in the rain I think Tapu Fini might even be able to be good enough against the Celesteela to take it on 1v1.
Yeah, Regieleki leaving the field, Celesteela finally hitting the field in the face of this Alolan Marowak, and a Grassy Glide will be enough to pick off this Politoad, leaving Massa with just the Regieleki that cannot touch the Alolan Marowak at all, and the Celesteela that is taking a massive chunk from that Shadow Bone from the Alolan Marowak. And the more I think about it, the more I realize that Alolan Marowak is truly the best counter to Regieleki in the Spike Myth format, as most Regielekis do just run Choice Spec for electric type attacks, or sometimes even Hyper Beam, but Hyper Beam does not touch Alolan Marowak as well.
Yeah, I think you don't have another choice for running those moves that you mentioned. And yeah, Marowak is crazy good. No Ghost Resist on Massa really hurt him in this game as well, because he could really go for Shadow Bone. We did see Celesteela, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, take 50% from a neutral Shadow Bone. So Marowak really has crazy power with this bone, thick club item, I think, that doubles its attack basically. Also great access to a great ability. And really well maneuvered by a great player as well to tie up the score.
Yeah, Massa bringing that Regieleki is great for something like the Tapu Fini and the Corviknight, but when it can't really get any attacks off into something like the Alolan Marowak, and when it's one of the only Pokemon left and it can't hit it, so it was just kind of I wouldn't even say a misplay, it was kind of just the way that Monroy played the Alolan Marowak really just shut down anything that Massa wanted to do. So, as we are, 2-1 to the Tokyo Thunders right now, Monroy must be feeling a lot of pressure from the Heat to bring the Heat and bring things back in their favor, maybe tie it up as we get into this Game 3, which is going to be so exciting. I'm so interested to see what both these players are going to end up doing. Monroy in that game 2 was really oppressive, really shutting down everything Massa wanted to do. So, I wonder if they're going to stick with their same lead, or how Massa is going to adjust, if we're going to see this Regieleki at all, as Dual Terrain does come out on Monroy's side of the field with that Tapu Fini and the Rillaboom, and Politoad Caesar coming out for Massa.
Yeah, I don't think Massa will be willing to bring his Regieleki again, because it hurt him more than did him good, I think, in the last game. We do see the double terrain lead here, and the Rillaboom smartly is slower. You always want your Rillaboom to be slower than your Tapu Fini if you are planning on bringing this lead, so because the grassy terrain is just so much more important for the Rillaboom than the misty terrain is for the Tapu Fini, right? And yeah, now it's already again this triangle. You have Rillaboom is really good against Politoad, Scizor is really good against Rillaboom, Tapu Fini is kinda good against both the opposing Pokemon. You can just for rain boosted Muddy Water. And yeah, as you can see, Massa doesn't really have switch-ins into that. So yeah, just really tough decisions to make by both the players here. Rillaboom doesn't really want to take a dual wing beat as we've seen before, just takes it out in one hit, so it's a tough turn.
No switch into a Muddy Water from that Tapu Fini, especially in the rain. Especially not when, you know, no Regieleki this time around, but a Landorus instead. But Landorus does take super effective damage from this Tapu Fini, so Mass is really going to have to hope, dream, and pray that is not what Tapu Fini is clicking this turn. Goes for a fake out into the Scizor, not wanting to take anything like that dual wing beat, as Tapu Fini just starts to calm Mind up. So Monroy, a big fan of boosting up their Pokemon, something like that Corviknight, something like this Calm Mind Tapu Fini, and Tapu Fini starting to get a little more dangerous than it was before.
Yeah, but imagine if you went for a Muddy Water, it would have been massive, because now I think maybe it's even enough to kill the Tapu Fini with a what's it called, Technician Boost, the dual wing beat plus the Sludge Bomb. But I don't know the calcs, we have to see. The Muddy Water is gonna hit even more if he manages to survive or protect his Tapu Fini to throw it up later. So yeah, it will be crazy damage in the rain.
Must have been so tempting to double target into that Rillaboom slot this turn, but looks like Massa is correctly targeting into the Tapu Fini as the Tapu Fini Muddy Water does miss one of the Pokemon, and it missed the Landorus, which is exactly what Massa needed, as it looks like a dual wing beam might just be enough to, unfortunately not enough to pick up this Tapu Fini, as it does live on just a sliver of hit points, as this Porygon 2 entered the field pretty much unscathed. So maybe Monroy knew that Tapu Fini would be the main target and knew that they could get in their Trick Room Sweeper here. No Iron Head. Actually, it looks like there is. No, that is Bullet Punch from the Scizor. So no Iron Head to potentially flinch the Porygon 2. So if Monroy wants Trick Room to go up, Trick Room will go up this turn unless they can somehow have enough about them to take out this Porygon 2.
Yeah, I think Trick Room will go up here, and I don't like. The Trick Room Protect play here seems pretty obvious, and I don't think Massa can punish it really well. We did see that he doesn't have the Rillaboom in the back, and I think Monroy probably will do the same. It doesn't go for a Protect on the Tapu Fini though, it just goes down, which is really interesting to see, because I thought the Protect to get the leftovers and Grassy Terrain boosts, and then like maybe get out of range, but probably he knew his calcs better than we did, and he can now bring in his Marowak as a Trick Room Sweeper, which also counters the Scizor, so not a bad position, maybe just giving up the Tapu Fini here, knowing his position better. And yeah, Marowak comes in here, and we probably, we'll see I mean, Massa, I think, now has to just stall out the Trick Room, because the disposition looks really tough for him. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And Alolan Marowak and Trick Room is just so incredibly oppressive. And, you know, even though it looked a little bit greedy not going for Protect that turn with the Tapu Fini, I think it may have been purposeful. You know, letting your Tapu Fini going down and allowing a free switch into Alolan Marowak the first turn, or the next turn of Trick Room, is just a really great strategy. You want to really capitalize on as many Trick Room turns as possible if you're playing a Trick Room team like that. And, I mean, Alolan Marowak was really annoying in Game 2 outside of Trick Room, but Game 1, it really was kind of shut down because it didn't have its Trick Room up. Scizor going for Protect, not wanting to mess around with that Flare Blitz, and also Landorus going for Protect as well behind that Substitute. So no damage will be taken on Moss's side of the field. So I like the way that they're playing Trick Room. You know, they don't really want to allow this Marowak to get out of hand.
Oh, that might have been a little slip up here. He went for a Thunderbolt while he was standing next to his Marowak. He got bailed out by the double protect on Massa's side there. Massa, as I said, just trying to stall out the Trick Room here. But that might have been very dangerous.
That was really funny to see. I was kind of like speechless for a second there. Maybe the Porygon 2 was also going for an Eerie Impulse into the Landorus, but oh my goodness, Landorus just goes down to that Ice Beam from the Porygon 2. The Shadow Bone broke the Substitute, and then the Porygon 2 was able to take it out with that Ice Beam. You know, being 4 times weak to it is just truly devastating for that Landorus. Dual Wing Beat did basically nothing to the Marowak, unfortunately for Masa, as the rain is now over, so there is nothing stopping this Alolan Marowak at all from just going for fully powered, fully charged Flare Blitz into Masa's Steel types, unless the Politoed enters the field again.
Yeah. Politoed's coming in now. He still has to sort out the Trick Room. There are 2 turns left of Trick Room, so he could double protect and then only take 1 damage, like 1 damage turn. But on the other hand, Monroe can just use this turn to bring in his Rillaboom that threatens the Politoed, right? But yeah, then we have this triangle situation again where Scizor is really good against the Rillaboom. On the other hand, and now the Politoed obviously threatens the Marowak, so, and he can't really take it out if he... I mean, he probably can with a Thunderbolt, right? But that might be a little bit risky as well because of the Scizor situation. You don't want to let your Marowak get too low in the end to still have enough HP left to deal with the Celesteela and the Scizor in the end.
Yeah, if the Porygon 2 does have Thunderbolt, because I think it was going for an Eerie Impulse earlier, it still can't go for it because it is next to that Alolan Marowak, so unfortunately no super effective moves coming out into the Politoed from the Porygon 2, but Marowak just going ahead and cleaning off that Scizor as Porygon 2 goes for an Ice Beam into the Politoed, learning its lesson that it can't fire off any electricity when it has the Marowak next to it. But you know, Marowak does go down to a Scald, but I don't know if Masa will be able to kind of bring this back with just the Celesteela. As Celesteela, more of like a bulkier Pokemon, doesn't usually invest in special attack when it comes to the Spike Myth variant, as Rillaboom does hit the field, so it's going to be a really interesting endgame here. Anything could happen still.
Yeah. Obviously the Porygon is really bulky and still sitting at full life, but the Celesteela might use this as basically a leech seed fodder to stay healthy. We did see the helping hand as well on the what's it called, on the Politoed. I'm sorry, I just keep forgetting the name there. And yeah, so the helping hand Airstitch will be able to deal massive chunks to the Rillaboom, and after one special defense or special attack boost on the Celesteela, it might be really tough to break through.
Yeah, I mean, the Rillaboom can hit as you said, hit the Politoed, but it can't really hit the poor Celesteela, and you were correct, that is a Thunderbolt. I mean, I think I was just so used to seeing Porygon 2 having that Eerie Impulse from, you know, things like Series 9, that I just always assume that it's Eerie Impulse. But a burn onto this Rillaboom is pretty massive, especially going into this end game that Celesteela is going to have to try to outbulk its way through. Celesteela does have that Air Slash though, so the game isn't over at all. Anything could still happen for both of these players, and you know, there's a lot on the line as this is Grand Finals, and they're really going to have to try to, you know, have the most optimal play and think their way out of this situation.
Yeah, we still have the Aggressive Glide up, so obviously Rillaboom is burned, but I think, judging on the damage we've seen before, the Aggressive Glide will still be able to knock out the Politoed. It would be tough if Politoed survives like a sliver of HP, because it does carry this Pinch Berry that will be able to heal it up again. It goes for a Protect here to just bait the Aggressive Glide, but yeah, Monroe is not falling for the bait and just knock-offing the Celesteela.
Yeah, big knockoff in that Celesteela, as it does go for a Leech Seed onto his Porygon 2. Masa really going to have to hope that Porygon 2 doesn't go for a Trick Room, and it doesn't. It just goes for a Thunderbolt into the Politoed once again, wanting to remove this frog off the field so badly, because, you know, maybe between the Porygon 2 and a little bit of chip from the Rillaboom, Monroy could do something about the Celesteela in the endgame, but this Leech Seed is just recovering so much health for the Celesteela that it might just be able to outbulk its way into this endgame.
Yeah, I think that's really tough now, because the Porygon has its own way of recovering health. So it only comes down to whether or not Thunderbolt is able to do enough damage to the Porygon. We do see the Grassy Glide. Is it able to knock it off? No, not because of the grass terrain here from last turn. Oh no, it lives another turn. Let's see if he double targets it or he just ignored it and went for the Celesteela because he thought he gets the KO for sure. he misses the air slash, which is really big, and he double targets, so the polydot is going down. Air slash miss obviously really big. It was another chance of flinching there. So yeah, now it's 2 against 1, but the Willow Boom is probably not doing enough to the Celesteela. But it did enough with like knocking off the item. I think it did its job there really well.
Absolutely, yeah. No more leftovers on the Celesteela, so it has to fully rely on Leech Seed, and it can't go for a Leech Seed into the Rillaboom because it does not affect grass types. But this Porygon 2 is doing way more work than anticipated, as it does pick up that Politoed. The Air Slash miss was so big, could have saved the life of its partner, and now it just might have to be, you know, a survival of the bulkiest. See if the Celesteela can perhaps take this game to timer. But with this Porygon firing off super effective Thunderbolts into it, it's not going to be too easy. Although the Rillaboom is doing very minimal, pitiful damage into the Celesteela, as looks like Porygon 2 flinched. Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're in Monroy's shoes now, you want to get off the Trick Room, and as soon as you get off the Trick Room, you will be able to recover your health back and then start damaging with Thunderbolt. And yeah, while not worrying about potential flinches, because you're now outspeeding the Celesteela. But if you get, I think, 2 more flinches on the Porygon, then the game might be in Mass's hands. Because yeah, then the Porygon is just sitting there doing absolutely nothing and getting KO'd slowly but surely.
Yeah, if Porygon 2 can't get Trick Room up, but it does, I was gonna say, you know, outside of Trick Room, this could be Moss's game, but now that Trick Room is up, Monroy does have the speed advantage and, you know, will be able to fire off those Thunderbolts into the Celesteela without, as you said, worry about getting flinched. Celesteela could target into the Rillaboom, but kind of just leaving the Rillaboom there might just be best. You don't have to focus any energy on it, as those knockoffs are doing 5 to 8%. Truly, it's not much. As Celesteela does look like it's going to go for Protect, starting to stall at the Trick Room, but this could be a good time for Monroy to potentially reveal Recover on Porygon 2 if it's carrying it. Maybe calling that Protect, but again, it could be a risky play.
Yeah, there we see the Protect. We probably will see the Recover. We do. It's really interesting that we saw the Protect on Celesteela here, because the Recover was really necessary in a way, because if he didn't recover, he would just die to another Air Slash. So I think you kind of wanted to think about when to protect. If he just for some reason didn't end up recovering, and he didn't reveal it, so maybe he expected some weird set there of no recover Porygon, then it would definitely help him to get another Leech Seed and then just kill the Porygon or knock out the Porygon with an Air Slash. There are no murders here in Pokemon.
Yeah, Porygon 2 going for a Thunderbolt into the Celesteela, doing massive amounts of damage, about 60%, and the paralysis. So, you know, there is a 1 in 4 chance that the Celesteela will not be moving for the rest of the game, as it goes for an Air Slash into Rillaboom, knowing that, you know, it's not outspeeding the Porygon, it's not doing much damage to it. I might as well just start to remove the other pieces that Monroy has. But that paralysis could really come back to bite Masa in the future, because like I said, it's a 25% chance to just not move for an entire turn. And when you're already being outsped in Trick Room, that's just really unfortunate.
Yeah, the funny thing now is though that the Celesteela is faster in Trick Room because of the paralysis, taking out the Rillaboom before the Porygon can even move. That's a kind of funny interaction. Let's see. I said he cannot see which type of boost it's got, whether it got the special attack boost or the special defense boost. Both of them are very common in the Spike format. If it's a special defense move, then it will be able to live longer. But the good thing about the paralysis is now, once the Trick Room is over, the Porygon does not have to worry about setting up another Trick Room again. It always outspeeds, it will always have the upper hand, it can always play around safely, around crits by recovering early enough. So I think Monroy has the edge here in this very stally mind game.
Unfortunate for Masa, but they do end up getting paralyzed, as they are brought down to only 32 hit points by that Porygon 2. I think if the Porygon 2 had gone for a Thunderbolt the turn that Rillaboom went down. It may have been enough, but with that extra grassy terrain recovery, it was just not enough to pick it off. But yeah, I mean, what a crazy end game we have here. Looks like Trick Room must have expired as Celesteela does go down to the Porygon 2's Thunderbolt, and what a set that was. And now Monroy has taken down Masa 2-1, just like all of their other victories. 2-1, Monroy goes undefeated in Sootopolis City League. So massive congratulations to Monroy. I mean, that's a huge feat, and that's something to really be proud of, as the score is now tied up for the Thunders and the Heat. And what a game, Kamikasa. How do you feel?
I think it was really great plays. I think the spike map format compared to the Series 13 format shows a different, or mostly a different skill of VGC, being that resource management, while the Series 13 is more aggressive and more like focused on making the correct reads in mind games and bringing the correct leads. And I think both of the players managed their resources really well with the rain. With the rain being the main resource, I think, in damage mitigation for Masa, while it was the Marowak and the Porygon, as we saw in Game 3, for the other player. And yeah, in the end, Holy Heat came on top, and it was really nice to see the Porygon, Marowak, and Coronite combination. Win a set.
Yeah, what a set. I love to see Monroy bringing the mascot. Speaking of the mascot of these two teams, let's take a look at the standings so far on, how this week is going. We are 2-2 between the Thunders and the Heat. It's truly a nail biter. Both teams just need 2 more victories to take home the grand finals of the Sootopolis City League. So really tense, really exciting. Definitely take a good look at all the different teams that these players are coming up with. There's a lot of creativity here that I'm really happy that they were bold enough and confident enough to bring into the grand finals.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to see that all of the 8 teams featured for now were just completely standalone teams. Basically, you often see if someone in your team came up with a great team, especially in such a deciding week, you see more players bring the same team, but it's not the case for this one, at least not for now. Everyone brought their own team and practice their own playstyle and build their own stuff. And yeah, we do see really interesting Pokemon in the game. We did see 2 Araquanids today, which is a really unusual Pokemon. We did see the Scizor coming in and doing great work against the Rillaboom, the Aerolone and Marowak. Just so many great unusual Pokemon that end up being really, really good here. And yeah, it's just a really good final.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't wait to see what we have in store for the rest of the day. Kamikasa and I are both off casting duty for the rest of the day, but we will be anxiously watching to see what happens with the rest of the Sootopolis City League final. Don't go away, anybody. We have some incredible games coming up, but we are going to go on a quick break, and we will be back soon with Izzy and Angelo Hunter casting the next match.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Sootopolis City Draft League. We are here in our grand finals, and we are entering Game 5, and I am joined by Poker. Poker, how's it going?
Good, going great. Right now we got, after 4 really exciting games, a 2-2 series in the grand finals between the Tokyo Thunders and the Holy Heat here. So we got another really exciting game coming up, and let's get into the players.
Yeah, definitely coming into the home stretch here. We have Daniele for the Tokyo Thunders, who's had a pretty decent season. I would say they've been struggling a bit. They're 2-3. They do have 1 win, and then their other win is an activity win, but very solid player overall. They have been very consistent in the teams they've been bringing that Incineroar, Urshifu, Rillaboom, plus the Amoonguss, and then kind of swapping off the other 2 there. So looking forward to seeing if Daniele can sort of bounce back from their regular season record and help the Tokyo Thunders win this grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. On the other side here, we do have Kiriaku, who has had a very good season so far, going 4-1. It looks like they did all Spike Myth up to now, and they've been switching up their teams, used the same team twice in a row during Week 7 in the wild card, but it looks like they are able to kind of adapt between Trick Room modes and Tailwind modes as well, using a bunch of different mons as well.
Yeah, definitely. And looking a bit more at these players' accomplishments, we have Daniele, who has a very impressive result, getting top 4 in the VGC Pace Random Tour, which proving that they're a very skilled player no matter what team they're using. Also top 4 in very challenging tournaments online, such as the Zelda Challenge and the Rose Tower Clash. Yeah, just a very impressive player. So we'll have to see what they decide to go with here.
Yep. And Kiriaku also has a lot of achievements, going to Worlds 7 times as a competitor, also the VR World Cup manager for the UK team last year in Series 12, and also a 2 times UK national champion. So a very, very strong player here, bringing a really cool sand core type of Spikeman team with a Cresselia, Heatran, Urshifu, and Amoonguss as well. Pretty balanced. You have a fast mode and a trick room mode as well. So it'll be interesting to see which one they decide to go here against Daniele's team.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing how that Sand team really operates. Sand is one of the weathers that we haven't seen too much in Spike Myth. We're usually used to seeing the Sun with the Lilligant and Torkoal, or Rain paired with that Rapid Strike Urshifu, but very excited to see it here. And then Daniele's running what kind of resembles a standard team here, but with some interesting additions like the Gothitelle and Togekiss. We'll have to see how important that Serena is on their team, given that Kiriaku doesn't have any real threat of priority attacks, but maybe the Grass type coverage will be good for Kiriaku's team, and we'll have to see how they can take advantage of those offensive threats like the Urshifu and the Regieleki.
Yeah, definitely excited to see how the matchup plays out here, and we can just go ahead and get into the game 1.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if Kiriaku wants to sort of lead with that Trick Room front, or maybe some sort of sand front, and we'll have to see how Daniele takes advantage of those 2 fake out users in Gothitelle and Gothitelle and Incineroar alongside those other offensive threats. And so we are going to see Daniele go ahead and lead the Urshifu and Gothitelle. So Kiriaku is going to be trapped in front of what is that Dark Urshifu, and it's going to be that Amoonguss and Dracozolt for Kiriaku.
Yeah, on Kiriaku's end here, you don't have any sort of pivot move like a U-turn or a parting shot to get out of the Gothitelle's trap, so Gothitelle's free to go into a fake out, and the Urshifu can go for a move as well, but Dracozolt is putting on quite a bit of offensive pressure. A quick warning about this game, we were told that this little static screen is going to pop up a couple times here, so...
Yeah, Kiriaku deciding to run the old VGC games on a good old CRT, so we'll have to see how that goes here. The Gothitelle's just going to throw a pretty free fake out into the Amoonguss, going to take some Rocky Helmet chip in the process. This Urshifu is going to be able to follow up with a Wicked Blow into this Amoonguss. Actually, I kind of expected it to go into that Dracozolt slot, but doing a huge chunk to this Amoonguss, which is trapped in, and the Dracozolt's actually going to go for a substitute, so very interesting tech there by Kiriaku. Substitute, definitely not what I was expecting to see on that Dracozolt.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, you don't get anything off with the Amoonguss that turn, but substitute could be very useful in the future turns. Gothitelle doesn't really pressure the Dracozolt too much, you would think, and the Urshifu is going to have to break that substitute with a Wicked Blow. Though on Kiriaku's side, of course, if your Urshifu goes first, you do reduce the damage of the Bolt Beak if it goes into that slot.
Definitely, and an interesting choice there by Daniele to go ahead and target down the Amoonguss. I could definitely see Amoonguss being a bit annoying for Daniele's team, so maybe prioritizing just getting it out of the way early, but we're actually going to see Urshifu swap out here into that Serena, so if the Amoonguss decided to go for a Spore into that slot, it won't be successful. The Amoonguss is going to go ahead and go for a Rage Powder and deflect any moves this Gothitelle wants to go for. It's going to follow up with a Side Shock though, so this should do some pretty decent damage into the Amoonguss, and it's actually enough to pick up the KO, so Daniele actually successfully getting rid of that Amoonguss very early on in this game, and this Dracozolt going to follow up with a Bolt Beak into what I assume to be the Urshifu, and the Serena actually taking a ton of damage from this, so we'll have to see what kind of item is on this Dracozolt, and by the looks of it, it looks to be that Life Orb.
Yeah, definitely. It is interesting to see that the Gothitelle moves first before the Dracozolt here. Obviously, you don't have the sand up, but it looks like Dracozolt could be built for a Trick Room kind of mode as well. If you bring in that Cresselia and set up Trick Room, you can go first with the Dracozolt against a lot of the options that Daniele has on the other side. And then if potentially next game he brings in Tyranitar, maybe he can still go faster as well with the Sand Rush ability.
Yeah, definitely. Kiryaku going to bring out that Heatran to threaten the Serena and the Gothitelle, but yeah, very interesting to see that there's no sand in the back, so Kiryaku has definitely curated this team to where Dracozolt can succeed maybe in Trick Room like you mentioned, or just sort of out of sand with behind that substitute, so I believe the offensive pressure is very much in Kiryaku's favor here.
Yeah, though this turn you would assume that the Serena is also going to go first, so reduce damage from Bolt Beak, but it does look like it could be in range, and you don't have much to threaten the Heatran as well, so could see a switch out from Daniele's side, or could just see a Protect or a Sack as well.
Definitely, and that Life Orb definitely putting in some offensive pressure. We saw how much it did to that Serena there, so I'd imagine Kiryaku's pretty safe to just throw a Bolt Beak into any slot. We are going to see the Gothitelle switch out into the Regieleki, so this Regieleki at risk of taking a lot of damage from Kiryaku's side. Bolt Beak from Dracozolt is going to go into Regieleki, and that is about 75%, so yeah, I mean, Regieleki, not the most bulky Pokemon in the world, so taking a lot of damage in the process. Triple Axle coming out from Serena, going before the Heatran, which is very important to breaking this substitute. We see that 2 hits is required to break the substitute on Dracozolt's end, and we'll have to see if a third follows up and gets the KO, and it does. So Danielle's actually gotten rid of this Dracozolt, which seemed to be putting in a lot of offensive pressure, but this Heatran should be able to just follow up with something like a Heat Wave and get a double KO here, putting Danielle in a pretty awkward position. The double Heat Wave, or the Heat Wave does connect onto both targets. That's going to be a double KO, and Danielle's left with only 2 Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, now we have a 2v2 situation here with the Amoonguss and the Dracozolt having been knocked out on Kiryaku's side. You do have the Cresselia and the Heatran, 2 super bulky Mons against the Urshifu and I believe the Gothitelle on the other side. So Gothitelle will put on some fake out pressure here, but the Urshifu also has a lot of pressure with the Wicked Blow as well. Though potentially if the Cresselia survives, you'll be able to set up Trick Room and Heatran might be able to just clean up the game from there.
Yeah, definitely. I think given that you're facing down a Cresselia in a 2v2, Dark Urshifu is definitely a good Pokemon to have in this situation. And I don't know, my calcs onto the Amoonguss with a Wicked Blow, but you know, maybe that Urshifu is equipped with something like a Choice Band, so you could you know, just go for a fake out into the Heatran and one-shot the Cresselia with the Choice Band Wicked Blow, and then you're left in a 2v1 situation. But we'll have to see how those calcs work out and you know, see exactly what's going on behind this very colorful screen here.
Yeah, definitely. Feels like if you do fake out the correct Mon and KO the other one, it should be able to take that 2v1 and just clean up the game here on Daniele's side. And you do KO the Heatran with a close combat, so now Cresselia is left on its own with no Trick Room up against the Urshifu and the Gothitelle.
Yeah, smart play right there. Almost guaranteeing that Urshifu is not locked into something like a Choice Band, just going for the fake out, preventing the Trick Room, and one-shotting that Heatran. Now you can go for something like a Helping Hand Wicked Blow into that Cresselia, and should be enough to KO. Cresselia is one of the bulkiest Mons in the game, but I'm not sure it's strong enough to withstand something like a Helping Hand Wicked Blow.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Kiryaku does forfeit the game, so now we're going to move into game 2. It'll be interesting to see if they bring that Tyranitar for the sand mode and just let the Dracozolt go fast and hit hard. As you can see from all the switches in game 1, it was doing a lot of damage when it was moving first, so a bit of a slower variant, but if it has sand up, it should be able to outspeed things like Serena and Gothitelle.
Yeah, definitely. A very good turnaround there by Daniele, who seemed to be on the back foot in terms of offensive pressure early in the game, but got into a position where they were able to finish off the game with that Gothitelle Urshifu combination and just clean up the rest of Kiriaku's team there. And yeah, like you said, I think Kiriaku could definitely make some adjustments, maybe bringing that Tyranitar, maybe prioritizing their lead a little bit better so they don't sort of lose a pivotal piece like a Mungus early on. So yeah, but no further ado, let's go ahead and get into this game 2 here. Should be very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. It'll also be interesting to see if Kiriaku's running potentially the water Urshifu. You can close combat the dark type Urshifu that's on the Daniele side, or you could just go for a U-turn to get out of that Gothitelle trap that they set up with the Shadow Tag ability. So
Yeah, definitely. And Gothitelle, Serena's going to be the mix-up here from Daniele, and Kiriaku's going to go with the Amoonguss and Rapid Strike Urshifu. So, like you mentioned, this Urshifu does have the potential to damage the Dark-type Urshifu on Daniele's end, but it is unfortunately facing down a Serena in front of Fake Out. So, the Daniele does have the option of going for a Fake Out into the Urshifu and clicking maybe U-turn or Power Whip into Kiriaku's side. So we'll have to see what they decide to go here, but I think this is a better lead from Kiriaku's end in this game 2.
yeah, definitely. Could always go for something like a double protect on Kiriaku's end, assuming you're running them on both, and then after that you can pivot out your Urshifu potentially. Or you could just go for, if the Gothitelle were to set up, say, a Trick Room, you could go for a Spore with the Amoonguss. So interesting to see what they decide to go for on turn 1 here.
Yeah, the Gothitelle's just going to go for a Helping Hand, actually, into the Serena slot. Urshifu is going to throw in a Protect, so not going to be able to take any sort of Power Whip damage this turn. Amoonguss is also going to throw out a Protect, so that double Protect turn, like you mentioned, coming out here to avoid any Fake Outs. But the Serena actually just going for a Triple Axle into the Amoonguss, so not too worried there about taking damage from the Urshifu and just wanting to get rid of that Amoonguss as early as possible again.
Yeah, of course, that Amoonguss could be a big problem to get rid of later on if you don't have a bunch of damage onto it turn 1, assuming the Helping Hand Triple Axle might be enough to KO that Amoonguss, but you do leave the Urshifu free to potentially do a lot of damage with a U-turn or just Surging Strikes on the Gothitelle as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that Urshifu is rocking the U-turn. Generally, when they run Protect, they tend to run Aqua Jet, but it's not super uncommon to see the U-turn, so we'll have to see. And we'll have to see if this Serena can land the KO on this Amoonguss with the Helping Hand Triple Axle again, because I'd imagine that Daniele is still going to prioritize getting rid of it early. As we see the Helping Hand come out here again, and the Serena is going to land the Triple Axle into the Amoonguss. We'll have to see if it gets 3 hits. It's going to take a lot of damage from Rocky Helmet. It actually only needs 2 hits thanks to that critical hit, and that Amoonguss is out early, and the Serena avoids a bit of Rocky Helmet damage there as well.
Yeah, it's a big KO to take turn 1. Amoonguss isn't going to be able to do anything like Rage Powder. We see this Life Orb on Serena here actually, and the Urshifu is running U-turn, and it is enough to KO the Serena as well. So a trade of the grass types here on turn 1, and Kiriaku is able to reposition his Urshifu in front of the Gothitelle.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty worthwhile trade for Daniele there, because you get rid of that Amoonguss, which is putting on a lot of Spore pressure onto your team, and you do lose Serena in the process to a U-turn from that Urshifu, but maybe in a position here where you kind of want to get that free switch in and put on even more offensive pressure.
Yeah, especially if you have something like, say, the Regieleki in the back, or maybe the Togekiss that's able to threaten the Urshifu. You might not need Serena for later on. You might just want something that can deal with the Dracozolt and the Heatran a little bit better. And we do see the Urshifu come out here on Daniele's side.
Yeah, and Kiriaku bringing in that Dracozolt for the U-turn and then just swapping in their Urshifu for that empty slot on the left there. So we now have Gothitelle in front with the Urshifu Dark and the Dracozolt, as well as the Rapid Strike Urshifu on Kiriaku's end. So depending on the speed orders here of the Urshifus, we could see anything. We could see any kind of KOs, but we are going to see a Helping Hand from the Gothitelle into the Dark Urshifu on Daniele's side. It is going to go first and go for that Wicked Blow, so I'd imagine it's targeting that Dracozolt, and we'll have to see if it gets the one-hit KO, and it is. So Daniele getting a quick knockout there as well into the Dracozolt, and Urshifu on Kiriaku end is going to follow up with a close combat, and that's going to take Daniele's Urshifu down to its sash. So some valuable information there for potential game 3, but a bit of a sticky situation here for Kiriaku.
Yeah, especially because as of right now, only Kiriaku knows if that was a speed tie or if that was just a max speed Urshifu on the other end and your Urshifu is a little bit slower. Now you do have the Urshifu stuck in at -1 stages of both defenses, and you have to send out your last which is Heatran doesn't really like to see that Urshifu on the other side.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw the item there on Urshifu in the Pokemon selection. It is safety goggles, so gonna take a lot of damage from something like a Psyshock, especially at -1 special defense. So Kiryaku's Urshifu definitely not in the best spot. And if Daniele's Urshifu is faster than Kiryaku's, it might be able to just one-shot this Heatran yet again, and then it'll be a 3v1, and that's surely not gonna look too good for Kiryaku.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see that Daniele just left the Kiryaku's Urshifu alone this entire time, has now positioned himself in a 3v1 potentially against Kiryaku's Urshifu. If Urshifu does KO the Dark Urshifu on Daniele's side, then it'll be a 2v1, but Gothitelle is going to do a lot of damage with the Psyshock here at -1 defense.
Yeah, so Daniele's Urshifu picking up the one-hit KO onto the Heatran, and actually showing that Daniele's Gothitelle is faster than the Urshifu on Kiryaku's side, doing a lot of damage with a Psyshock, and now I don't believe Kiryaku has the resources available to take out rest of Daniele's team, especially given that something like the Regieleki or Togekiss could be in the back, and yeah, winning 2 speed ties in a row would be something. So I'm sure Daniele's Urshifu is faster than Kiryaku's, and yeah, as we saw from that Surging Strikes damage, another Psyshock should be able to take it out, especially given that it's slower. So this looks like a wrapped up win here for Daniele.
Definitely, especially considering the Gothitelle on the other side. You would assume that Kiryaku's Urshifu is a very bulky, slow variant here, potentially using that Trick Room mode as well. We saw the Dracozolt get outsped by the Gothitelle as well, so the Gothitelle could be running a bit of speed, which is a very interesting kind of way to run it. Usually you see it just run Trick Room and kind of min speed, but this is a very different way that Daniele's using it, just using the Shadow Tag to put on a lot of pressure offensively, and you can always use a Helping Hand or a Psyshock to do damage into, say, an Urshifu, or take out that Amoonguss turn 1 as well.
Yeah, definitely. And despite Kiryaku's very creative team building, it did not result in a win for the Hau'oli Heat. So let's take a look at the current standings. The Tokyo Thunders are now up 3-2. So they should have one more win in order to secure the grand finals, while the Hau'oli Heat need 2 more wins. So very exciting here looking on. And yeah, just overall pretty dominant performance there by Daniele.
Yeah, definitely very well played, even against a very strong player. He just managed to use his speed control to his advantage the entire time. The lead, turn 1, always managing to get an important KO or just stopping the Amoonguss from doing anything. After that, Kiryaku really struggled to get damage off because he was always moving second after the Gothitelle or the Serena Urshifu, for example.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see how their teammates decide to close out this grand finals coming up. We have our 6th match featuring C. Lien and Certain Light as well. Apologies. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back for our 6th match of this grand finals. All right, everybody, we are here. Is down to the wire. The Tokyo Thunders have a 3-2 lead going into Game 6. This could be the end of the Grand Finals, and one more win could prove the Tokyo Thunders to be victorious, and the Haoli Heat need 2 more wins to claw back and take the title.
Yeah, for the Tokyo Thunders, they just need that one more win. Thankfully for them, they have a very strong player in Silian here who has a 7-1 match record going into this game. So very trustworthy player against Certain Light, who has a 1-1 record, not having played that many games, but definitely not a player to slouch at either.
Yeah, Silian finishing, I believe, 3rd overall in player standings in this league. So, I mean, absolutely impressive run, proving that they're worth every bit of that 8K that they were paid for. And then, yeah, Certain Light not playing too many games, but you know, splitting their 2 games 1-1 with an impressive win over Atmosphere there. So this should be very interesting. We'll have to see how this game goes, and let's take a look at some more of these players' accomplishments. Silian was the LDL champions with the Blacephalons, which just wrapped up here in recent weeks. So a champion in another draft league as well. A PGL Season 2 runners-up with the Pranksters. So pretty good run there as well. And then a Jolly Breloom Tour champion, which is a Chinese grassroots tournament. So very impressive. And then let's look at the team here. They have a very interesting Firewater Grass Core with the Rillaboom, Gastrodon, and Entei. And they've rounded it out with the Clefairy, Nihilego, and Dragapult, which is a very common core we've seen. So we'll have to see how this Gastrodon plays out here.
Yeah, definitely excited to see how their team works. It looks like they like running redirection with a fairy type as well as a ghost in many of their weeks. They have a lot of Togekiss, Spectrier, and Clefairy Dragapult as well. So something they're very comfortable with going into this game. On Certain Light side over here, do have a top 8 at Legal Regionals in Series 12, a VR World Cup player for the Team UK with a 4-1 record in Series 12 as well, very impressive, and a PGL player for the Melemele Sky Drops with a 3-1 record in 2021 last year. And they have a very interesting team as well. Incineroar, Urshifu, Rillaboom, very standard core for Spikemouth, and you have a Tornadus, Tapu Fini, and a Naganadel, which are also pretty common mons, but interesting to see how they work together in this team.
Definitely 2 very different teams and 2 very good players to see how this Grand Finals will shake out here. Let's jump into Game 1 and let's see if the Tokyo Thunders can secure the victory or if the Haoli Heat can climb their way back. Should be a very exciting match here. And so, not sure which side, who's on whose side. Okay, we got Silian on leading the Rillaboom and the Dragapult, and we have Certain Light leading the Naganadel and the Tornadus. So 2 dragon types facing each other down with support in the Tailwind and the Fake Out.
Yeah, on Certain Lights here, if you go for a double protect, say, and then a Tailwind and any type of move on the Naganadel, you do threaten super effective damage onto both of Celian's mons here. So interesting to see what kind of items they're running on the other side. If they have a Assault Vest Rillaboom or a Sash Dragapult, they'll be able to survive that turn and either just go for damage or maybe pivot out or set up with the Dragapult, for example. But this turn, just going for a switch on the Rillaboom.
Yeah, Rillaboom gonna switch out here for Silian, gonna bring in that Clefairy, so some really good support there. A bit risky there, maybe risking a Sludge Bomb into that slot, but it's looking like Certain Light's gonna go for that double protect, like you mentioned, not wanting to get faked out and just prioritizing that Tailwind the next turn. So we are gonna see the Dragapult go for a Dragon Darts that's gonna go into the double protects here, and no damage is gonna come off. So Certain Light in a position where they can get Tailwind off if they want it, but they are at risk of taking a really strong Dragon Darts from this Dragapult.
Definitely, that Naganadel does not want to take that damage, even though it's only taking 1 dart. Silian potentially reading that double protect play, they're going for that Clefairy switch. Like you mentioned, that Clefairy is also under threat of the same Sludge Bomb, but you can kind of assume on the other side that against a very good player, Naganadel is not going to want to just stay in and take a Dragon Darts without getting speed control up first.
Yeah, definitely, and yeah, Certain Light, you know, they are putting on a lot of offensive pressure, but I think if that Dragapult is repping something like the Choice Band, 1 dart should be able to take the KO onto Naganadel. But we are going to see the Clefairy go for a protect not wanting to take a Sludge Bomb. Certain Light's going to go for the Tailwind. Let's see if they read into this Clefairy Protect. They do throw a Sludge Bomb out into the Clefairy, so unfortunately for them, they're going to take a lot of damage upcoming here with this Dragon Dart and putting out no damage in return. This one Dragon Dart in an Naganadel is actually going to take out the KO, so a huge start here for Cillian, and this second Dragon Dart's going to go into the Tornadus, doing just about 40%. So a lot of damage here from Cillian in a really good position with that Clefairy on the field at full health as well.
Yeah, definitely. Those first 2 turns went about as well as they could have for Cillian there, getting that Clefairy into redirect damage and then protecting it from the Sludge Bomb as well. None of their mons have taken any damage. You do give up Tailwind, but there wasn't that much you could do about it. And the Dragapult just goes ahead and takes out the Naganadel, does a good chunk to the Tornadus as well. Now Certain Light's in a little bit of a awkward spot. You have the Clefairy redirecting from the Dragapult, and you don't have much super effective damage into it either.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at Certain Light's team in the back, they only have that Urshifu and Rillaboom, so they don't have any clear ways to get rid of this Dragapult very quickly. They have the Icy Wind on the Tornadus, but thanks to the Clefairy's Friend Guard, it's not going to do too much damage, and you're also not going to benefit from those speed drops that Icy Wind gives. So Certain Light in a bit of a awkward situation here, where they're almost surely going to have to take out this Clefairy first, and then they have to deal with the Dragapult, which they don't exactly have the resources for.
Yeah, definitely. We do see here on the move selection screen that he also doesn't have something like a knockoff to deal with the Dragapult. Knockoff also potentially helpful, getting rid of that EV light on Clefairy. Clefairy just going for the helping hand onto the Dragapult, so if you go for the fake out, now it's negated, the helping hand still goes off, and the Tornadus hoping for a flinch with the Air Slash potentially. This Dragon Darts with the helping hand should be able to take out the Tornadus and do a ton of damage into Rillaboom as well.
Yeah, we see the Dragon Darts doing over 50% to the Rillaboom and actually not taking out the Tornadus, so very interesting there. Maybe just barely hanging on thanks to a damage roll, but Cillian reading into that fake out, just going for the helping hand and doing a ton of damage in return. Unfortunately there, for Certain Light, the Air Slash was not able to get the flinch, as it seems like that's kind of their only way to get around this Dragapult at the moment. But now that Clefairy is free to just redirect again, there's no fake out pressure, and so we'll have to see if Certain Light can take advantage of a misplay from Cillian, maybe not going for that follow me, and get rid of this Dragapult early.
Yeah, of course, Certain Light does have some ways back into this game if Cillian messes up here, but so far very dominant play from Cillian, preserving all of their pieces very well, and now Tailwind's gonna slowly and surely run out here. Not much damage coming into the Dragapult either.
Yeah, helping hand again from Clefairy here, so not going for that follow me. We'll have to see if that's going to hurt them. The Air Slash going to go into the Dragapult, doing a good chunk of damage, and it's going to follow up with the Drum Beating, and thanks to the Grassy Terrain boost, this might be enough to get the KO. Actually, thanks to that Friend Guard on Clefairy there, it just barely hangs on, and this Dragon Darts should be able to clean up the field here and leave Certain Light with their last Pokemon in the back, so pretty dominating performance here by this Dragapult Clefairy combination.
Yeah, definitely. That Clefairy has been super clutch every turn. It's always gotten the protect off on the right spots, and it's been able to redirect moves and put on that Friend Guard as well, like you were saying, just keeping that Dragapult alive. And now, Certain Light is just left with that Urshifu. Does have the Sash, but it is a 1v4 battle here.
Yeah, and Clefairies generally have enough bulk invested in them to live Surging Strikes, so this Clefairy is sure to stick around for one more turn, and Certain Light just gonna go ahead and collect their thoughts and move on to game 2. So very dominant win there by Cillian, and a bit of a look into the potential Scarlet and Violet meta here. You got to have your Dragapult answers for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Dragapult put on a ton of work into that game, picking up, I believe, 3 KOs, so definitely something that Certain Light will want to deal with better in the next game, just having given up the Naganadel very early without getting any damage into pretty much anything, actually, so they'll definitely want to preserve that better in this next game.
Yeah, definitely. And I didn't hate their lead at all with the Naganadel Tornadus. You got to put on that Tailwind pressure if you got it. Maybe just reading into that first turn a bit better, going for something like a Draco Meteor, calling a Protect on that Clefairy. So 1 or 2 turns there and the game's way different. So we'll have to see how Certain Light adjusts here.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like that turn 1 is going to be very tough for both those players. Reading between the fake out or the switch that Clefairy came in for the Rillaboom in that game. Whether or not the Tornadus is going to be able to get up that Tailwind right away without getting faked out either is very important.
Yeah, definitely. So let's go ahead and get into game 2 and see if the Tokyo Thunders can close out this grand finals here in this game 2. We'll see if Cillian decides to maybe lead with that Clefairy Dragapult, which was so dominant in game 1, or if they decide to go with their original lead in the Rillaboom Dragapult. It is going to be a Rillaboom and Nihilego, so a very interesting switch up here for Cillian, maybe predicting some kind of switch up on Certain Light's end, but Certain Light just going with their game 1 lead in the Tornadus and Naganadel.
Yeah, Cillian's lead actually seems to be pretty good here. You still get that same fake out pressure, and even if there's a double protector on the other side, Nihilego is a pretty specially bulky mon. You should be able to take any moves that are coming out from this side. So unless there's a switch here, Nihilego should be pretty safe to go for whatever it wants here.
Yeah, maybe Cillian deciding to go with the Nihilego in the lead, soften everything up, and maybe they have something like that Dragapult in the back, and they're just going to rely on it in the late game to clean up with that Dragon Darts. But yeah, Cillian has fake out pressure this turn. The Nihilego should not be able to outspeed the Naganadel this turn, so they should be free to just go for a fake out and some kind of move, but they are at risk of a Sludge Bomb from the Naganadel into the Rillaboom if they decide to go for that fake out. So we'll have to see what they decide to go for here. A Certain Light getting close to a timer here. Tornadus just going to go for a Protect, not wanting to get faked out. We'll have to see if this Naganadel does the same. The fake out goes into the Naganadel actually, so maybe Cillian's going to go for something like a Meteor Beam into the Tornadus, but it's actually a Trick Room for the Nihilego here. So Certain Light not going to want to go for those Tailwinds now that the Trick Room is up.
Yeah, it definitely puts Certain Light into a pretty awkward position right here with both your Mons getting outsped by the other side under Trick Room now. Nihilego could potentially just start snowballing right away, let's say like a Meteor Beam, or just going for a rock move like Power Gem into the Tornadus. And now Rillaboom is also free to potentially go for U-turn or just some damage with like a high horsepower or a Wood Hammer into the Tornadus as well.
Yeah, definitely. And this Nihilego with Trick Room has been popping up in recent weeks in the Spike Move meta. You're generally used to seeing something like a Meteor Beam or a Meteor Beam Power Herb to get that +1 special attack boost. But now with this Trick Room, we can kind of assume it maybe is something like Focus Sash. So this very different Nihilego set proving to be very important in this matchup. We are going to see the U-turn from the Rillaboom into the Tornadus, so breaking a potential Sash here. We're actually going to see the Rocky Helmet into the Rillaboom, so some pretty good chip damage there in return for the U-turn. We'll have to see what Cillian brings in here. I would imagine that a Sludge Bomb or something is going into that Rillaboom slot, which honestly Cillian's team doesn't want to take too well. So we'll have to see if maybe they switch into something like that Gastrodon to take that Sludge Bomb damage.
Yeah, definitely. With that Trick Room coming out turn 1, you'd think that they have something slow in the back like the Gastrodon that's going to be able to deal with that Naganadel later on. And it looks like the Dragapult actually comes out here, so a bit of an awkward position for the Dragapult, considering the Tailwind didn't go up right away, and now the Dragapult is faster than the Naganadel, you would assume, under Trick Room, or outside Trick Room, I should say.
Right, the Air Slash going to follow up into the Dragapult, does a good chunk of damage, but that Nihilego is going to get the knockout with the Power Gem into the Tornadus, and going to get that Beast Boost there. The Sludge Bomb is going to go into the Dragapult, and it's actually going to pick up the KO. It's with a critical hit, so a huge clutch KO there for Certain Light, getting rid of that Dragapult very early on, which was such a pest for them in Game 1.
Yeah, now it's interesting to see what Cillian has for the Naganadel in terms of damage. The Nihilego did get that +1 boost with the Beast Boost after KOing the Tornadus, but now you have to send in something. Considering the Gastrodon didn't come out right away, I would assume that they didn't actually bring it in this game.
Yeah, definitely. And this Trick Room is actually proving to be pretty useful for Certain Light. They can maybe go for, more of an offensive approach now with that Tapu Fini and Incineroar in the back, given that the dimensions have been twisted. And I believe the Tapu Fini and Incineroar should be able to underspeed everything but the Gastrodon on Cillian's side.
Yeah, unless there's a Clefairy as well, but Clefairy's not doing a ton of damage into any of them either, so interesting to see which comes out for Cillian, and it looks like it is the Clefairy here.
Yeah, so Clefairy Dragapult was the back choices there for Cillian, but Incineroar going to put on some fake out pressure this turn. Maybe you can go for something like a fake out into the Nihilego and just throw a Sludge Bomb into the Clefairy and try and get that KO, but I would imagine Cillian would be able to predict that and go for something like a double fake out, but yeah, this is a very interesting position here. I don't feel like either side has too much of an advantage.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure, especially if Clefairy has, say, like a helping hand and you're able to take out the Incineroar, might be able to swing that in your favor with a +2, maybe take out the Naganadel next turn, but actually both just go for the protect, getting rid of the fake out.
Yeah, just negating that fake out there. So now Certain Light, if they want to go for an attack, is almost certainly going to have to be into that Clefairy, and I don't even believe a double up into the Nihilego with something like a Throat Chop and a Draco Meteor would be able to KO the Nihilego because of that Friend Guard, but we are going to see that maybe Certain Light considering a parting shot here.
Yeah, definitely. Wants to get an Incineroar out of there. Still under Trick Room, so you should be able to move first before the Nihilego. Just get it out and bring that Tapu Fini, which will take a lot of damage from the Power Gem if it comes into that slot, but it'll be a little better than giving up that free KO.
Yeah, and this Nihilego looking pretty scary for Cillian because Certain Light doesn't have a lot of resources to deal with it. You can't really hit it too hard with Naganadel there, and the Incineroar and Tapu Fini, while despite being in Trick Room and faster, that Clefairy is negating their damage, so not a ton of defensive switch-ins for it. We are going to see a Moonblast come out from the Clefairy into the Incineroar. I would imagine this does very little damage. Yeah, it does about 10%. Parting Shot's going to go out into the Nihilego, so no Follow Me there. Maybe going to be pivotal later on now that this special attack has been dropped on the Nihilego. Certain Light's going to be forced to switch in their Tapu Fini here, so probably will be able to sponge those rock type attacks like Power Gem a bit better. And the Naganadel is actually free to just throw an attack into Nihilego here.
Yeah, Trick Room is running out soon here as well in 1 or 2 turns, I believe. So Naganadel, if it manages to get a KO soon onto Clefairy, could be able to snowball the game in Certain Light's favor. Interesting to see how much the Tapu Fini takes. If that Power Gem comes out, it's still +1, and if the Sludge Bomb comes out, then it feels like a very good KO here. And it is a Sludge Bomb, so the Tapu Fini takes a lot of damage on the switch-in.
Yeah, that's a ton of damage there. A great read on the switch-in. The Sludge Bomb coming out from the Naganadel into the Clefairy. Gonna go ahead and get that KO. Naganadel gonna get a Beast Boost, and it's gonna raise the special attack, which is better for Certain Light than a speed boost in this case since the Trick Room's up. But yeah, Certain Light in a bit of a tough situation here. Maybe gonna have to rely on this Tapu Fini and Naganadel to claw their way back and try and bring this set back for the Howuli Heat.
Yeah, it feels like if that Tapu Fini didn't take a Sludge Bomb on the switch, and it'd be in a much better position here to potentially take a further attack in a different turn, but that Power Gem did not come out into the Incineroar, just reading potentially a switch out or a parting shot on Certain Light's side. This is the last turn of Trick Room here, so if Cillian so chooses, they can just fake out either Mon and then just go for an attack with the Nihilego as well.
Yeah, Certain Light does have the potential to go for something like a double protect this turn, but you might expect them to sort of just get through this last turn of Trick Room and try and sweep through with Naganadel now that Dragapult is gone. We do see the protect from the Naganadel, and the Grassy Glide's going to go into the Tapu Fini, so no extra Beast Boost here for Nihilego. We would imagine something like a Power Gem is going to come out here, as it does, into the protect from the Naganadel.
Yeah, now you have the Naganadel in a pretty decent spot outside of Trick Room. You do have to KO that Nihilego, but you can't fake out this turn with the Incineroar and potentially just take out that Rillaboom. Now that your Naganadel is at +1 special attack, the Rillaboom should not be able to live that here.
Exactly, so a pretty free fake out into this Naganadel, and unless this Rillaboom is Rock and Protect with something like a Miracle Seed, you should just be able to get a Sludge Bomb KO, and then you're left just praying to the gods that you hit a Draco Meteor and it's enough to KO this Nihilego. So we'll have to see how these last few turns play out.
Yeah, it looks like the fake out is actually going into the Rillaboom, so just wants to get that chip damage onto the Nihilego. Potentially realizing that if they do Trick Room, then maybe the Incineroar is able to deal with the Nihilego's weaker defense stat, but Nihilego does go for the Protect here, so calls that perfectly on Certain Light's end, gets no mileage out of the Rillaboom on this turn.
Yeah, it's an interesting play there because, I mean, if you go for the fake out into Nihilego and just get the KO on the Rillaboom, then you're left with the 2v1, but now that you've gone for the opposite play and you tried to get rid of that Nihilego, they do have the opportunity to sort of get rid of your Incineroar with a Power Gem this turn, and then it's left with a 1v1 with the Naganadel and Nihilego. So I'm very interested to see that decision there by Certain Light. I would think that they would want to get rid of the Rillaboom right away, but we'll have to see how this plays out now.
Yeah, if they did manage to KO that Rillaboom, now you're facing a +2 Naganadel and an Incineroar with that Nihilego, but unfortunately, Certain Light kind of went for the middle ground play there. going for the damage into Nihilego, and the Protect just prevented that. So now it's a 2v2 situation still. Rillaboom doesn't do a ton into either Mon, but the Nihilego is a real threat here.
Yep, Grassy Glide going to go into the Incineroar, just softening it up for a potential power gem this next turn. Draco Meteor going to go into this Nihilego, trying to pick up this KO and finish the game off. Let's see if it's Focus Sash. It is Focus Sash, so that Nihilego is going to be around for one more turn, and if it goes for something like a Trick Room, this could be a little bit dicey here for Certain Light, but we are just going to see it follow up with a power gem into the Incineroar, and actually, now that I look at it, I think now that the Nihilego is only at 1 HP, I think this Naganadel should be able to just finish off this game, especially considering that this Rillaboom is unlikely to be carrying a high horsepower.
Yeah, now that Nihilego, managed to survive that attack is a huge survival. Having prevented any damage going into it the whole game as well, hiding the Focus Sash in game 1 as well. Now, Naganadel stuck at -1, or actually neutral, but now you have 2 Mons facing just the Naganadel here, so it's going to be a little difficult to get out of.
Yeah, definitely. I think you got to try and target down this Nihilego here. You have to respect that Trick Room option, and you got to hope that, even though Naganadel's very frail, that it can 1v1 this Rillaboom in the end game. And thanks to that Intimidate from the Incineroar, I think the chances are pretty good, but we'll have to see if Celian's hiding something like a high horsepower.
Yeah, unless that high horsepower comes out here or a big crit with something like a Wood Hammer, he should be able to survive the double up from Rillaboom. So as long as the Nihilego doesn't correctly protect here, preventing that damage, then that might just be enough to get some extra damage onto the Naganadel.
Yep, the Nihilego is going to go for a Protect. Sludge Bomb going to go into that Protect and not be able to pick up that KO. The Rillaboom is going to go for a Wood Hammer, so we'll have to see how much damage this does. It's actually not doing too much thanks to the quad resistance with the Dragon and Poison and the Intimidate. So Solan definitely relying on critical hit to get this KO. Maybe they'll go for something like a double Protect this turn with Nihilego and try and wait out this damage from the Naganadel some more.
Yeah, definitely. Unless that Nihilego gets a big hit off here, or the Rillaboom is able to get like several crits in a row, should be a grab for Certain Light here with that Naganadel just sweeping these last 2 Mons here.
Definitely, and especially given that it's already +2 special attack with the Beast Boost, I'd imagine they're pretty confident in just clicking the Sludge Bomb and finishing off this Nihilego despite, I believe, a 4x X weakness. So a pretty good adjustment here by Certain Light, but we'll have to see if it pays off in the end.
Yeah, and it's taking a little bit to decide the moves here. So Celian could be going for that double Protect here like you were talking about earlier, or just deciding whether or not the Rillaboom can actually finish off this endgame. Does go for the double Protect, unfortunately fails it, and now the Nihilego is going to fall to that Sludge Bomb, and the Rillaboom should be taking 1 next turn as well, unless it manages to get a KO here.
It actually looks like the Nihilego actually hangs on with 1 HP, and the Rillaboom's going to follow up with a U-turn for some reason and going to get a critical hit. So this Naganadel is now very low HP. So I wonder if Solan's Rillaboom went for something like a Wood Hammer, if a critical hit on that turn would have just finished the game. But here we are now. The grassy terrain is out, and Nihilego still has 1 turn to protect. So Solan's still in this, could get some more crits and finish off this game.
Yeah, that was just a super surprising survival to me on the Nihilego. Just that turn of grassy terrain, getting it high enough so that it lives a Sludge Bomb. Of course, Certain Light didn't want to risk missing a Draco, and Nihilego goes for Protect. Naganadel calling that, going for its own Protect. Now Nihilego is going to have to risk another double Protect on the next turn if it wants to stay around.
Yeah, definitely, and correctly predicting that Protect from Solan, and now should be able to pick up the KO with something like a Sludge Bomb. I would imagine it's a bit lower so that it should be able to pick up the KO. The Sludge Bomb's going to go into the Nihilego, and it does KO this time. So if Solan's able to get another critical hit with U-turn, they will be able to finish off this game, but otherwise, Certain Light should have the win here. The Life Orb chip, going to be pretty important. Let's see if this U-turn is able to crit into the Naganadel. It is not. So Certain Light should be able to just finish this game off with 1 more Sludge Bomb into this Rillaboom.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't even have the grassy terrain here either, so you can't hope for a crit like a priority grassy glide into the Naganadel now. Naganadel is just going to go first and take out that Rillaboom with the Sludge Bomb here.
Yep, and we can assume that this Rillaboom is Assault Vest, but that Meganadel is very strong and at +3, so it is not going to be able to hang on from that one. So an amazing turnaround there from Certain Light, and showing that, you know, this game is certainly winnable for them, and yeah, very well played overall.
Yeah, definitely such an interesting end game where the Nihilego actually survived. Just keep going for protect and protect and protect to kind of fake redirect away from the Rillaboom, those sludge bombs. And now Certain Light still managed to get the win there with the Meganadel against the Nihilego and the Rillaboom, but C-Lane did bring it very close and got some also information as well on both teams. You managed to see the Nihilego's Focus Sash, so you can play around that a little better in the next game potentially.
Yeah, definitely, and the ability to get rid of that Dragapult very early on was super important for them to win. And I was also very impressed that the Nihilego was able to hang on with that from that Sludge Bomb from the Ganondorf. It was at +2 at the time, and very low HP, and it only did about like 10%. So very impressive there. We'll have to see if Certain Light decides to go with the same lead that they've been leading both games, or if they decide to switch it up and see if Solan maybe goes back to one of their original games. So let's jump into this Game 3 of our 6th match here of the Sootopolis City Grand Finals. And let's see if the Tokyo Thunders can close it out, or if the Howley Heat can bring it back to a Game 7.
Yeah, huge game here going in. Interesting to see how they switch up their leads here if they do it all. Rillaboom Nihilego coming out again for Sealand here, and we do see an Urshifu and Rillaboom for Certain Light on this turn.
Yeah, so going to be very important here to see whose Rillaboom is faster, because the faster Rillaboom in this case will mean a KO either on Nihilego or something like a Trick Room. So I believe, based on this, that Solan's Rillaboom is faster, so Certain Light not in a very safe position to just go for something like a Fake Out plus Surging Strikes, but maybe going to go for it anyways here.
Yeah, of course, always the potential for a speed tide. Rillaboom might just choose to go for a U-turn or a Grassy Glide here, so he might still be able to get that fake out off. So Certain Light just going for that, hoping for the fake out into the opposing Rillaboom, and going for the Surging Strikes into the Nihilego, hoping for a KO turn 1 right away for him on. That was doing quite a bit of work in the last game.
So Solan's Rillaboom is going to have that fake out go out into the Urshifu, and unfortunately Certain Light's fake out is going to go second, and the Nihilego is actually going to be able to get a Trick Room off. So Solan opting to go for that Trick Room route again, and we'll have to see if that pays off this time with Certain Light's lead adjustment. But now in this case, I think the Rillaboom is in a pretty good spot on Certain Light's side to just go for a grass move into that Nihilego, but the Urshifu is under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, definitely. Having done that little bit of chip should put it into Grassy Glide range as well. Now with Trick Room up, even if the Urshifu chooses to go for an Aqua Jet, the Grassy Glide should be going first there. And Nihilego still has his Focus Sash intact, so free to go for any moves into either slot here if they so choose to.
Yeah, another interesting decision to make here. The Urshifu on Certain Light's side is going to go for a Detect, so not going to take anything like a Grassy Glide. Certain Light's Rillaboom, now we know that it's slower. It's going to go for a U-turn into Solan's Rillaboom, going to do a big chunk of damage, going to get that free switch into potentially the Incineroar or Tapu Fini, neither of which actually seems like a super safe switch in to a potential power gem from this Nihilego, but regardless, going to go with the Incineroar, get the attack drop on the Rillaboom to take those Grassy Glides a bit better from the Urshifu. But, you know, we'll have to see if Solan decided to go for something like a Power Gem into that slot and maybe a U-turn to follow up. The U-turn from the Rillaboom going to go into the Incineroar, so Solan is also going to get a free switch in here, and we'll have to see if a Power Gem comes out.
Yeah, Sealand has proven in the other games that they are willing to take a little bit of a risk on the switch-ins, going for the Sludge Bomb onto the Incineroar earlier. Maybe this time, Certain Light didn't want to risk throwing in that Tapu Fini against the Sludge Bomb, and it is the Sludge Bomb this time, a little bit of a safer play, but does still do a good amount of damage into the Incineroar and gets a poison as well.
Yeah, that Sludge Bomb doing a huge chunk, and showing that this Incineroar might be invested a bit more in the physical defense. Thankfully going to get that Citrus Berry recovery, and Certain Light's in a pretty good spot here. They can just go for a fake out into a Surging Strikes, assuming that their Urshifu is slower than this Nihilego. So I would imagine Solan probably expects that and goes for something like a switch into Rillaboom, but we'll have to see here.
Yeah, definitely. The Urshifu not quite enough to get back to full HP here, but still able to put on a lot of pressure with the Surging Strikes. Of course, the Clefairy only can really go for, say, Helping Hand or a Moonblast. Helping Hand, if the Nihilego is a slow variant, can maybe potentially KO the Urshifu, but it looks like with the Focus Sash, it's probably just running a bit of speed.
Yeah, it looks like Certain Light maybe not sure about the speed tiers here. Gonna go maybe for a switch into Rillaboom and something like a parting shot, but we'll have to see if Solean can take advantage of this. The Nihilego is under a lot of pressure. The Clefairy is actually going to switch out on Solean's side. Going to switch into that Gastrodon. So really good switch in there. Something we haven't seen from Solean this entire set. So maybe predicting that fake out Surging Strikes play, but Certain Light being very cautious of that, going into their Rillaboom and just going to throw a parting shot into the Nihilego. So very, very good plays there overall.
Yeah, definitely on both ends. Having preserved that Gastrodon in both game 1 and 2. Potentially having brought it game 1, we didn't see the last Mon, I believe, but not having brought it in game 2 now does bring it, able to redirect that Urshifu away from the Nihilego here. But Rillaboom does come out, very good switch in there. Now Urshifu comes back out, not able to do Surging Strikes, of course, and is under Trick Room, so is under a bit of threat, but a little bit of a good switch in there. And now Sludge Bomb does a lot of damage into the Rillaboom.
Yeah, the Rillaboom incoming there, catching a Sludge Bomb, doing just about half. So thanks to that grassy terrain, I believe it should be able to hang on if the rolls are friendly towards it. But this is an interesting spot because, you know, Certain Light could go for something like a fake out and close combat into that Nihilego, but we did see that it's Sash. So in this turn, if the Gastrodon decides to play defensive, Solean should have an opportunity to attack with their Nihilego, especially considering you don't want to take a Grassy Glide this early on with the Gastrodon.
Yeah, definitely. If Solean's able to take a KO on one of these Mons here, it should be very helpful for them. If you KO the Urshifu, your Nihilego is no longer under threat from that super effective Surging Strikes. And if you KO the Rillaboom, now the Gastrodon has a pretty good time on the field. But Nihilego actually switches out this turn, going into the Clefairy.
Yeah, Clefairy going to come in. I really like that play there. Probably just going to see a Protect here from the Gastrodon. Doesn't want to take a Grassy Glide, and now that the Clefairy's in on these upcoming turns, it can redirect those Grassy Glides. Grassy Glide going to go into the Clefairy, though, doing a lot of damage, and Urshifu just following it up with a close combat. So, pretty good decision there by Certain Light to just double the Nihilego slot. Not too worried about the Gastrodon, as it's not putting on too much offensive pressure onto the Rillaboom and Urshifu. So, just prioritizing getting rid of that Nihilego as early as possible with the double up.
Yeah, definitely. As long as you have that Rillaboom alive, you can always deal with that Gastrodon a little later. This turn, the Clefairy does come in, a very good switch, considering it's very unlikely that Certain Light would decide to go for his Surging Strikes in front of that Gastrodon, considering it's most likely going to just stay in and go for a Protect. Now Urshifu's in a pretty awkward spot, but Rillaboom is free to go for a bit of damage if so chooses to.
Yeah, this game has played out a lot differently than game 1 and game 2. In game 1 and game 2, we saw a lot of quick knockouts very early on, and this game is very much slower and more methodical. Lots of mind games are coming into like which Pokemon are going to switch in on which turn, and yeah, just a very much slower game here. We are going to see the Incineroar come in for the Urshifu. Maybe Certain Light willing to sacrifice the Incineroar here to something like an Earth Power from the Gastrodon. We are just going to see the Follow Me here from the Clefairy as expected. Does not want to lose that Gastrodon early on here. And the Gastrodon is going to go for a Substitute. So a huge play there. This Gastrodon is now very well protected from this Rillaboom. Rillaboom going to go for a drum beating into this Clefairy. Let's see if it's able to hang on. It is going to be able to hang on with just the sliver. So, you know, Solean is in a really good spot here to just go for something like a double Protect and stall out these last few turns of grassy terrain and put on some offensive pressure with this Substitute Gastrodon.
Yeah, definitely. Substitute, not something you see every day. I don't think I've actually seen it run on Gastrodon ever in my experience, but now the Gastrodon is able to take that Grassy Glide even if you don't have the redirection because of the fake out due to Incineroar. But you can just take that one attack now and potentially KO the Incineroar or do a lot of damage to the Rillaboom with an Ice Beam on this turn.
Yeah, and the grassy terrain just expiring this turn, so this Rillaboom is going to have to switch out if it wants to continue grassy gliding and getting that damage boost. But I'm very impressed by the decision to run Substitute, and even more impressed to recognize for Solean to recognize the switch out potential for Certain Light and just going for that Follow Me Substitute, realizing it was a very safe play, and now in a very dominant position here.
Yeah, definitely a great play on there, and not much Urshifu could have done to prevent that either, especially with the redirection potential. And having brought that Gastrodon in Game 3 looks to be a very good switch up for Solean here.
Yeah, so Trick Room has now expired, so this Rillaboom is going to be able to go first and just pick up the KO with the Grassy Glide into Clefairy, despite there being no grassy terrain. And the Incineroar is able to just get a parting shot off into the Gastrodon, so reducing its damage output a bit. So it's not going to be putting on too much offensive pressure here immediately. And Certain Light now has the opportunity to bring in something more offensive like this Urshifu or this Tapu Fini.
Yeah, now that Trick Room is expired here, the Urshifu and the Rillaboom should be able to go first before the Gastrodon, but the Gastrodon crucially does still have that substitute up, so able to take any one attack and go for something here. Now this turn, Gastrodon does go for that Earth Power, going to do a decent bit of damage into the Urshifu, but not enough for a KO or anything close.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by that damage output from the Gastrodon, especially considering that it's at -1 special attack. So pretty good damage to know there if you're Solan that, a full power Earth Power might be able to two-shot this Urshifu. Solan is going to go into the Nihilego, which, does threaten Certain Light's side with a Sludge Bomb into the Rillaboom. And thanks to that grassy terrain being gone, you can now almost guarantee that you're going to go before that Rillaboom to get that off. And it's also protected from this Urshifu thanks to the Storm Drain on the Gastrodon.
Yeah, of course, you could always see a close combat come out into the Nihilego here, but Nihilego could be faster than the Urshifu in general as well, and still has that sash intact. So both Mons under threat of a lot of damage, if not a KO here, and the Gastrodon still sitting behind that substitute. Urshifu just going to protect itself here and just try to reposition the Rillaboom as well.
Definitely, we'll have to see if Solan reads into this potential Rillaboom switch out, which it is going to do into the Incineroar. So going to get a pretty meaningless Intimidate off here, but going to put out some fake out pressure. I don't believe this Incineroar will be able to live the Sludge Bomb damage based on the damage we saw earlier, especially considering that it's poison. The Urshifu going to go for a Detect, doesn't want to take any more damage. Sludge Bomb going to go into the Incineroar. Let's see, going to take it down to 13. I believe that's going to be a knockout thanks to the poison, but the Gastrodon's actually going to double up with Earth Power, and that's going to be a KO into the Incineroar. So the second KO of this battle has been taken, and Certain Light now down to Tapu Fini and Rillaboom in the back.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a tough position for Certain Light here, but he still has that Rillaboom to come in, reset that grassy terrain. Now Nihilego's under threat of a good amount of damage from that Grassy Glide, and the Gastrodon, of course, behind that substitute, but will be able to be broken by the Grassy Glide as well, and still has fake out pressure for both, or just the Nihilego actually.
Definitely, and maybe Certain Light this turn predicts something like a Protect from that Gastrodon slot, even though it's behind the substitute, doesn't want to lose it just yet. Maybe doubles up that Nihilego just to get rid of it. I believe a Grassy Glide plus close combat is like pretty. Solan can't really switch into that, especially given that Rillaboom in the back took that U-turn early on, so maybe they'll just prioritize getting rid of the Gastrodon later on in the game.
Yeah, definitely. The Gastrodon can do a decent amount of damage as we saw for the Earth Power, but it is still sitting at -1. It does have the substitute, but not going to be able to threaten a KO onto either Mon here, and Nihilego's under threat of that double up. Even if it gets brought down to Sash on this turn, say it protects from the fake out, then Grass Glide will be able to come into that slot on the next turn. So interesting to see if they decide to stay in or just switch out here.
The Urshifu is going to go for the close combat into the Nihilego, just bringing it down, not quite to its sash, so showing it has some bulk there. The Sludge Bomb is actually going to go into the Urshifu slot, and that's going to get the KO thanks to those close combat defense drops. And let's see what this Rillaboom decides to go for here. If it is something like a drum beating, it's actually going to be a U-turn into the Nihilego. Let's see if it's able to hang on. It is not. So this Nihilego is out of this game, and it is now a 2v2. Certain Light going to be able to bring in that Tapu Fini here for the Rillaboom, and guaranteeing that Grassy Terrain will be restarted on the field next turn, thanks to their Rillaboom on their side and Solan's side being available.
Yeah, this turn goes super well for Certain Light here, considering that now your Rillaboom is coming in, freshly sets up grassy terrain. Gastrodon not going to be able to do too much into either, and that Nihilego, which annoyingly survived earlier that Sludge Bomb, now just taken out. You won't have to worry about taking Sludge Bombs with these two Poison Weak Mons and Tapu Fini and Rillaboom later on in the game as well. Now Rillaboom also able to put on fake out pressure for the slot next to Gastrodon.
Yeah, definitely, and we're gonna have both Rillabooms coming in here, and like we saw earlier in the game, Certain Light's Rillaboom is slower than Solan's, so Solan does have the advantage here. Could go for something like a fake out into Certain Light's Rillaboom, maybe just get some chip damage on the Nihilego, or on the Tapu Fini, excuse me, and then, you know, be able to finish off the Rillaboom on Certain Light's end with a U-turn the following turn. So we'll have to see what kind of decisions these players make in these final turns to hopefully secure their team's victory.
Yeah, unfortunately for Certain Light here, does no longer have that Incineroar to deal with the Rillaboom, so gonna have to take it out with, say, a U-turn or potentially a Moonblast from the Tapu Fini, but it's gonna take him a little bit longer here. Now having set up the 2v2, Gastrodon not particularly useful at -1 stage of special attack into either of these mons, but Rillaboom will be able to put on a good amount of offensive pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And I could see a world here where both Rillabooms get eliminated and the Tapu Fini is able to 1v1 this Gastrodon with some Calm Mind boosts. But yeah, the Rillaboom on Solan's end is going to be a little tricky to take out here, because even if you go for something like a fake out Moonblast, you might not be able to pick up the knockout. Fake out from Solan's Rillaboom going to go into Certain Lights and going to be unable to move there. Moonblast going to go into the Rillaboom, and thanks to that Assault Vest is going to hang on pretty handily. The Gastrodon is going to go for an Ice Beam into the Rillaboom, going to do a ton of damage, but hangs on thanks to that Assault Vest, and we're going to have to see how these last turns here. I believe Certain Light has to sort of pray for a Grassy Glide KO into Solan's Rillaboom at this point.
Yeah, considering that Solan got that crucial piece of information earlier that his Rillaboom is faster than the opposing one, now you'll be able to go into that U-turn into that Rillaboom for a KO at this range. Solan's Rillaboom looks like it might be in Moonblast range, but it might be a roll, so it's going to be difficult for Certain Light to KO both of these mons here, especially considering the Gastrodon's still under that substitute.
Yeah, I think the safest play here for Certain Light is definitely to just go for a Grassy Glide plus Moonblast, and hopefully that combination will be able to pick up the knockout on Solan's Rillaboom. I believe Tapu Fini should be well equipped to live one Grassy Glide, so just doubling up with the Grassy Glide and Moonblast should be able to make it at least a 1v1. Solan's Rillaboom is going to go for the Wood Hammer, actually, and that's just going to pick up the KO on Tapu Fini, so Certain Light not going for that Grassy Glide, you know, maybe didn't matter too much, but you know, thanks to the Wood Hammer recoil, it's actually going to knock out Solan's Rillaboom. Rillaboom is going to go for a U-turn into the Gastrodon, maybe expecting that Rillaboom on Solan's side to be there still, and it's not going to get rid of that substitute. And Gastrodon's going to be able to just go for an Ice Beam, and it's going to take Rillaboom down to 8 HP, so yeah, now I don't think this Rillaboom has the health left to finish off this Gastrodon behind the substitute.
Yeah, very unfortunate kind of play of events there, considering the Rillaboom goes down. That's the slot you wanted to target with the U-turn. U-turn not enough to take out that substitute, so you're going to need at least 2 turns to take out the Gastrodon. Considering Rillaboom does not protect here, it's not going to be able to recover enough with the grassy terrain to live another Ice Beam. So just another Ice Beam here for Solan will be able to take out that opposing Rillaboom and actually win them the set.
Yep, Rillaboom's Grassy Glide going to take out that substitute. Gastrodon going to follow up with the Ice Beam into Certain Light's Rillaboom, and Solan has secured the win for the Tokyo Thunders. So the Tokyo Thunders are the champions of the Sootopolis City Draft League. So congratulations to them. A very well fought set by both sides. Certain Light putting up a huge fight for their team, trying to claw it back to a Game 7, but unfortunately the play by Solan was just too much, and that substitute Gastrodon was a huge factor in that Game 3.
Yeah, having hidden that Gastrodon in both of Game 1 and Game 2, now Gastrodon came out and was a huge nuisance for Certain Light to deal with, especially considering that substitute came out. If that substitute wasn't there, you'd be able to just take it out with a Grassy Glide or a Wood Hammer, potentially, but instead that Gastrodon was able to live one attack always and just keep going for Ice Beams. That Wood Hammer just enough to take out that Tapu Fini was a huge KO as well. Even though you lost your Rillaboom on that turn, Gastrodon was still able to preserve that substitute and just take out the Rillaboom. So huge congrats to the Tokyo Thunders here. Great regular season going in, and every game we've seen today has been very well played as well. So yeah.
Yeah, truly a really exciting grand finals. The Tokyo Thunder, one of the most dominant teams from the very beginning in both Spike Muth and Series 13, with some incredible players and some great performances overall. So with that being said, I think we're going to throw it to Izzy and Poker. They're going to do a bit of a final recap. That's going to end the day for me. Just wanted to thank Izzy for having me doing this casting. It's my first sort of gig, and I've really enjoyed it. Thanks to Poker as well for joining me, and the rest of the casters for doing such an amazing job.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. It was a great day today. And yeah, again, congrats to Tokyo Thunders. Well played across every set.
Yeah. So we will see you guys in our grand finals recap.
All right, hello guys. I panicked and I was muted and I almost started talking. But what a way to go! We didn't get that game 7, but I mean every single game felt like back and forth. You know, you had so many 1-2, like 1-1, 1-2, like back. We honestly, if it just a couple things could change, we could have honestly seen a game 7. So really good job about these two teams. Like the level of games that we saw today was truly deserving of like being our grand finals. I am very, very happy to see like such amazing matches. Like I mean, except for 2 of them, they all went to game 3s every single time. And I would like to call out how Tokyo Thunder's top 3 players, Gahaku, CML, and Silajin, brought important wins. Like CML matchup versus Polar Bear was really, really rough. It was very, and him bringing it back, you know, I think was pretty amazing. And then same with and then just Gahaku and Silajin just bringing it back and forth. And I was just like, they needed the Tokyo Thunder. They needed those 3 players to win, in my opinion, and they got the win. And I also happy to see Daniel bringing it back. I know Car Gaming has him a couple times in the Haxi, and then he brings it up to a match where I believe a lot of people expected Kiriaku to win. So really, really good job from both sides. And I mean the match just show like the variety of the teams we see in poker. Like it's so crazy. Okay, I talk enough.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even the games that finished 2-0, maybe 1 or 2 turns kind of at the start of the game or in the end game could have definitely swayed that. We could have seen a game 3 and potentially a different result as well. Even having that win from Daniele, who didn't have a great regular season at a 2-3 against Kiriaku, who did have a good regular season at 4-1, still able to clutch a very important 2-0 win there for the Tokyo Thunders though, and that ended up helping them seal the win.
Absolutely. And I also want to note that Bake also, you know, defeating the 3-0 opponent, having like also a rough season, just bringing it back for the Heat, because it could have easily started at 3-0 for the Heat, but Bake kept that alive. So really good job overall, Heat. You guys did an amazing job regardless of the results. I know it was probably tough, but either team could have won it. It really honestly felt like it came to a couple turns here and there. So good job. And I just want to say thank you everyone that's still watching. I really appreciate you all. Casters, Gems especially, she's dealing with this. Evan, who is asleep right now, for lad, couldn't last because I think it's like pretty late in Singapore right now. But I couldn't do them with the staff, the amazing casters, and also thank you so much to our sponsors for hosting this league. I think this was an amazing way to send off Gen A, and we are literally 5 days away from Gen 9. So we'll see if we get more to come back from a season 2. But if you guys have any feedback or shout outs to us or stuff, feel free to drop them on Twitter. Or just, talk to us in the Discord, or DMs are usually mostly open. So, thank you. Thank you for making this league as amazing as it was. And with that, I seal it off. I don't want to get emotional. Okay, if you want to...
Yeah. Definitely. Shout out, honestly, to every player, every team that participated in this league. Every week that we've seen so far on stream and off the stream. Very well played. Every bunch of strong players in the league, every result, even the teams that didn't do so well still managed to get a lot of well-played sets in. So I'm very happy to see that. Even though Gen 9 is coming very soon, we did manage to get great, very strong Gen 8 content up until the last days here. So super happy. Thank you to Izzy for organizing as well.
Yeah, thank you guys. And that is it. Until maybe next year, chat. Bye.
Thank you.